Hey, what's going on, everyone? Yeah, I'm having. Let me share this real quick. No, I don't do the fun conversation that y'all like talking about. Us versus them, or the, I like to actually just show you the actual truth. So, what's up, everyone? I have a documentary that I came across on Instagram, and it really hit hard. I didn't even finish watching it. You're going to get my first time reactions to this documentary. Let me grab my water. Grab my water. I was just so caught off by this documentary because I'm always hearing about the narrative that it was good when men were out working and the women were at home raising the kids. And then after that, this documentary pops up because happily I'm weeding out of y'all stupid algorithm of y'all talking points of old dudes that are just talking about resource and all this stuff. When damn well we already know none of y'all have resources really. I'm just being honest. Y'all just don't. Neither do a lot of these women. You're barely clinging on as it is. So what we go about seeing is that the narrative that it was sunny and shine and back in the 1950s the man worked and the woman stayed at home and watched the kids. That was not the truth. That was not. No. You were privileged if you could have done that, and we already know that wasn't holistically the truth. I already told y'all, majority of y'all are just above that of the poverty line, or just one or two checks away from right back in there. And honestly, looking at it the way that it's going right now, because see, you don't have to listen to me. You don't gotta listen to none of these content creators, none of these dating coaches, none of these people with whatever subscriber count, none of these people behind that have the avatar, like these things like that. You don't gotta listen to none of that. Bump that. Shout out to CBS. This must have been divine divinity. This is why I said to run a home, it takes two parents. I don't have no smoke for people by any means necessary getting it out the mud. Because listening to this stuff, I don't got no more. I don't got no smoke for Planned Parenthood no more. I don't got no smoke for like impoverished areas. Like, well, I do have issues with them, but whoo, man, America has not gotten that far. We haven't. Actually, believe it or not, some of America is still locked in like that. So, first off, we're gonna go ahead and show you. Let me go ahead and get it out there. What's going on, Hatch Dragon? What's going on, Hatch Dragon? Like, share, subscribe. Uh, let's see. Fair use, fair use. Thank you. let's go ahead and pull this up. And I need y'all to tell me. This is called the harvest of shame. This CBS Reports film shows impoverished conditions and the exploitation. Now, the CBS report impoverished conditions of exploitation of millions of migratory farm workers in the United States. Now, that's how they like to play it. Some of whom worked as little as $1 a day. Spokesmen for various groups presented views both for and against the use of migratory workers. Under the conditions seen, the documentary led to permit changes in the laws protecting worker rights and set the tone for generations of investigative journalists to come up. Now, they put them down as migrant workers, right? Now, I want you to understand 1979, 1981, 1963. Now, y'all said 1950 was the golden age, as I heard in Make America Great. I heard Make America Great. Right? So what was going on in 1963, 1964? This was like the 80s. That literally that a lot of this stuff that like create Office of Economic Opportunity from 1964 to 1981. Most recent. Check the dates, man. They're not too far. It's only 2023. Now, I will be looking at some of this. Now, I'm looking at that. You have it where they're going to show that of America. They're going to show that of America and how you should be so blessed and thankful. Let's hear. Let's hear about, first of all, from the other side of the fence. Let me know if y'all can hear it.
These are the forgotten people, the underprotected, the undereducated, the underclothed, the underfed. We resist on Thanksgiving because of people you are going to meet. You might not starve, but your table would not be laden with the luxuries that we have all come to regard as essentials. We should like you to meet some of your fellow citizens who harvest the food for the best fed nation on earth.
Dave, 34 years old, mother of 9 children.
Mrs. Dobie, what things pick up north?
We pick strawberries and cherries.
Who works with you out of this family here?
Everybody except the baby.
Who takes care of them in the field?
Well, they just kindly stay along with us or take care of themselves. The one that can't walk usually stays in the baby buggy.
What is an average dinner for the family?
Well, you mean what do we have in?
Yes.
I cook a pot of beans and fry some potatoes or some corn or something like that.
How many quarts of milk do you buy for the children, Mrs.
Well, we don't have except maybe when we draw our paycheck, we have milk about once a week.
For all these children, you have milk?
The baby has, she is on the bottle, and she uses about 15 cans of milk a week. But the older children have milk about once a week.
Do they like to drink milk, Mrs. Dobie?
Yes, they like milk.
The only reason I asked that question, I was quite shocked. They had milk only once a week.
Just thought they didn't like it, but they like milk, but there's so many, a gallon of milk will make them a glass around, and so we just can't afford it every day.
What do you want most for your children?
Well, I'd like for them to have a career, whatever they'd want to be when they go. Of course, the smaller ones don't realize yet to know what they'd like to be, but the older girl, she'd like to go to school if she could.
Wait a second. Hold up. Wait. The older girl would like to go to school, not the white woman. I thought they wanted to be at home and be barefoot and pregnant and have babies. I thought y'all said that the white woman want to be at home. They were docile. They were baking pies and praising Jesus and calling hallelujah and being docile. Wait, so the white woman going to work? 9 children? Said, oh, I got to take my baby to work. The way the bedtime stories were told around these parts was, God dang it. Praise hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. I ain't seen not one man in that. Where the heck is the man at? Where's the man? Where's the man? Where's daddy at? They just eat right out there eating some pork and beans and a fried tater. 9 children. Where the man at? Like, share, subscribe. Come on, let's get this out there. I know it's not gossip news. It's just actual. It's actual what's going on.
Well, she'll probably be like the boy, have to quit as soon as she's old enough.
Uh-oh. She's going to have to be like the boy, and she's going to have to quit school. That's the boy. That ain't the man. That's not the father. That's the boy. So, yeah. So the white girl wants to go to school. She ain't talking about being at home. She want to go to school. She want to get an education. She want to do for herself. Thought y'all talking about them happy households.
She really liked school, but she had to miss last week because she had to keep the baby for me to work.
Mrs. Joby, wouldn't you?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 children. Ain't no man in sight. They love to throw Hail Marys. They love throwing them dang Hail Marys. At how impoverished and how dilapidated we are. They love throwing them Hail Marys. Let's go.
Ever care to have a house of your own?
I'd like to have a house if plan to buy one. If we could ever get enough to pay down on one, we'd buy one.
Do you think this will ever happen?
Well, it don't seem like it.
Dead for us. It's beginning every year.
So as you got to see, you know, but everybody like telling the bedtime stories that it was so good. What's going on, Con? Shout out to Con. What's going on, bro? Shout out to Sister Asada. Let me know if y'all want me to drop the link. I will gladly drop the link for you people. I mean, I love my people. You know, Sister Asada, you automatically got prestige. If you want to come up, we cherish your wisdom. I told y'all. It's gonna take 2. It's not easy, and it definitely ain't easy today. It's not. We were talking about there's so many jobs out there. Yeah, but rent is not. So unless you get in a dilapidated area. Unless you get in a dilapidated area. Oh, let me do y'all a solid. Let me go get the title for y'all. Because I'm getting tired of hearing these nonsense. Hang on, let me put it up there for y'all. I got you. Because see, I'm time for me to start punching y'all narratives in the face. It's time to start, y'all need to start having a conversation about the working class. Because ain't none of y'all the rich class. You're not the selected class. You're not the 1% class. You're the working class. I don't know why y'all keep saying y'all 6 figures. I don't know why y'all keep going around talking about y'all high value. None of y'all high value. Stop it. Y'all don't even know what it means to be some. There's no such thing as high value. You're either a worker or you're an owner. And even if you're an owner, you're still going to work. Unless you got people under you working for you. And I got to be for real with y'all. A lot of businesses so easy can shut down nowadays. Y'all so quick to spit on those that don't have. I told you, I ain't got no problem with a woman standing side with her man and helping them get it, helping them, they both getting their thing together. Y'all said, oh yeah, back in the day, those women were so happy to do XYZ. No, those women were helping their families. I don't got no smoke with a woman getting her education. I know some of y'all, wow, a woman, nobody care about a girl. That white woman surely said that her daughter want to get her education. She ain't say nothing, but oh yeah, she want to, we're gonna marry her off. Listen, they don't got no time for that shit. But let it be about the story. Let it be about the story. Lord knows. All these little bedtime stories I'm hearing on YouTube. All this stuff, well, back in the day, women did this, women did that. You had to. I know a woman that can slay a hog. I know a woman that told to talk about how she slayed a hog. Did she lose her femininity? Have to do what you got to do. Same thing for the men. Back in the day, we didn't need all the education. The majority of y'all, being able to stay in school was a luxury for some people. This is why they got certain labor laws about children. Because the children are out there working. They're out there working just like the adults. Heck, you got it now where some areas, kids got to go out there and work. Where B.M.T? Don't worry, I got you. I got you. But we're gonna look at history. Let me drop this down for Sister Asada. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting this down for her. An educated woman was more likely to marry a man with money that wanted a wife to educate his heirs. An educated woman. I would say this. Just having an education was a privilege. Maybe she just wanted to go to school. I mean, getting married was definitely a good thing. I mean, a lot of young girls dreamed about getting married. But it wasn't so much about educating their heirs because they just wanted their kids to go to school. They wanted their family to go to school. They wanted them to be able to have access. It wasn't about, I mean, you could have been educated and your goddamn husband only have that of the level of a seventh grader. We're seeing that right there in this documentary. Things weren't so cut dry like that. There was a lot of unequally yoked things. This is the reason why, in some instances, the men just knew how to work and the women knew how to read. Some of y'all didn't know that, huh? Man knew how to work. He would get his check, take his check home to his woman. Here you go, pay the bills, and go get whatever you can for the groceries. See if you can make it work. And she probably tried to pick up a side job. So there's truth to that, but then there's also the narrative that we don't understand that guess what? I can't think of a time when our people did not have to work. I can't think of a time when we could ever sit on our ass. But I know them. Their group was like that. I can't wait till we get to our section. Again, the documentary, I'm going to put that in below. For those of y'all who want to educate yourself. please go to that documentary, check it out, like it, support that documentary. It definitely pushes back. And I was in Florida. We're looking at Florida. So, in different other areas. So I want y'all to say, oh, well, that was just that area. That's the South. No, the North had their problems too. Let's get back at it.
Whatever little they.
I thought y'all were saying y'all were Blackfoot. Y'all calling, see, this is how you know when some Negroes be going around calling themselves Indians and stuff. Y'all, I get it. Y'all were, probably playing around with the Indians and stuff. But some of y'all were just poor. The immigrant class was the blacks. Y'all were the immigrants. Y'all were the migrants. Y'all were the first Mexicans. That's why it's funny when y'all be calling yourself, I'm an Okeechobee Native American. No, you're not. You a Negro. You just traveled. You don't know the whole story. That's why y'all need, this is why you need documentary series like this. I don't listen to none of the weirdo out there screaming on microphones and stuff. No, I can go read. I can go read for myself. There's plenty of footage back out there.
There was still some work in the bean fields. Children, as usual, were left to fend for themselves.
Jerome, how old are you?
9.
9. Do you go to school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school, Jerome?
At the Okeechobee Elementary School.
I see. What is your sister's name?
Lois.
That's Lois. And what are the sisters' names?
Catherine. And Beulah.
Catherine and Beulah. What happened to your foot, Jerome?
Dig a nail in out there by the wash eye.
So you drove a nail in out by the wash.
Lord have mercy, boy. Lord have mercy, boy. You got to do what you got to do for your family, man. Boy, this documentary hit deep. That boy's feet must be rough and dirty. He don't even got enough money to get that boy some shoes. But y'all need to see this. Y'all need to see the reality of where a lot of us come from.
Wash house. What did your mother do for that?
Put some alcohol on it.
Where do you sleep, Jerome?
In this bed.
You have this big bed?
Yes.
What happened? How did you get that hole in that bed there, Jerome?
The rat.
The what?
Rat.
Now, Jerome, you are taking care of...
So the bed had rats in it.
Kathy, of Beulah, and Lois.
Yes.
Now, are you going to give them lunch today?
Yes.
What are you going to feed them?
I don't know.
Do you have any food here to give them?
Yes.
I see. What time does your mother come home?
I don't know.
The following day.
Now hold on. Now wait just a minute. So those are 4 babies. Those are four babies. A 9-year-old, that's a child, and 3 baby girls. Now just wait just a minute. I was hearing the story that daddy was going to work and mama was at home raising them children. So you mean we've been playing the latchkey generation since 19? Hold up. Because I remember when I was a child, I had to go through that. That's why this kind of hits deep for me. I can't speak for y'all, but for me, I knew what it was like when my mom had to go to work. peanut butter and jelly. Don't answer the door. Take care of your brother. And we ate bologna and cheese sandwiches. And sometimes, if he was scared or I was scared, we would sleep in the same bed. Because we didn't know what time she was going to get off from work. We did the best we can with our homework, and we waited it out. And that was our reality. Now that was in the early 90s and 80s. What's going on, Daniel? PC, bro. That's the truth of the thing. It's okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But y'all see it right there. That little boy. He said, I don't even know what I'm going to feed my sisters. But we're going to figure it out. That was since the 1960s. I told y'all. It wasn't easy like that. A lot of people weren't blessed with that the security blanket of protection. They didn't have Spam. They didn't have bologna. They didn't have meat. Those are commodities. You got some people like spitting down on welfare. Yeah, dude. We were thankful when we had government cheese. Where I am today, I busted my ass. I busted my behind to be here. I worked hard. I didn't forget where I came from. I don't spit down on it. I have a very high, strict standard. That's why I go hard on men. But if I had to work, damn sure believe you're going to work too. Everybody, y'all like looking at the have and have nots when guess what? We really don't have. It's just a fact. A lot of these conversations that are skewed and being used, you don't even know the trigger trauma points that they're coming from. Women are like this, and they don't want to go back. Oh, shit. Well, look at where they came from. Same thing with a lot of the men. Like I said, I could listen. There's so much stuff to pull from this documentary. It's not even funny, man. I know y'all want to talk about dating and stuff, but I don't really care for that. That's not my problem.
Your foot, Jerome. Jerome, Kathy, Lois. Yesterday at the Okeechobee camp. Why didn't you put them in?
I don't make enough to pay for it.
How much does it cost to put them in?
85 cents.
85 cents. What time?
6 o'clock.
What time?
About 3:30, 4 o'clock.
6 this morning to 4 o'clock this afternoon.
That's right.
How much did you earn?
$1.
$1.
Ain't no way, fam. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Lord have mercy, boy. Oh, my God. Lord, listen, boy. That shit hit me. That shit hurt me. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. If I could go hug that woman right now, I would go give her a hug. On everything, if I could go hug that woman right now, I would go give her a hug. I would go hug her so hard. Some people can't even do 4-hour shifts. Some people can't even do goddamn 8 hours. That woman goes in that field at 6 o'clock, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. That woman does 10 to 11 hours a day. Oh my God. If slavery was not real, Lord have mercy. Lord Jesus. You do 10 hours and only make $1? What? That means she only makes 5 cents an hour. Hell, does she even make that? No, that wouldn't even be that. Shit. Oh my God. That means she only probably make 10 cents. She might make 10 cents. I mean, if they giving her a stipend, I would say 5. No, because 5. No. Well, are they doing it off for goddamn? That's 10. So she gets 10 cents an hour. What's the math on that? Like, first of all, I'm trying to fathom. You go in there, do you even get a break? Like, I can just, my God, boy, listen, boy. Hey, man, any of y'all dudes or people that be coming to me about back in the day, it was sweet, go fuck yourselves. Go, really, really. I want you to understand that from B.M.T. Go fuck yourselves. Get out of my face with that shit, man. There's no way. There's no way. Exactly. Ain't no way. That is 10 hours for $1 a day. My God, boy. Ain't no way, boy. Listen, boy. I don't got no more. Listen, boy. Listen. Y'all, we came a long way. That woman did from 6 in the morning to 4 to 3 to 4. Listen, boy. Most men these days can't pull a 10-hour. God forbid. Listen. A lot of people ain't built for that. She picking peas. Back in the day, you had to be built different. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
That's right. $1.
Is that lunch
Yeah.
today? What do you eat?
I don't know.
So that's her turn.
Food give them? What time to come home?
The following day, Arlene King, the mother of Lois, again was picking beans.
Aileen King, I saw your children yesterday at the Okeechobee camp. Why didn't you put them in the nursery?
Don't make enough to pay for it.
What's the cost? Put them in.
85 cents.
85 cents.
That's right.
Aileen, what time did you come out the field this morning?
6 o'clock.
What's at home?
About
Daycare costs 85 cents. She make $1 a day, y'all. Man. You know what's so sad about that? Even to this day, people can barely afford daycare like that. Daycare back in the day was 85 cents. Are you telling me if I would have went back in the day with $10, I could have probably paid her daycare off for goddamn a whole month. And she still would have had money left over.
to 4 o'clock.
6 this morning to 4 o'clock this afternoon.
That's right.
How much did you earn?
$1.
$1?
That's right. $1.
Is that because the beans were of poor quality?
That's right.
Has this happened before?
That's right.
How much will your food cost you today?
About $2.
Aileen, how old are you?
29.
How many children do you have?
14.
29? And you have 14 children? What? I need a pack of cigarettes. Could somebody please do the math for that? Somebody please do the math for that. She's 29. Please tell me. I hope I heard that. I hope I heard that incorrectly. I hope to God I heard that incorrectly. 29. And she said 14 children. Ain't no way. Ain't baby girl, ain't no way. Ain't no way you have 14 children and you do 10-hour schedule. Listen, oh my God. And you only get paid $1 a day? Oh my, hey bro, I got no smoke for the women's suffrage. I got no smoke for the women's suffrage movement no more. I don't. Any of y'all got a problem with women's suffrage movement? Go fuck yourselves. 14. How many children is that? How many? How old would you have to be to have 14 children and be 29? I need a woman to give me that bath. I don't even know what's left of her body. Y'all sure this ain't slavery?
About 3:30, 4 o'clock.
6 this morning to 4 o'clock this afternoon.
That's right.
4 o'clock.
How much did you earn?
$1.
$1?
That's right. $1.
Is that because the beans were poor quality?
That's right.
Has this happened before?
That's right.
How much will your food cost you today?
About $2.
Jane, how old are you?
29.
How many children do you have?
14.
I'm done, y'all. I'm ready to get off line now. I'm done. I don't want to hear no more shit come to me about back in the day it was sweet. Back in the day they had fun. Back in the day we had Tulsa. Like y'all gonna have to kiss my ass, boy. Like this shit is like y'all must be talking about air pockets where it was sweet for Negroes because the rest of the looks like hell on high earth for everybody else. And I mean, no, nigga. 29 and 14 kids and you did 10-hour shifts. Jesus, take the wheel. Oh my God. Sada, please tell me that ain't true. She would have to be 12 popping out baby. Oh my gosh.
How old were you when you first started working in the fields?
8.
You've been working 21 years in the field?
That's right.
That girl been working since she was 8. And she had 14 kids. 10-hour shifts for 21 years. I cannot imagine the immense trauma and exhaustion on that family. And to them, that was supposed to be a normal day. That's supposed to be a normal day. Do y'all know we now have labor laws about that? I don't even think she took a break when she was pregnant. But she's been working for 21 years. I mean, that woman been busting it out like a goddamn. She been busting it out like she was a man. We were fucked up a long time ago, y'all. We were fucked up a long time ago. This is real, what we're looking at. That woman ain't doing no acting. She ain't got no smile. That woman is telling her soul. I I gotta be honest. Thank you, Jesus. I was born a man. I don't want no smoke. I ain't got no smoke for women. I mean, if you're wrong, you're wrong. But god damn it, boy, it was not easy back in the day. That woman didn't even bring up school. That woman been working since she was 8 years old. That woman know the amount hour. Be to work at 6, get off at 4. I gotta get home, make some goddamn flour and water and whatever thing I can kill. If I can kill a rat or whatever kind of stuff. Me and the baby sleep on a mattress, and I get up, leave the kids. If they see me, they see me. If they don't, they don't. They might see me on Sunday. We go to church, and that's oh my listen. I would. Y'all, I never watched this documentary. I'm breaking in just like y'all. I I'm telling you, when y'all talk about y'all want to go back to the past, I'd be like, y'all can kiss my ass. Fuck that. I ain't no, no. I want my kids to go to school. I want my children to have privileges. Oh, y'all. This is the poster child of suffrage right here.
Aileen, do you think
All of the immigrants, they don't even call them black, they just call them immigrants. Travel fourth class. What the hell is fourth class? What the hell is fourth class? I ain't never. I thought that was third class. I didn't. A second class citizen. I heard a second class citizen. I heard a third class possibly. What the hell is fourth class? God damn. Was there a subdivision that we didn't even know about? Shit.
In the best Jode family tradition. The long journey begins. Through Atlanta, Nashville, Indianapolis,
We just got
en route to the fields and orchards of America.
so since you was born, even after goddamn slavery, your black ass was put to work. They packed your ass up on a goddamn bus and get your ass to work, Negro. You and your churn. And then I go, well, what about the man? Well, shit. Well, whenever they get to the man, I would sure like to see him.
Lowe has been following migrants for the past 9 months. Some are freewheelers who travel as a family unit. He met the Parsons family as they were about to leave to glade tomatoes for Indiana strawberries.
Mr. Parsons, do you think the farmers you work for care about your problems?
No, sir. They're not in particular worried about you. They just want their stuff out and you get away as quick as possible.
Would you say that you're welcome when you're needed?
Well, that is the only time that you are welcome is when they are needing you. They're friendly and everything, but once they're done with you, well, they'd rather for you to move.
Did they ever ask you to leave their places?
Oh, yeah. They tell you if you're finishing up like tomorrow, well, they had rather for you to be out and gone in about 3 days, and that way it'll cut down on their electric bills and all of the other stuff.
What do you want most in this world for you and your family?
I'd like for my family to be well, stay together as much as possible, I'd like to be on a farm somewhere out away from many people to where they could attend one church and be interested mostly in one school. And that way I believe they'd all better satisfied.
I didn't hear that white man bring up nothing about being high value, being rich. But all that man said, I just want my family just to live, bro. That man just want that. That man just said, I just want my kids to get some education, be able to be together, go to school, go to church, or whatever religion that they serve, and just be alive. God damn, boy. He just want them to have a basic lifestyle. That's woo. Hey man, I ain't got no smoke for you, white man. I go to the matter with the
Parsons, do you think this will ever happen?
Not the rate that I'm going now, no.
Most of them ride 1,500 to 2,000 miles to work in vehicles owned by crew leaders who recruit the workers for the migration north.
Well, they went from slave ship to goddamn bus. See, I told y'all when the Negro class, working class, didn't put in the same amount of work, what they went on ahead and did, said, okay, y'all don't want to work. So we need to go get these immigrants. I told y'all, America need to get them immigrants to work. Somebody got to do it. And so the skill jobs that we had, see, y'all see them? You see the men to the boys, to the women. Heck, you even got churn in there. Everybody in there to work. Everybody in there to work. Ain't nobody in there singing and dancing and ain't you where do we got 'em? Good time. Ain't nobody singing. Nobody singing no hymns. Nobody singing no spirituals. Listen, boy, they look like they about to go to a football game and play against the New England Patriots for the 1999 plantation field off. But they look like they about to go in. It's about to get really, 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 really rough.
This is the Roach family looking for work.
The Roach family.
Mr. Roach, how did you happen to this place?
Look, you got to be at a dark low when you calling your family the Roach family. The Roach family. I got to skip past it. I can't do this. They call themselves the Roach family. When you already at that all-time low, you already know you at the bottom.
Is normally at Yulee, Florida, 1 mile from the Georgia border, a checkpoint for farm labor leaving the state.
Okay.
Ain't that some shit? The Mexicans are housing the blacks to get them around to go do labor. I told y'all, listen, bro, the blacks and browns have a long, deep history. Before we had the browns, it was always the blacks. Y'all were the first Blackfoot Indians. Y'all were the Blackfoot Indians around, walking around, doing work and slave labor and all that stuff. I mean, hell, they got the black codes.
There are other stops. Kingsland, Georgia, for bread and sandwich meat. Darien, Georgia, for facility.
Don't y'all find that ironic that that's predominantly where a lot of blacks are at on the East Coast in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and mainly on the East Coast, but mainly in concentrated parts of the South. We never went that far away from those areas because that's predominantly where we worked, where we bred at. When I mean bred, I mean literally a lot of kids back around them times were bred for labor. They were bred for labor. It's sad, but it's the irony of the truth. You were just happy just to get some bread and some meat and some
A
banana.
roadside stop en route in South Carolina.
Those are
1,000 miles north of Belgrade, Florida, by way of U.S. Routes 17 and 301.
I've been on those roads.
Through Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington, and New Bern is Elizabeth City, North Carolina.
Told you.
A bean stop. Good for 6 weeks' work. This camp was home for 40 days for the families of Tom Lockett's crew, now 30 hours out of Belgrade.
Miss Blakely, how many years have you been working in agriculture, in the fields?
Oh, practically all of my life. I haven't did no other work much but in the field all of my life. I raised all my kids working in the field.
I noticed that there's some straw over there. What is that for?
Well, that was the straw they brought for the people to sleep on.
Well, weren't mattresses supplied here?
They used to be, but they ain't now.
Mrs. Blakely, where is the water supply over here?
That's it right there.
For how many people?
For this and that over yonder, they all use the same.
And how many bathrooms are there here?
Now,
Where do you use the bathroom? Where are the facilities?
don't have one. We use our tin tubes.
Mrs. Brown, how did the children fare on the journey up north?
Well, they got kind of fretful, and got so riding, handling them. But we made it.
Miss Brown.
That was the most disturbing way how she described it. We didn't make it. We made it. Like, man, if there was ever a distress signal, that was the water. Ain't no damn bathrooms. You get in where you can fit in with a bed. I told y'all, a lot of blacks were bred just to work. A lot of blacks were bred just to work. You gotta understand, you were the working class. You were the worker class. That's why I find it interesting when y'all be talking about, oh yeah, that one single income. Like, when were y'all doing all that? I mean, don't get me wrong, it happened. It did happen. There were some people that could do a sick. No, but you weren't. No, you weren't. No. That was that. It was not that. I don't know. We all talking about this ebony essence and like. No, everybody didn't have it like that. A lot of people came from horrible conditions, and you know why? A lot of people don't want to go back and actually look at them horrible conditions, but it brings up a lot of trauma and anger. Look at it, 1960s, harvest of shame. So when y'all talk about the 50s, but you want to skip over the 60s.
Brown, may I ask how old you are?
I'm 37.
Mrs. Brown, how many years have you been working in the fields?
All my life.
Do you remember how old you were when you started?
I was about 8 years old.
So we're seeing a consensus that majority of the women that were born were always working. That's why I find it interesting they were always working. So I already know that the women were always working. I damn sure know we don't have to guess what the men must have been sitting out. No, they were working. Was this story correlates to what my grandma said? If I were to call my grandma right now, I can tell you right now, I bet you she would say she started working around 7 or 8 years old. And so did my granddaddy and also my dad. I learned how to work a tiller around 9. I was 9 when I knew how to work the equipment. Just born in those type of conditions, man. Now you have it where it runs deep, man.
Would you like to get out of this work?
I sure would.
Do you think you'll ever be able to?
I'm hoping so.
Do you think you'll be able to, though?
I don't know.
20 miles from Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. The workers, driven 900 miles north by crew leader Norman Hall, picked beans at the prevailing rate of 50 cents a hamper. Lunch is not a picnic, whether brought from the labor camp or purchased at the open-air kitchen, or in a bottle, heated by the rays of the sun.
In a survey in 21 states conducted by the National Council of Churches, the migrants themselves listed the evils of labor camp life. Bad housing, flies, mosquitoes, dirty beds and mattresses, unsanitary toilets, and lack of hot water for bathing. One employer of hundreds of migrant laborers was asked, are they happy people?
Well, I guess they got a little gypsy in their blood. They just like it. A lot of them wouldn't do anything else. A lot of them don't know any different. That's all they want to do. They love it. They love to go from place to place. They don't have a worry in the world. They're happier than we are. Today, they eat. Tomorrow, they don't worry about. They're the happiest race of people on earth.
Jesus Christ.
Mr. Jones, do you think that the migratory labor...
Listen, man. That man did not even bat an eye when he said, I told you, now, mind you, they call the blacks the migrant class. So when y'all talk about the great divestment, they thought of y'all like migrants. Because y'all were migrating to go find work. How much you got paid? How you got treated? When was it good? When were y'all banging, having a good time? I'm going to stop right there. But I want y'all to understand, when a woman said that, when was it good for women back in the 1950s? All I'm gonna say, whenever y'all ever talk about the good old days for women and men, especially for our group of people, I'm gonna say 1950s. Y'all need y'all to relook at that 1950, 1960s, because the way how they describe it, it was hell and hurt. It was hell and high earth. Like y'all weren't doing too hot. There's a whole documentary series. You done had it with three women. All of them have been working since they were 8 years old. One woman has 14 kids, is 29, been working for 21 years, has 14 kids, does a 10-hour shift. Another woman said, all my children were born in the field with me. I don't even know how you transfer that type of energy. See, I understand that when y'all have these conversations about women need to get back to their femininity, I'm like, when did you have a time when your woman could have been effeminate? I need you brothers to tell me that. When was there a time where your woman could truly have been effeminate? What was the environment? We all weren't in Tulsa. We all weren't in Rosewood. We all went in North Carolina, but mind you, they got a whole trail from Florida all the way up the East Coast. So when was this time, this imaginary Mr. Rogers neighborhood, when y'all were talking about that our people had this utopia? We were poor. We were destitute in horrible fashion. They didn't even call you blacks. They called you migrants. You were the first migrant class, nigga. The fuck? But y'all be talking about, oh, well, back in the day when we got out of slavery, we just went around and just started doing jobs and just started taking on jobs. And the white man, no, you didn't. What's going on, Shar? Oh, I could go play that for you again, baby girl. I could play that again for you, Shar. That shit scared me. 19 children? That woman, listen, bro, that woman is the post Juneteenth baby for me. Let me play that again. Let me just play just that one thing. Let me see. Hang on. Ruby says women can be feminine in any area. Women can be feminine now. Feminine doesn't mean weak or ineffectual or dormant or barefoot or impregnant. Lots of successful business women are feminine as fuck. Thank you, Ruby. Let's play the femininity of one woman as such. Let's play her. Now I'm gonna play what the white man had to say. He says, let's play with the white man.
Listed the evils of labor camp life. Bad housing, flies, kids, dirt and lack of hot water for bathing. Oil of hundreds of migrant laborers was asked, are they happy people?
Well, I guess they got a little gypsy in their blood. They just like it. A lot of them wouldn't do anything.
He said, I guess they got a little gypsy in their blood. Boy, oh my God, boy. This must be the modern. Oh my God, this must be the modern slave. Oh man, it just sounds worse when he says it over.
Anything else? A lot of them don't know any different. That's all they want to do. They love it. They love to go from place to place. They don't have a worry in the world. They're happier than we are. Today, they eat. Tomorrow, they don't worry about. They're the happiest race of people on earth.
Praise Jesus.
Mr. Jones, do you think that the migratory laborer makes a living wage?
They make a poor living. In other words, sometimes it's just like the farmer. Sometimes when things are good, when the yields are good and they can make good money, they make a good living. But take year in and year out from different seasons, different sections of the country, I'd say no, they make a poor living.
Wow. Wow. So let me make sure when he said that.
There are days when beans not ready for harvest. That's one more day with no income. Ed King, a crew leader, hauled his workers to this camp at Powell's Landing, Virginia, where they worked 5 weeks pulling corn and picking beans.
Now that was very nice what he said, that they have a good time, dancing. I guess back in the day, I don't know what the white man thought that these women were in churn were doing. And these happy Negroes were just having a good time. Now, listen, I'll tell you right now, boy, this is their food if they have food. Your daycare service for some of y'all was your churn. That's your churn. That's why it always used to bother me watching the Little Rascals. I couldn't watch that little black boy or that little black baby. I can't watch this sick shit. I can't watch this stuff.
The
Aline King, the mother of Jerome, Kathy, Lois, and Beulah,
again was picking beans.
Aileen King, I saw your children yesterday at the Okeechobee camp. Why didn't you put them in the nursery?
I don't make enough to pay for it.
How much does it cost?
Dang, I hear a lot of women say that now. Don't make enough money to pay for daycare.
To put them in?
85 cents.
5.
That's right.
What time did you come out of the field this week?
6 o'clock.
What time will you get home?
About 30.
No.
She did 10 hours. She did 10 hours and only got $1. Boy, I would listen, boy. If any of y'all be talking to me about this good old boy shit, I'm gonna curse you the fuck out now. That's why I don't be listening to nobody. I don't listen to nobody anymore. I really don't. I don't listen to nobody's shit anymore on YouTube because y'all shit don't correlate to these people's actual life, man. Like I don't know what kind of romanticism shit this is, man.
$1?
That's right. $1.
Is that because the beans were of poor quality?
That's right.
Has this happened before?
That's right.
How much will your food cost you today?
About $2.
Aileen, how old are you?
29.
How many children do you have?
14.
$29. 14 years old. 29. 14 churn. 10-hour shifts. 29. 14 churn from 6 o'clock in the morning to 10. I mean, to 6 o'clock to 4 o'clock. I need a woman to explain that math to me. How does that work? I need whatever man in the space of masculinity explain to me when were y'all doing this woman stay at home and break churn. I'm going to work. You bear my children and shut the hell up and make that. I'm not hearing none of that shit. That woman just busted out a goddamn shift at the pier. Literally, she should be getting goddamn 21 years. Shit. Oh my God. Faith, don't say that. Don't, please. Please. Well, I mean, her son is the daycare manager. Her son does the daycare. He do the daycare. Y'all want to see the son? He does daycare. According to y'all, women were at home, happily, praising Jesus, clapping, having a good time, and the kids were just out there having a good old education. Let me. That's why I love when I hear y'all backwards talking points online and shit. I'm so glad that something sent me this. Like I said, something just sent me this. Like, where her son at? They're her baby. There's her little baby. There's her babies. Would y'all let me let y'all hear this.
These were preparing to move north. There
All
was still some work in the bean fields. Children, as usual, were left to fend for themselves.
Jerome, how old are you?
9.
9. Do you go to school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school, Jerome?
At the Okeechobee Elementary School.
I see. What is your sister's name?
Lois.
That's Lois. And what are your other sisters' names?
Catherine and Beulah.
Catherine and Beulah. What happened to your foot, Jerome?
Dig a nail in right there by the wash house.
So you drove a nail in out by the wash house. What did your mother do for that?
Put some alcohol on it
Where do you sleep, Jerome?
in his bed.
You have this big bed?
Yeah,
What happened? How did you get that hole in that bed?
rat.
The what?
That boy have a bed with rats.
Rat.
Oh,
Now, Jerome, you are taking care of Kathy, of Beulah, and Lois.
Yeah,
Now, are you going to give them lunch today?
yeah.
What are you going to feed them?
I don't know.
Do you have any food here to give them?
Yeah.
I see. What time does your mother come home?
I don't know.
The following day,
so you have it from the narrative. That little boy take care of all his little sisters, but don't know what time mama coming back.
Aline King, the mother of Jerome, Kathy, Lois, and Beulah, again was picking beans.
Aileen King, I saw your children yesterday at the Okeechobee camp. Why didn't you put them in the nursery?
I don't make enough to pay for it.
How much does it cost to put them in?
Well, we know who's your daycare. Jerome does daycare. If y'all were back then, you had kids to do daycare for you. If you was back in the day, you were all that bullshit where the man was paying, or the mama was at home. Mama wasn't at home. Mama was out there slaying hogs, picking peas, and goddamn washing clothes and shit. And hell no, she was not at home. You were a privileged person if your mama got to be at home with you. Let me repeat that. You were a privileged person if your mother got to be at home with you. Now, I'm not saying these women out here dressing any type of way, but you are a privileged person.
$0.85.
85 cents.
That's right.
Aileen, what time did you come out the field this morning?
6 o'clock.
What time would you get home?
About 3:30, 4 o'clock.
6 this morning to 4 o'clock this afternoon.
That's right.
How much did you earn?
$1.
$1?
That's right.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Is that because the beans were of poor quality?
That's right.
Has this happened before?
That's right.
How much will your food cost you today?
About $2.
Aileen, how old are you?
Hold up. So you make $1 a day, but your food costs $2? Oh my God. Listen, bro.
29.
How many children do you have?
14.
29. 29. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop it, y'all. But listen what she just said. She 29. 29. Y'all, thank God for OBGYNs. Thank God for goddamn birth control. Thank God for goddamn depots. Thank God for any goddamn mechanical engineering that man made to slow this shit down. I don't wish that upon nobody. 14 goddamn kids. I know y'all be talking about, oh man, goodness, all these kids are a blessing. Bruh, stop, bruh. Y'all, some of y'all can barely handle one child. This woman, listen, boy. 14 children. That shit made me want to get a vasectomy.
Beans were of poor quality?
That's right.
Has this happened before?
That's right.
How much will your food cost you today?
About $2.
Aileen, how old are you?
29.
How many children do you have?
14.
How old were you when you first started working in the fields?
8.
You've been working 21 years in the field?
That's right.
Aileen, do you ever think you'll be able to get out of this kind of work?
No.
That woman didn't even hesitate in saying that shit. That shit was so fucked up. I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't know what to tell y'all. No problem. I don't know what to tell y'all, man. 14 children, 29 years old. And she been working since she was 21. No, she worked since she was 8 years old. Now, I'm going to play something with a different correlation because I know some people think it was sweet on the other side. Well, the white woman didn't have this kind of problem. You know what I'm saying? So why y'all... We're going to go ahead and play. You know what? That's a good question. You know, the thing about it was, most of them didn't even know who the father was. That man could be there today, be gone tomorrow. Isn't that the art? Why do you think they say daddy's maybe, mama's baby, daddy's maybe? Depending on if the man stay or go. There wasn't the same rules and laws that applied. The laws of protection were not the same. Somebody would have beat or raped you right there in the field. Who gonna give a fuck? You a migrant. You an immigrant. I'm not excusing bad behavior. I don't want y'all to think B.M.T is excusing bad records. But the narrative that everything was good, it's not always like that. It wasn't always like that. We're going to go ahead and grab the white woman. I'm going to grab y'all the white woman. And I want to hear what the white woman has to say about her family. Because maybe Mary, she probably had it better. Told y'all. Make sure y'all like the video. I know I'm going to get, oh man, B.M.T, you bashing. I ain't bashing shit. This is just the History Chronicles, bro. I'm not the one that recorded this shit. This shit was done 1960s. I want y'all to understand. This was made in the 1960s. According to a lot of people, 1950s, it was hot boy summer. Men were out there working. Women were at home with the churn, raising the kids, being extra effeminate. Shit. I'm still looking for that documentary.
Best fed nation on earth. These are the forgotten people, the underprotected, the undereducated, the underclothed, the underfed. We present this report of Thanksgiving because were it not for the labor of the people you are going to meet, you might not starve, but your table would not be laden with the luxuries that we have all come to regard as essentials. We should like you to meet.
Wasn't ever dinner for the family.
Yeah. All right, so we got the white woman.
With the luxuries that we have all come to regard as essentials. We should like you to meet some of your fellow citizens who harvest the food, fed nation on earth.
David Lowe talks to Mrs. Doby, 34 years old, mother of 9 children.
Mrs. Doby, what things do you pick up north?
We pick strawberries and cherries.
Who works with you out of this family here?
Everybody except the baby.
Now I want you to understand this is the North. So before everybody just say, "Oh yeah, that was only in the South. That only happened in the South." No, this is the North. So they started with the North. Thank you for starting out with the North and starting out with the white woman. But we know damn well. Now, mind you, they called the white woman white. Negroes get called migrants. White women called. I told y'all, black people. When y'all talk about when black people were migrating or the great divestment, you weren't divesting because you wanted to. You were divesting because you needed work. You needed food. You needed some type of income to feed your family or yourself. You didn't do it because you wanted to. That's why y'all got these bullshit ass stories online. Y'all need to stop telling these lies, man.
Who takes care of them in the field?
Well, they just kindly stay along with us or take care of themselves. The one that can't walk usually stays in the baby buggy.
What is an average dinner for the family?
Well, you mean what do we have in?
Yes.
I cook a pot of beans and fry some potatoes or some corn or something like that.
How many quarts of milk do you buy for the children, Mrs.
Well, we don't have milk except maybe when we draw our paycheck, we have milk about once a week.
For all these children, you have
the
milk?
baby has, she is on the bottle, and she uses about 15 cans of milk a week. But the older children have milk about once a week.
Do they like to drink milk, Mrs. Doby?
Yes, they like milk.
The only reason I asked that question, I was quite shocked that they had milk only once a week.
Just thought they didn't like it, but they like milk, but there's so many, a gallon of milk will make them a glass around, and so we just can't afford it every day.
What do you want most for your children, Mrs. Doby?
Well, I'd like for them to have a career, whatever they'd want to be when they got older. Of course, the smaller ones, don't realize yet to know what they'd like to be. But the older girl, she'd like to go to school if she could. Of course, she'll probably be like the boy, have to quit as soon as she's old enough.
What? Wait a second. I thought it was going to be something where she wants to grow up, get married, find a high-value man, and be submissive, and be able to flaunt her femininity. Wait a second. The mama said, the white woman, my daughter wants to go to school and get an education. My head was starting to fizzle out. With all this bullshit people been preaching, and ain't nothing back in the day, none of them said that shit. Now, this is before the Mahone report and all that shit. You know, y'all like to fall back on that. You mean to tell me? She said my daughter want to go to school? She want to go get an education? She want to go do something with her life? How dare that white bitch? That's crazy. They want to go to school. They want to go get an education. I see what them damn kids playing with that water again. So that's a very interesting bedtime story we like to tell these days. Oh yeah, I've been studying up and I know what these women want. Nigga, shit, you ain't know a damn thing. Now let me make sure I go over here to let's go over to the Negro women. Let's go on over here to down there to Soul Train and ask the women because they clearly it must have been different. Let's find out what's been going on over here.
By way of U.S. Route 17 and 301. Through Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington, and New Bern is Elizabeth City, North Carolina. A bean stop, good for 6 weeks' work. This camp was home for 40 days for the families of Tom Lockett's crew, now 30 hours out of Belgrade.
Mr. Blakely, how many years have you been working in agriculture, in the fields?
Oh, practically all of my life. I haven't did no other work much but in the field all of my life. I raised all my kids working in the field.
I noticed that there's some straw over there. What is that for?
Well, that was the straw they brought for the people to sleep on.
Well, weren't mattresses supplied here?
They used to be, but they ain't now.
Mrs. Blakely, where is the water supply over here?
That's it right down.
For how many people?
For this and that over yonder, they all use the same.
And how many bathrooms are there here?
Now.
Where do you use the bathroom? Where are the facilities?
Don't have one. We use our tin tubes.
Mrs. Brown, how did the children fare on the journey up north?
Well, they got kind of fretful, and got so riding, handling them. But we made it.
Miss Brown, may I ask how old you are?
I'm 37.
Mrs. Brown, how many years have you been working in the fields?
All my life.
Do you remember how old you were when you started?
I was about 8 years old.
So I want you to understand, and if y'all catch track of that, that's crazy, Doug, that you only are about 40. Like, so crazy about that, Doug? I only live when I was in my last house. I was only 15 minutes. Most black, they didn't even have an outhouse. No, they didn't even have an outhouse back then. I told you, luxuries. Y'all don't get, man, luxuries, man. Y'all thought Color Purple kind of made it look like, listen, you were doing pretty good if you had that kind of shit going on for you. I told y'all, even now, most people are just above the poverty. Like, all these people, I don't want to go to work no more. I want to be a content creator. Nigga, what? What? Now I want you to understand. They called the blacks. You were classified the migrant class. You were classified the migrant class. They didn't say you were the Negroes or you were the Black Americans or the African American. No, you were the migrant. That was the name y'all put on. That was the name that we put on. You're the migrant class. They named all the cities, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina. What's going on, Doug? Shout out to Doug. Virginia, North Carolina. They named where black people are at today. Most people are one paycheck away from being home. Yeah, they are. One paycheck away. That's what I said. A lot of these conversations nowadays, man, y'all got to watch what a lot of these people be saying, man.
Would you like to get out of this work?
I sure would.
Do you think you'll ever be able to?
I'm hoping so.
Do you think you'll be able to, though?
I don't know.
20 miles from Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. The workers, driven 900 miles north by crew leader Norman Hall, picked beans at the prevailing rate of 50 cents a hamper.
Oh, there's the man. There's the men. Y'all act.
Lunch is not a picnic, whether brought from the labor camp
There's the
or
men.
purchased at the open-air kitchen, or in a bottle, heated by the rays of the sun.
All right, so if y'all want to know where daycare was at, there's daycare. There's daycare. Daycare was in that box. You put your baby, you put your baby in the box, and you go out there to work. So if y'all want to know what if y'all want to know what daycare was at, you put the baby in the box, and you go out there in the field. At least you know your baby can't get too far away, and that way, whoever see the baby, hey, who baby is this? Oh, that's mine. What box did you leave it in? Okay, shit. That's not your baby. That's Faith's baby. Ruby, get your turn. They running down to the field again. That's how it worked. That man didn't even know if that was his child or not. Shit. He was like, well, damn.
The sun.
In a survey in 21 states conducted by the National Council of Churches, the migrants themselves listed the evils of labor camp life. Bad housing, flies, mosquitoes, dirty beds and mattresses, unsanitary toilets, and lack of hot water for bathing.
I told you, they didn't call them blacks, they called them migrants.
One employer of hundreds of migrant laborers was asked, are they happy people?
Well, I guess they got a little in them. A lot of them don't know any different. That's all they want to do. They love it. They love to go from place to place. They don't have a worry in the world. They're happier than we are. They eat. Tomorrow, they don't worry about. They're the happiest race of people on earth.
Mr. Jones,
oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. How did he get that speech off was beyond me. That man said he didn't call them Negro. He didn't call them the N-word. He said the migrant worker. I told y'all. That was your classification back in the day. You were called the migrant. You were called the migrant worker. You went around, you did work, you was happy, you was singing songs, and you praised Jesus, and y'all just happily made babies all over the field. And the white man said, y'all should be so thankful to be around me and pick my damn cotton and my goddamn peas and taters and shit. You should be so thankful. Y'all, I mean, as much as people be complaining, man, they need to get rid of all these laws. Yep, Faith. Now the Mexicans are the new migrants. Good luck to Sanchez because they don't give a fuck. We were the first wave of migrants.
Do you think that the migratory laborer makes a living wage?
They make a poor living. In other words, sometimes it's just like the farmer. Sometimes when things are good, when the yields are good and they can make good money, they make a good living. But take year in and year out from different seasons, different sections of the country, I'd say no, they make a poor living.
There are days when beans are not ready for harvest, and that's one more day with no income. Ed King, a crew leader, hauled his workers to this camp at Powell's Landing, Virginia, where they worked 5 weeks pulling corn and picking beans. And when the fields have been stripped in North Carolina and Virginia, the trucks and buses again move north. This is Little Creek Ferry, outside of Norfolk. 20,000 migrants are ferried to the fertile fields of the Virginia Cape and the eastern shores of Maryland and Delaware for beans, tomatoes, asparagus, and potatoes.
You are ferried to another goddamn plantation. God damn.
For one crew, hardship was climaxed by disaster. The death of a migrant.
We had a little trouble on the road about
4 o'clock this morning, Sunday morning, and a car and a little red. One to kill.
Has this ever happened before with any crews coming up north?
Once as I remember, it was the state of North Carolina.
What happened?
Everybody got killed.
Every year, as predictable as the seasons, there are accidents resulting in death and serious injury to these laborers. On June 6, 1957, at the intersection of U.S. Route 301 and State Highway 102, 9 miles from Fayetteville, North Carolina, 1 migrants were killed, female. The causes of the high loss was the packaging of the occupants of the truck.
Today, only 6 states have laws providing for the safe transportation of migrants within their borders. The state of North Carolina is not one of the 6.
Secretary of Labor Mitchell.
Hardly a year goes by that we don't read in the paper of some very serious accident where sometimes a dozen or more people have been killed purely because there is no interstate standard with regard to safety.
Another complication of the migrant stream is the constant flow of foreign workers into the available pool of domestic workers. Hundreds of thousands of Mexican braceros and thousands of offshore laborers from the Caribbean area, hired by contract, depress the wage scale of the domestic migrant. This controversy is most bitter on the West Coast. Joseph Woods, a Marine combat veteran of the Pacific, competes against the braceros. Lowe talked to the Woods.
Well, they're on the West Coast, so they can have that. They over there with I thought that was Clint Eastwood. So the West Coast, they've been done had all of people coming up there from Mexico. They got that. Y'all got that. We got. This is why I don't listen. Hey, shit. Good luck.
Family under a tree, which was their home in California.
Mr. Woods, how did you happen to pick this spot to camp?
Well, someone told us about it, and they said it was all right to camp here.
Where do you get your water supply?
We go to town after it.
And how do you bring it back here?
In can. We have a 10-gallon can.
What do you use for...
In New Jersey, a few miles from...
I want to see what black.
1/2 pint of milk and 1 cracker to each child. And live. This settlement of former migrants is called the Bottoms. In Shenango County, New York State, a farm labor camp.
So hold up, they have farm labor camp? What the fuck? Farm labor camps? Like, you can't make this shit up. Now, I want you to understand. Hold on. This video was made in 1960. They still had labor camps. Like, what the fuck? Yo, bro, when I say, hey, bro, listen, man. Hey, bro. Y'all still want to have them dating. Hopefully Josephine will come back home and cook you some flapjack. Good luck, nigga. Good luck.
Of former migrants is called the Bottoms. In Shenango County, New York State, a farm labor camp. The ultimate goal of Ed King's crew, 1,257 miles from Belglade. The migrant mission serves 1/2 pint of milk and 1 cracker to each child. This is their lunch.
Ain't no way. 1 cracker and a pint of milk. Thank you, Hatch Dragon. That's it. That's all a child got to eat, man.
Their parents eat lunch in the field, sometimes 75 miles away. This is the living space of Eileen King and her 5 children. The room is similar to their winter quarters in Belglade, only smaller. Charles Schumann, president of the American Farm Bureau Federation, says,
We were the only group of people that furnish housing for our workers. And we furnish these extra benefits, perquisites. Some people, some sections call it the furnish. And it's almost impossible to calculate the value of these added benefits time on inadequate housing.
Mr. Schumann, why does the American Farm Bureau Federation so violently oppose federal legislation?
I think there'll be more rapid progress with state regulation than there will be with federal regulation.
They didn't want the federal government getting involved. Hey, don't you tell me what to do with my Negro. God damn it. That's my goddamn slave. I mean, that's my goddamn migrant. That's my, God damn it. Stay out of my business, white man.
We think that federal legislation will follow the route that almost all federal legislation does, of additional and more stringent and more regulations with more and more red tape, and more cutting to a certain pattern all over the country. In effect, it would probably rule out the use of migrant labor very quickly.
Oh, okay. In other words, we do not want the federal government to look at us hiring our migrant workers, in other words, the Negro. I told you, hey, bro, this is pretty much slavery, 1960s. You just wasn't allowed to ask the question. You know, does slavery continue? I don't know why we have Juneteenth, but this technically is slavery right here. This is slavery being recorded on camera.
And between the farmer and the migrant is the crew leader, a remnant of the system in wide use 60 years ago. Ed King, a crew leader, says,
well, a crew leader, he have to, in a way, he have to be the father and mother and all, and he just screw it.
What?
Because the whole crew mostly be dependent direct on him.
Reverend Michael Cassidy, who travels with the migrants, says,
well, some of the crew leaders, they are good, but the majority of them, they are bad.
Damn.
They are so bad that they are the worst that they can be. They're trying to skin alive these migrants. They take every dime they make. They try every scheme as possible. For instance, they pay the owner, the grower, pay them 45 cents to pick a crate of tomatoes. And then they turn around, they pay the labor 12 cents at the most. And natural, they have 3 or 40 or 50 or 100 people picking tomatoes. He makes, I know a man last year making here, right in here, $14,000, the crew leader. And all the men they left in here, and I met him in Alabama, they were broke. They didn't have a dime because they didn't make the money themselves.
Thank you. Harvest of Shame, Part 1. Like I said, so we already know there was already these Uncle Ruckus fuck niggas around way back in the day. That dude just smiling. Yeah, you know, I got to be mama and daddy and make sure that, you know, they do what they're supposed to do. I'm pretty sure he was having sex with the women while taking the men out there to the field. I'm pretty sure he was doing that. I'm pretty sure if he's like any of the supervisors today, you would most likely take the women and put them out there away from the men, and you would have sex with them and offer them 20 cents, probably $1, you know what I'm saying? But you already making $30, so you're going to have sex with you. You can do whatever you want with the people. As I said, we had some issue, bro. The white pastor said, "Yo, man, hey, them coolant leaders, they were worse than the farmers. They were way worse than the farmers." He said, "I gotta be mama and daddy." Hell, probably some of them kids running around were his kids with different migrant workers. See, they called the blacks the migrant worker. That's why they said the blacks and the brown, y'all one and the same. No. And y'all wasn't the same. Y'all just you just categorized as a migrant. Like I said, mm, they did. They did. What you gonna do to feed your family? What you gonna do to feed your family? Especially if you're a young girl. You're a young girl. You don't know any better. 10 cent go a long way back in the day when you poor. When you ain't got no mattress, you ain't got no water, you ain't got no milk, you ain't got no cheese. I don't make these narratives. But that man said, I was mama and I was daddy. And y'all can't say, oh, B.M.T, you painting them in a bad light. That's not me. That's what that man said. Hang on, let me play what that man had to say. He said, I was mama and daddy in the field. I'm y'all damn daddy. The hell?
Would probably rule out the use of migrant labor very quickly.
So they didn't want the government to get involved so that way the migrants had any rights.
The middleman between the farmer.
Notice this man got the state. You got all. There's always a black man. See, this is why I don't trust none of these goddamn people that want to be leaders. I don't trust no leaders because I guess that's the leader, and he got his good old migrants working.
And the migrant, the cruel leader, a remnant of the system used 6 years ago.
The Padron system. The Padron system. What's going on, Shar? How you doing, love?
I'm doing well. Greetings. How are you?
How are you doing? Are you enjoying? Are you enjoying that of the documentary of the frail truth of the working class black woman?
Well,
Tell me
it
your
is
thoughts.
sad to hear. It is very sad to hear. However, it is history, and my parents were able to tell me about it because I didn't meet my grandparents, but they lived it. They lived this, and my parents were the ones that was, in the box. You remember that box you were showing, the babysitting box?
Yes.
Yeah, that's where my parents were. They were in the box. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? I've heard about that they will put the put the kids. That was like a date. That was technically like how you knew where your child was at. You put the baby in the box, and the baby couldn't really get out the box. And once the baby started getting big enough to walk, that's when they started putting them to work.
Yes, which is you keep hearing the average 8 years old.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
You was keeping track. You was catching that, right? That
Oh,
all
yeah.
the women started at 8.
Yeah.
Now, I want to ask a question.
Okay.
I want to ask a question because I played the story of the first mother, which when she was doing the interview, she was 29. She said that she started at 8. A lot of the women did not see themselves ever getting out of that environment. Of, do you think they ever had a time or a chance to actually truly get to be effeminate or be women, or that was not holistically an option given to them to be?
I understand what the question that you're asking, but the way I'm going to answer it, because they never had their opportunity to do anything other than take instructions. So whatever that instruction was, whatever you call that characteristic, that's what they were able to do. That was it. It is no other option. You couldn't even run away. You couldn't even run away to a home down the field. You couldn't do anything.
Not at that time. Even that's and mind you, that's the 1960s. So you really weren't going anywhere. You went wherever to work or wherever y'all were told to go.
Right, or taken, or however you got there. But yeah, you didn't have much of a choice. Um, did you like the man in the suit that was describing the employment opportunities that he offered?
Do you want me to play that again? Just let me know because
Yeah, that'll be kind of cool because what I heard is he didn't want the any type of, messing around in the business because, that comes with taxes and, and safety concerns. He didn't want none of that. Union, So go ahead, roll that beautiful beam footage.
I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Mind you, that was very telling when they said, "Why don't you ever let the federal government get involved with this kind of?" No. Listen, first of all, that's too much. You asking too much damn questions. So let me go ahead and play that.
Benefits, perquisites.
Charles Schumann of the American Federation says,
We were the only group of people that furnish housing for our workers. And we furnish these extra benefits, perquisites. Some sections call it the furnish. And it's almost impossible to calculate the value of these added benefits. At the same time, we don't condone inadequate housing.
Mr. Schuman, why does the American Farm Bureau Federation so violently oppose federal legislation?
I think there'll be more rapid progress with state regulation than there will be with federal regulation. We think that federal legislation will follow the route that almost all federal legislation does of additional and more stringent and more regulations with more and more red tape and more cutting to a certain pattern all over the country. In effect, it would probably rule out the use of migrant labor very quickly.
the middleman between the farmer and the migrant is the cruel leader, a remnant of the padrone system in wide use.
So there you have it. There you have it, Shar. He said, "I didn't." He said, "We don't want that federal. We don't want that federal shit get involved. They're 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 we don't want them. They're going to tell us what to do. They're going to take away the migrant worker from us. It's almost like they were saying, "Hey, man, I want y'all taking away our slaves."
Well, he tried to sell it though. He was selling it. He in
What?
his suit. He said, "Look here, we're the only one that we provide housing.
Mm-hmm.
This is an added benefit. It has value. We can't even calculate these perks and how much this extra benefit is because we got it going on. So just let us be. Leave us alone."
Now, it's very interesting. I'm going to grab. Um, let me see if I can find that other. Um, there's another thing. I'm here. I'm going to pull out what the other white man had to say about how happy a lot of people were. A lot of the migrant people were. Mind you, I want you to understand this is how you were classified as migrant. So let me go ahead and play that for y'all. Um, about what was
21 states conducted by the National Council of Churches, the migrants themselves listed the evils of labor camp life. Bad housing, flies, mosquitoes, dirty beds and mattresses, unsanitary toilets, and lack of hot water for bathing. One employer of hundreds of migrant laborers was asked, are they happy people?
Well, I guess they got a little gypsy in their blood. They just like it. A lot of them wouldn't do anything else. A lot of them don't know any different. That's all they want to do. They love it. They love to go from place to place. They don't have a worry in the world. They're happier than we are. Today, they eat. Tomorrow, they don't worry about. They're the happiest race of people on earth.
Now they already asked the actual slave, I mean worker,
worker.
what they thought. And but they had to get that footage and ask him, well, what do you got to say? And he's a spokesperson. I guess he's the union rep. This is the original union rep right here. Oh, they just love it. They go place to place and they eat and
Get the travel.
yeah. I mean, come on, all these perks we got.
SYSBM. Yep.
Yeah, it's all
You know,
good.
you got the travel. You get to eat. You get workout. You get to just you don't have to worry about nothing in the world, but just do your damn job.
I mean, everything is right here. I mean, what more do you want? Isn't that something? That is so sad.
As my intention of when I played this, because I'm not sure if you also heard. Yeah, yes, Sid. They were the originals. This is why they get called. If y'all listen throughout the whole documentary, not just the first part. They were being called migrants. They were moving around from labor camps to Native American grounds, all up and down. And I mean, I'm pretty sure if y'all are ever been on the East Coast, a lot of those states are probably where a lot of blacks are still at today. I know that they named Charleston, and they named a few other places. Doug just said, "Hey, Norfolk, that's my backyard." 10 hours. I think one woman said she works from 6 to 4. She has 14 children. When do you think she has time to help her kids with her homework?
Homework? Oh no, you're gonna get in that box. What you talking about? Ain't no school.
Sure.
What?
Well, what about time to cater to her man?
Well, she lifts up a dress in the field when, they get a little further away, and there you go. That's all you're gonna get. What you talking about?
Okay. Maybe. What about submission? I know that's a pretty big one. When does I didn't hear when they brought up submission, but when does she have time to cook and clean and be submissive?
Well, see, the kids they helped out because they were, at home, and well, some of them anyway were, at home, and they started, doing a little bit, maybe picking some peas, whatever is available, and then as the older ones come in or whatever, they committed to the work in the home and helped out. Now, as far as the man, now I'm just kind of, I ain't gonna say joking, but I don't know. But I would guess he might try to leverage a little something. I don't know. If he lived there, I guess he would say, well, I got $1. I'll give you, a dime if you do something extra,
Let me
something
say.
strange for a little change. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Now, I want y'all to understand, y'all. I want y'all to understand. I hear a lot that welfare is what kicked the man out of the home. This documentary, right, Shar, was made before that.
Yeah.
I want y'all to understand that. For a lot of people like go and jump to the welfare, kick the man out of the home. That was a lot of babies. 14, 12, 15. Now,
I wish you had the footage of the documentary where, um, what was is this man said that you all don't like what we provide for you. You want more. I can't think of what that was in. Was that 70 something? I think that was in the 70s. I don't know where to find that, but I saw that on someone's channel.
But where the narrative is that Shar, you stayed at home, you were happy raising the children and cooking and cleaning. While if I was a man, I would be out at work. And when I come home, you have the kids in bed, you help them with their homework. Why didn't we not see that in in the documentary. Where was that in the documentary? Maybe they missed that. Maybe they missed that.
Yeah, that's possible. Maybe no one ever filmed that. They just missed that particular decade, uh, years, month, week. I'm not sure.
Now, Faith, that's a pretty harsh one to throw out. But I gotta be real with y'all. Y'all know the slogan: "Mama's baby, daddy's maybe." Now, you had it where I done showed y'all the man who I had to go grab that man. Let me grab that man. Where's he at? Where he at? He said, "Hey, they were happy. They were happy. We fed them. I was pretty much their daddy. Now, don't worry. I'm going to do more of this. I'm gonna do more of this. I'm gonna show y'all more of the history that we don't like to talk about. I know y'all like to talk about Kevin, and y'all like to talk about dating coaches and about getting back the women back in the home and that the men get back to masculinity. And I said, when did y'all ever had all that shit together like that? I think maybe Char when you was coming up.
No, I didn't see that. Sorry, I didn't see that.
I grew up around crack era. I grew up around crack, so I sadly didn't see that either. I didn't see it either. And I got to be for real with y'all. Listening to what the white women were saying, I didn't hear none of them talking about marrying their daughters to high value men.
Mm.
I didn't hear them say that. I heard them talking about my daughters want to get an education.
You know what? I just thought about it. I just thought maybe they should have picked better.
Yeah. Oh my God. If those black women back in those fields, Faith, had chose better and kept their legs closed. Ruby, you should have noticed that, Ruby. You should have noticed that, Ruby. Because maybe those women were being nasty and promiscuous. Maybe they were seducing men in the fields. I mean, how do you get 14 babies? Don't you know how to keep your legs closed, Faith? Ruby, maybe if you allowed the man to be a man, you could be at home raising those children while your child might have to be in the box. Welfare destroyed the home. Welfare destroyed the home. Oh shit! She pulled up. Fuck. Hey, get out of here! Your man is out there in the field. Your man is out there. Your man is out there in the field.
You done summoned me over here, B.M.T.
No.
You know good damn well I cannot choose better. Don't tell me to choose better. What you thought was going on? Well, now come on now. You know good and daggone well as soon as the first period comes, I'm a woman.
So
hold on a second.
Let me ask. So hold on. That's a good question. I always thought this was good, and and that's crazy. That's crazy, Mother Asada. I always thought migrant workers referred to Mexicans. Migrants were blacks. They were the black class. Remember, y'all forgot what was called the black divestment era. Y'all remember that? When people said, "Oh yeah, blacks, they just left from the South and went up north." It wasn't by choice. Your ass got on that damn bus with you and your 3 or 4 children, and wherever you got plopped at, you know what I'm saying? B.M.T. I might be the coolant guy, Hey, Shar, you ain't been able to pick up enough peas this week, but I got $3. What's good? You know what I'm saying? I got $3, and
My
I got
kids are hungry. You gonna do this to me?
listen. I got $3, some milk, and I got some spam. Now get your ass in the back of that damn truck, girl. I ain't gonna tell you again.
Okay.
All right. And that was it. That was it. That was it. What were you gonna say? Starve? Not eat? Honestly, y'all like you can't make this. What's so beautiful about this documentary? There's no fake the funk. Like the women knew I am going to die in this field. I am going to die here. This is it. I was born. I was brought here. I just worked to the sweat of my brow and I die. I'm not sure what else anybody else got. I know some people say, "Oh man, you're just being negative, B.M.T." No, 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 no. Out of all those women, majority of them knew that they were going to die there. Majority of the black women. Now, maybe Shar saw something differently. Maybe Faith saw something differently. But majority of those women knew that they were born to just work to the sweat of their brow. This is why I don't got no smoke for black women going to get education, getting a job, and be able to go out there in the workforce and compete. Why is there a narrative so much about women going out there working? They need to go back home. That's when they were happy. The fuck?
Well, BMT, I don't know now. They are starting to reverse that narrative.
Who, the women?
Oh, no, 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 no. Some of the men. So now the new narrative is that women gonna have to work for their high value men.
Jesus Christ. We just keep going. I swear, man.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It became official last night when Jason Black had his broadcast. You know, all this stuff originated with him, even though Kevin Samuels took the baton and he became more famous with it. But he got a lot of his talking points from him. And so Jason Black introduced something new, and it's going to catch on and spread like wildfire, like all of his other talking points have. So now, ladies, you all cannot rest on your laurels. You cannot just be kept women. You have to work.
Go back to work again, huh? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, go back to work again for your high value man. Okay. So they're continuously changing the narrative.
Now, this is very interesting because when did we start getting black high value men? When did we start getting those?
I don't know, because far as I know, we've all been either poor or working poor. There's only maybe just even not even 1% of black men were in that category. I think we just made it to 1%.
Now mind you, Faith, 1960s. That I'm looking at that. This is not that old. This 1981 is when it stopped. So this video is not that old. I know y'all think it's old, but 1981, that commission just stopped. Like the federal government just started getting involved. They're like, hey man, this is some pretty fucked up shit. Like, y'all still doing slavery. Thought we told y'all to stop. Now, somebody asked a good question. Well, where were the men? Where were the men, Faith? But maybe these women were, if they had chosen a smart man, stayed at daddy's house, and been submissive and under daddy and raised under mama, a man will come to the house and pick you up and marry you.
I never experienced that. I don't think my mother experienced that. My grandmother didn't even experience that. We never had that.
Are you sure? I mean, 1950s. I mean, a man come up, hey, I've been checking out your daughter Faith. Um, I don't know what they call legal age to marry because a lot of these women seem like they were having kids at 12. Oh my god. When I listen, first of all, let's do that math. 14 children. How old would you have to fucking be to pop out 14 children?
About 13, 14 to start. That would be about the age of the first period, which correlates with the thinking of the Neanderthal black male.
Please stop, Faith. Please stop.
I can't. B.M.T.
Yo, so and the thing about it is, at some point, some women just realize this is it. This is normal. That this is it. Y'all don't believe me? Go look at a lot of y'all famous celebrities. What was that singer that her dad was a preacher?
Was it Aretha Franklin?
Yeah, it was Aretha Franklin. Aretha Franklin. 14 kids, yeah. 14 kids during that time would mean a minimum of 18 pregnancies. Infant mortality rates were very high back in the day. And yeah, and that's the children that you counted for. To be fair, I almost my whole family. Um, to be fair, I've almost my whole life been a kept woman. So, but see, that's the thing about it, Ruby. That's a rare occasion. That's very rare. Most children were latchkey kids. I was a latchkey kid. I'm not sure about Faith, but most parents were working class.
Yeah, I was latchkey too. And I mean, basically, all my life, I had to work.
Shit, I know my black ass work. Shit. And so, what's this thing about if you get a high value man, you'll be set for life? Um, oh, nigga, so you ain't too much different. This nigga the latchkey kid herself. Same boat. Now, why? Now, a lot of these women, we hear the narrative, Faith, as is told that black women, you chose welfare over the man. You had it good. You should have left it up to the man to depend on the man. Looking at this documentary, looking at this documentary, I'm trying to figure out what's the bad. I need to know what was the bad hardships about welfare versus y'all eating goddamn fried rat and flour and spam and a cracker and milk. I need to know. I mean, do I need to pull up the picture of that bed and that bedroom shit? Listen, bro. I can only imagine children being born in that shit. That white man said, "Man, y'all had it pretty damn good." I don't know why y'all complaining. Y'all had it pretty good. Let me pull it up for Faith. Y'all got here. Y'all go. Here's y'all bed. Faith. This is before welfare. So I need to know your thought. Do you think that maybe if black women have gone with welfare, y'all would have had it better off? Here you go. This is y'all living quarters. There you go. You and daddy slept right in this bed. Y'all children slept wherever the hell they slept. Oh, there's a bed on the floor. There's a bed right there. There's a bed right there. Bed. There's your bed. There you go.
You know what this reminds me of? A while back, it was a running joke on YouTube and Black YouTube about getting those bunk beds.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that, but this is what that reminds me of.
Oh
Get
my
your
God,
bunk bed.
that's horrible as fuck. Shit.
I'm sorry, but I mean, right now today, Black men are advocating get your bunk bed. Come on, ladies, y'all. This is the lapse of luxury that they got for you.
There's a man right there. There's the man right there with the bunk beds. There's the men with their bunk beds.
You would have a man in the house with your bunk bed. What more can you ask for?
There's a man. There's the bunk beds. If y'all want to go get it in, y'all go in the shed. There's y'all. There's the men. That's the woman's quarters.
That was high value.
Oh God. I'm trying to figure out where y'all need to show me the golden era. I really need to know. Y'all need to show me where was the golden era of all this love. I mean, I guess she looks, you know, so bad about this. I mean, this is why I'm saying like a lot of blacks lived in some pretty shitty condition, man. That y'all do know some of these houses are still up, right? Some of these places are still up. Can you believe that, Faith? They're still awake. Now there you go, the good old white man, how he's so merciful and loving. He coming to feed your children. He coming to bring them milk and a cracker. Look, there you go. The white man is so loving and forgiving. He coming to feed your children, give them milk and a cracker. Thank you, Wakanda, and thank you, Jesus. I don't know, Faith. Y'all had a pretty good girl.
Oh yeah. You know, we couldn't have asked for more.
Now,
and this was before welfare.
Now that was interesting. This is before welfare. Now you made a joke about a 10-cent blowjob. What were you thinking when you made that disgusting joke about a 10-cent blowjob?
Look, I'm just accounting for the times. You know, back then a 10-cent blowjob would have went a long way. I mean, you could have maybe bought an egg with that 10 cent. You know, you could have maybe, you know, just maybe bought a little cotton sack so that you can make a pillow, you know, to lay your head on. I mean, a 10 cents go a long way. Come on now, don't knock her hustle.
Now hold on. And what's going on, Topaz? Welcome, dear. Welcome. We're trying to find a way to get y'all women to leave y'all job and go back home. Back then, where women had it good. Now we're going to hear from the black man, a high value man back in the day. So I want you to pay attention, Topaz and Ruby. I want y'all to pay attention. This is a high value man that, if as me as a father, I would have. Oh God, here she comes. Hell on earth. You
really?
Huh?
That's what you gonna call me? Hell on earth?
Go away, female. Go away, female Tate.
Really? I got female Tate just because I disagree with you, B.M.T.
Let me go ahead and play a high value black man, and I want y'all precognitive thoughts to this because as I want y'all to hear a high value man, not the white man. He's not. He don't count. We don't use the white man. The white man don't count.
Probably rule out the use of my
some of the
pattern all over the country. And in fact, it would probably rule out the use of migrant labor.
So the white man was on y'all side saying we don't need welfare.
The middleman between the farmer and the migrant is the cruel leader, a remnant of the padrone system in wide use.
Now that's a high value man right there. That's a high value man. He got the hat. He got the stick. He got all those men bowing to him, praising him, and they picking cotton. Now, this is who, as a black man, I would want my daughter to date and be with is the coolant man. The coolant man, he can take care of Ruby, make sure she good. Faith, you can probably bear 3 or 4 his turn if you behave, and he probably get you some.
Oh yeah, I would be a side chick.
Side chick.
Okay. I was hey, listen, I came in saying I'm a kept woman and I'm very proud of it, so I can't hate on the side chick thing, can I?
You can't be a kept woman. You ain't gonna be at the house. You're gonna be out there in the field. You're gonna be out there in the field.
But see, that's the thing, though. I think there's a difference. Like, I hate the fact that we as Black people, we always take up these white narratives that the majority demographic want to talk about their own people and their own history and then act like it has anything to do with us. We have a completely different set of rules for our history. So even when we're talking about, you know, the Black woman as a kept woman or, you know, of that more soft life and whatever from back then is a different kind of kept life. Like maybe what happened is instead of you needing to work, you know, as a sharecropper in the fields, whatever it is, maybe you got to just work for some rich white woman and you got to babysit her kids basically, so it was super easy. Or maybe you got to clean some up after some dirty white people and that was it. And you know,
babysitting the white woman's kids easy.
In comparison to being in the field, yes, 100%, 100%, and it's still like that to this day. I have like family members and stuff because I'm an immigrant. I'm from the immigrant class, right? But I have family members and friends who came to Canada, and that was it. It was like, do you want to work in the factories and do all that really shit, hard, intensive labor? Or are you going to be one of the lucky few who get to watch some rich white woman's kids because she's just too lazy? That's what it was.
That cushy mammy job is just looking so good over there.
Come
on, let's go over there.
Yeah.
Y'all choose that white man.
Let's go over there and get that cushy mammy job.
Yep.
No, that white man to rather be in the field. Okay.
Brethren, because that's the thing. What people don't realize is, right, like even in slavery times, like those jobs came with obviously drawbacks, but also obviously perks.
That is slavery anymore.
But no, I'm talking about like legit slavery. When you were like literally a slave, so you could not leave, you could not quit the job or anything, right? No, but I'm saying back when you couldn't, right? There was drawbacks, obviously, and a lot of the people who worked in the house were also basically sexual slaves. Like whenever anyone wanted to use them, they were using them. Like there's nothing you could say or do about it, right? For the girls and the boys, but and to the women and the men. But there was also some benefits. Like for example, if you were from a young age, if you were like some girl's handmaiden, then you were going to learn everything she learned. So you got to basically go through the school system, learn, you know, get the same education and da. You weren't allowed to let anyone know you learned it. You weren't allowed to use it for your benefit, but you got that education, right? So there were like some drawbacks and whatever, and that's why a lot of people saw the house slave as being so inherently more lucky and favored and whatever, right? Because you just go into the fields, you have to work from sun up to sundown. They whip you, they this, they that. Like there's no benefit. There's not even like a latent benefit. There's no downtime for you. There's no times where people are pretending you're a person, you know, because obviously it was pretending. They never saw any of us as people at any point. But the point is like, you know, and so that's where I say like, it's kind of the same thing. When you're a kept woman from back then, kept woman didn't mean, oh, as a Black woman, didn't mean you mostly got to just sit on your hands and do nothing. That was such a rare minority back then. Like it's not even worth talking about, because even the women who you would think of that got to sit on their hands didn't, because they were still going out there and doing something, right? There was always some level of something you had to do as a Black woman. In fact, I remember, I can't remember exactly when the era was, but specifically Black people and Black women had to work. And if they weren't working, they were basically considered vagrants and they could be put into prison for it. So like there was not like right? There wasn't a time where Black women could just be like, oh, kept, like the white woman gets to be kept and like literally twiddle her thumbs and, you know, go to yoga 3 times a week and otherwise she doesn't do shit. Like that's never been the Black woman's like history.
And that's the main takeaway I took from what you said. Black women always had to work, whether they were the mammy or the field slave.
Yeah.
Because hell, the qualification to be a mammy, you had to have them lactation skills, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Them lactation skills had to be on point.
Yep. It's something. You had to be something. And like they didn't care. And again, You think about the fact that where in the world have they made it illegal, literally illegal for women to work? Only in America and only against black women. So I mean, it's a little bit stupid to then turn around and act like the black women of today, the fact that they literally are unwilling to just put their financial and everything else freedom and like their future into someone else's hands and just sit back and, oh well, whatever he does is whatever he does. Like, no, we were literally conditioned over generations upon generations, right, to have to look out for ourselves, to always have something to make sure we can take care of ourselves. Even if we're going to trust this man, we're going to be in submission to this man or whatever it is, there's still some way that you have to have some type of rainy day fund or something to get yourself out of this problem. We're raised like that. I was raised like that too. That's why, as much as I'm a very kept woman, I've always been able to take care of myself. Always. So as soon as something goes very wrong, I'm fine. I've always been able to be fine. Right. And it's because I was raised to know that I have to know to be fine. I can't be like these white girls who can just have no plans. And then when their shit falls apart, it's okay. They have all these safety nets and all these people who are going to catch them and all this help for them. And, oh, it's okay. Someone in the corporate industry will just scoop them up and, but no, that's not the same life that black people have. It's just never been that.
Exactly. And all the safety nets were created specifically for white women, because this era that B.M.T is talking about, this is prior to welfare. This is prior to those safety nets. So white women were suffering just as much as we were suffering. Well, I wouldn't say just as much, but almost. But when those safety nets did come, we were not privy to any of those safety nets for a long time.
Nope, at all. And let's be real. If it was us, if we really were the welfare queens that they say that we are, and welfare was just all about the black woman, there would be no more welfare. The reason why welfare persists and continues to get better and continues to be a bigger catch-all safety net is to do what? Benefit white women. It's always been to benefit white women.
White women make up 70% of those who even get the welfare, and that's white women and men. Black women and men only make up 30%, and that's only because it's not that many of us. So when we talk about welfare and we try to throw that icon of welfare queen on black women, it is completely and grossly unfair, because it's not enough of us to even put a dent in that system.
Nope.
Let me go ahead and play a high value man for y'all, and let's go ahead and hear what he had to say to y'all queens.
Ago. Ed King, a crew leader, says,
well, a crew leader, he have to be the father and mother and all when he takes this.
He got to be daddy. He got to be daddy to y'all women in the home. You got to be a father and a mother in the home. Go ahead and speak high value, man.
Yeah. Because the whole crew mostly be dependent direct on him.
Reverend Michael Cassidy, who travels with the migrants, says,
well, some of the crew leaders, they are good, but the majority of them, they are bad.
Man, wait, white man. You said some of them are good, but the majority of them are bad. Hold on, white man. Don't you talk about my brothers like that. Fuck you.
They all bad, and they all look alike.
They're the worst that they can be. They're trying to skin alive these migrants. They take every dime they make. They try every scheme as possible. For instance, they pay the owner, the grower, pay them 45 cents to pick a crate of tomatoes. And then they turn around, they pay the labor 12 cents at the most. And natural, they have 3 or 40 or 50 or 100 people picking tomatoes. He makes, I know a man last year making here, right in here, $14,000, the crew leader. And all the men they left in here, and I met him in Alabama, they were broke. They didn't have a dime because they didn't make the money themselves.
So, I got to be for real with some of y'all ladies, y'all might have to get yourself a coolant man. I'm going to start calling these high value people, high value men, coolant men. The coolant man. Get yourself a coolant man, and he'll take care of you. He'll make sure that you're squared away and doing good. Now, you got these fine sisters right here.
Usually in one bed.
Look at it. You got a sister. She got a bed. She doing pretty good. You wait there for your man to come in the bedroom and take care of you. See how feminine she is? She's submissive. She got on a dress. She's in the bed. She waiting for the man to come.
And she a size 6, or maybe a size 4, because maybe
Yeah,
they,
she's a good size. Faith, stop body shaming her. Stop body shaming her. Stop body shaming her. Now, I need a now this one right here. This is gonna be my Juneteenth goddamn poster child right here. This is my Juneteenth poster child. This is Ruby's grandma right here.
Ruby's grandma? That's not Ruby's grandma.
That's you. That's your grandma.
Mm-mm.
This is listen. This is the face. I have no more smoke for the women's suffrage movement. I got no more. Listen, boy, I'm never gonna talk about. Y'all ain't gonna ever hear me say jack shit about first wave women's suffrage of feminists. I'm not out to say. After hearing this woman right here, I shut the fuck up. Nothing to say. Like, let's just play the last backdrop story.
Aileen King, I saw your children yesterday at the Okeechobee camp. Why don't you put them in the nursery?
I don't make enough to pay for it.
How much does it cost to put them in?
85 cents.
85 cents.
That's right.
Jane, what time did you come out the field this morning?
6 o'clock.
What time would you get home?
About 3:30, 4 o'clock.
6 this morning to 4 o'clock this afternoon.
That's right.
How much did you earn?
$1.
$1?
That's right. $1.
Is that because the beans were of poor quality?
That's right.
Has this happened before?
That's right.
How much will your food cost you today?
About $2.
Aileen, how old are you?
29.
How many children do you have?
14.
How old were you when you first started working in the fields?
8.
You've been working 21 years in the fields?
That's right.
Aileen, do you ever think you'll be able to get out of this country?
No, sir.
I swear on everything. I'm gonna just say it as I see it. If the manosphere could have women go back to Maybelline's goddamn era, y'all women will be on that goddamn truck tomorrow.
But remember though that the manosphere is not like even Black men as a whole, or even like the majority. Remember that this iteration of the manosphere, it primarily is being run by the incels, right? Like the incel demographic of the manosphere took over the manosphere and now is running the manosphere. So let's think about why the incels would want this to come back. It has nothing to do with anything except for the fact that they have no access to women. They have no access to sex. They have no access to dating. They have no access to marriage. They have no access to procreation. They have no access. The only way right now, they're so socially awkward, they're so inept, they're not even good at competing amongst men to just, get a decent job or whatever, right? Or to get decent living or to protect or provide in any way. So the only way that they would honestly be able to get access to any of those things is if women were beholden to men. If you put women back into a place where they can't get bank accounts of their own, where they're not allowed to own property, where they're not allowed to own businesses, where they're not allowed to own anything, so they require a man to do all of those things, right? Then all of a sudden, the majority of the incels can now very easily get access to sex and to marriage, very easily. And that's really why it is that they're like that, because a lot of people don't realize this, but Black men specifically have been speaking out against this message in the manosphere over and over again. I've seen it countless times. I remember I did a show on Char's thing once we were talking about trophy husbands and trophy wives, where a man was on Fresh and Fit, and Fresh and Fit was trying to push all of their feminine, there's all the stuff that they always say, it's fit, feminine, friendly, and all she's got to do is give me feminine inspiration, as in blow me and have sex with me, and that's it. She just sits at home and cooks and cleans and, just bullshit. And a real man who had real money, and real status in life, he's like, these girls who are sitting there trying to say that, he's like, yo, you're a clown. Like, I could get that, no problem. Like, in a second. What the hell is it? Why would I wife you up for that? That doesn't make any sense. Where's your value? What value bringing to my life? What value bringing to children that we have if all you could do is get on your knees, right? So, like, men have been saying this. They've been speaking out against that foolishness for a long time. Black men have been saying, no, they want a powerful woman. They want a woman who is efficient, who can do stuff, who has real skills, who has real intelligence, who will give them real pushback. So that way, when they need to be course correcting, they have someone who's going to tell them with love, like, babe, we got to course correct because you're dead ass wrong here, right? Every black man that actually is a high value man for real, like a real one, not just like this internet bullshit, but like a real one by any reasonable standards, or a man who has been married, 100% disagrees with all of the bullshit from the incel sphere, right? Because they understand that it's not true, and they understand that it would entirely be a waste, and that in essence, all of the things that they're promoting are exactly the reasons why these losers end up getting some money. Then they get married to some insta-thought kind of woman who then snows them for all of their money, and then they're totally screwed over and they go, see, this is what modern women are all like. Like, no, they're not. Like, this is just, it's categorically untrue, right? But it's because the incels are running the manosphere. You need to change it so that way the incels are not running the manosphere. Let's have some men, right? Grown-ass, self-actualized men, men who are married, men who have actually accomplished any goddamn thing in their lives. Let's have those men run the manosphere for a year. I bet you messages would change dramatically.
Now, what? Okay, now, actually, now I'm curious. Why would any man want to be in the manosphere? Why would any man want to be here?
Normally, okay, and I'm guessing it probably is still working the same way. But when I first got here, like 7, 8 years ago, men found the manosphere normally because of they were in red pill rage. So that means, I don't know, some woman they were in love with broke their heart. You know, they had a bad divorce, they had a bad custody dispute, something like that. And so they were angry at, you know, the way that the world really is, basically, right? Like they thought, oh, she's so soft and nice, she'll never do me wrong. And then when as soon as the littlest thing goes wrong, now they're devastated, right? So they're in red pill rage. So they start looking for commiseration, and then they find a space that commiserates with them. And then,
so you mean they were trauma bonding?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Yes, that's what red pill. Generally, that's what red pill rage is. It's a place for you to trauma bond with like minds, life experiences, and for someone, no one's going to correct you. This is a place where they tell you you are so right.
Why would I want to come here? Why would any man healthy want to come around here?
That's why. From there though, right? Most men go through a process where they come into the red pill spaces, the manosphere spaces, because they are hurt and they are angry at what life just did to them. So that's why they're here. And then normally what happens, they come out of red pill rage, they go to the red pill awareness stage where they're just like, oh, okay, maybe there are some imbalances in life. Oh, maybe women are ambitious too. Hey, maybe women can lie. Let me see. Wait. And then what happens is they jump on that train for a while. Then they go, wait a minute. But some men really ain't shit either. And then they start noticing the truth about men. And then they go get themselves a new girlfriend, a new wife, whatever, and they get out of the manosphere. That's like the path. Right? Like once you are healthy and whole, you kind of leave again. That's what
you know what, Classic? That's exactly what they do because the talking points even change. You can tell when a man is getting ready to back out of the manosphere. You can tell when he has a woman behind the scenes because all of a sudden, all of his anti-female talking points become softer. Remember ARC? When his anti-black women talking points became softer, lo and behold, he announces that he's married and he's going to have a baby.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So let me make sure I'm getting this correct because one, I don't see any content creator that are married and families in this space, and I couldn't even understand why would they want to be in this space. The manosphere definitely anti-family, definitely anti-functionality of society. I haven't seen that in the time I've been here. It's actually been the plural. It's actually been more opposite. Actually, if you would pull it up on most social media, as I said, the Frail truth, the stuff I'm showing right here of this documentary, by all means, the other talking points that I've seen was, well, because of welfare, in the 1950s, everything was hunky-dory. This documentary shows differently of that. I've heard that, oh, well, guess what? Why would they choose welfare over that of the place of the man. But we look at that of the condition. They didn't even call you Negro. They call you migrant. Mind you, they were saying, well, back in the day, blacks happily migrated to areas where they could get work. But we're seeing differently that the labor union was actually treating blacks like shit. So all these talking points, this is why I'm glad I showed this. And mind you, it's called, if y'all want to go look it up for yourself, y'all can go pull it. It's called Harvest of Shame. Harvest of Shame. Now, these people have no skin in the game. They don't got no skin in the game with any of these narratives that are popping up. They don't have no skin in the game or anything popping up. So
and they don't really show it in this documentary, but the one thing that they really, really hated was a smart Negro. They hated Negroes that could read. They hated Negroes that could count. So if you're out in that field and you're toiling all day, and at the end of the day, you got paid by the weight of what you picked. And if you understood that you were being cheated and you called them out on it, they would tell you that it's better that you didn't even know.
Right. And that's what I'm saying here. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've heard in this space, we don't care for an educated woman, or we don't care for that. Why do we care about that? Well, I mean, shit. That woman seemed to knew exactly the hours where she clocked in, and also the amount of scale. Like, at some point, you got to have some type of percentage of common sense. Like, I'm trying to figure out, and maybe y'all could tell me. Because I'm trying to figure out where is that of the family piece, because literally we just heard that from the Tomasi. We already done heard that from that of don't make a family or you're gonna end up dealing with X, Y, and Z. So
but that's a married man. Remember, Rollo Tomasi is a married man with a child. So
that makes it worse.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Rollo Tomasi is full of shit. Like, when you think about calling him the godfather of the manosphere, right? Like, but he's full of shit. Literally, there's not one person in the manosphere who's been risen up the ranks to that level who is not completely full of shit, right? Because they've been married, they have children, right? Because whether you're talking about the godfather of the black side or the white side, both of them have been married. Both of them have children. Rollo Tomasi is still married, I believe. So, the president of the manosphere, the white manosphere over there, right? He has been married. Now he decided not to go get the legal marriage, right? He did it like a way where it's not like legally binding. It's like the religious one. But he did get married, and then he's been divorced, and he would still get married again. So anybody who's preaching all of this other bullshit is literally full of shit. This is why I said they're all the incel sphere. And think about it this way, BMC. You'll see why I'm right, because if you think about it, go back to boys who are 12 or 13 years old, right? Do 12, 13-year-old boys, right? They're just getting into puberty, right? They're just like literally super turned on by just the sight of boobs in a t-shirt, right? Ask them to make decisions that are family building and family oriented. They can't, right? They can't think past like the idea of getting to touch a boob, right? And then like the furthest they can think about is maybe getting a home run, right? Maybe she'll be my girlfriend and hold my hand, right? Like, they can't think to a place where they're choosing women and making life decisions based on building a family in 10 years, right? Because they're 12. They've never even gotten like to touch a boob. And that's what you're talking about. You're talking about a lot of people who are involuntarily celibate, who can't even think to the idea that a woman would continually choose to sleep with them, right? They can't think of the idea that a woman would look them in the eye and say, I love you, baby. And this is my man, this is my boyfriend. They can't even imagine a woman would claim them as a boyfriend, let alone a husband, right? They can't think their way that far. So they're basically like a bunch of 12 and 13-year-old children. That's what you're talking to.
Let me ask you, Classic Ruby, what do you think would happen if a woman were to actually choose an incel and say, baby, I love you, you're my man? What do you think would go on in their mind? I'm just interested to know.
Oh, they'll bounce. Actually, they literally there's a thing that went viral because the incel community turned on this one of the kings of the incels, right? Because this king of the incel got a girlfriend. And you know what he did? He wrote a message in the forums. He said, yo, guys, it's been real. Thanks for all the support. I got a girl, and I've gotten some now, and she gives me some on the regular, and I love it, and she loves me, and we're great. So I don't need y'all anymore. So peace out, homie. And the incels went wild. They were so angry at this dude for leaving that they're like, you were never really an incel to begin with. Da, 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 da. Like, it was just like this, they lost their minds because of course you're gonna leave the space because now you don't need it anymore. You don't need all of that self-confirming or self-fulfilling prophecy, bias confirming bullshit. You don't need it because you have a girl now. And so you're going to listen to that girl and whatever she says, those are going to be the new rules for the way that, men and women should deal with each other. Right? You don't give a shit what all these people are saying. You know why? Because that woman right there is giving you some good, like at least 3-4 times a week, right? And that's enough for you. And that's what ends up happening every time. That's where you see it. Even Obsidian was going real. Now Obsidian's back to going real hard on Black people as a whole, Black men included. So she's back to park apism and stuff like that. But for a long time,
is it safe to say that Obsidian's not getting any anymore?
No. See, he wasn't getting any when he was only going after women. Now he stopped going after women. Now he's just going over after Black culture. Like in general, he's not focused on women anymore because now he has a girlfriend, like a real one that claims him and everything. So he's no longer constantly just going after women. In fact,
okay, I got you now.
Right. So when he started dating that woman, he started his whole dating thing. All of a sudden now he wants to do a dating podcast and shit. Right. So you see the men, they always do it. As soon as they stop being in the incel category, they change all of their messaging. Everything is completely different. So many of these men, a bunch of men have gotten married. And you know what they do? They step right the hell out of there. You might not even see them anymore, or you might not realize they do content, but they do it under a different name because they're not in the manosphere anymore. Because
and you know what, Classic Ruby, I completely agree because that's the same thing that I noticed. Like when O'Shea got his little girlfriend, all of a sudden, a roundabout, I was like, wow, I'm so proud of you. You just really start turning to a man. And now here's Jason Black. Jason Black 10 years ago, he wasn't nice to no Black women that come on his show. All of a sudden, I see him being nice to Black women that come on his show. He got all this giving young women advice about not dating older men. I bet you Jason Black getting him some on a regular basis now.
Probably, right?
Now here's the thing about it. Because notice the pattern that you're seeing. That if this was a space to promote that of family and building and some kind of camaraderie, then why would you leave? Why would you leave if that's the imagery you want to push? But if this is something where, once I get it, I'm getting the hell out of here, then it's not a family orientated spot. This is not a building. This is no. So that's why I said this.
It used to be though. It was in the first iterations of the Manosphere. So Manosphere 1.0, even Manosphere 2.0, it was. And so the incel space was a very small demographic. It's a very small demographic. And once you were done your red pill rage or you weren't single anymore, you would move to the content creators who were more marriage minded and whatever, who would sit there and shame people. Because a lot of these content creators you're talking about now, 5 years ago, they used to call guys gay if they wouldn't date a single mother. I'm not even kidding. The same guys you're talking about right now that are so anti-family and anti-single mother and anti-whatever, 5-6 years ago, used to call the incel sphere gay for not wanting to date a single mother. They used to call the incel sphere gay for not wanting to date a woman with a little meat on her. So you're not realizing that the message has changed dramatically in like the last 6-7 years. A lot. It's changed so much because it used to be that, and because I know that's why I came in here. I was a married woman. I wanted content that matched up with my sensibilities, right? And so a lot of the women content creators I found, none of them were married, and they were talking about Black men in a way I couldn't vibe with. Most of the content creators I was watching at that time, right, they were not against Black women. They were not against women. They weren't against dating women. They weren't against marriage, right? They were against ain't shitness, but they would call out ain't shitness from men and from women. They would call out these incels for saying, oh, the modern woman's impossible, because they would play videos showing a woman who, yeah, she's got attitude and she's got fire and zest and whatever, but then you see like the she's in submission to her man still, right? Because he would say something and she would do a little face, but she would shut up or whatever, right? Like they would do stuff like that. That's the point. The point is that, you know, whether you agree with the way relationships should be or not, they were still pro relationship, pro marriage. They were pro they were pro more traditionally minded things, right? Where a man is the head of the household and leader and whatever. But they were pro marriage. They used to be. And in the last few years, the incel sphere took over. And those guys who used to be marriage minded, they needed the clout and the clicks and the likes and the views. So guess what? They changed their entire narrative. And now they say something that they never used to say. That's really what it was.
Now, okay, so one of the things, and here's the thing, what's going on? What's going on, Dante? Um, like I said, I don't see none of that. Maybe you do see that. As far as it goes for men, as for me as a man, it'd be a cold day in hell if I ever back this hellhole. This page, I'm all for it dying, and I do want it to die. Literally, I am. That's why I am happy the bills that are getting passed to find and eradicate any kind of red pill put into a chat or any kind of man spirit. Actually, when it comes up, it's come up as hate speech. So it's like no matter what or how much people try to clean it up, you can't change that of the narrative that the majority has already echoed about this place.
Disagree. You know why I disagree? Because women invented the terms. Women invented the red pill. It's not men. So that's why I say pure red pill ideology is not hate speech, nor is it hating women, nor is it anti-women. In fact, it's a woman who invented the terminology, right? Because she was under the impression that the world was really unfair to women and did not understand that in trying to fix these disparities against women, that they were creating disparities against men, and that now there's systems that are definitely unfair to good men. Right. And so if you're a good man, you're not going to benefit from the system. If you're a bad man, you're probably still benefiting from the system. So and this is why she created the whole red pill documentary to begin with.
Outside of she, if you were to simply put in manosphere outside of she in 0.51 seconds, and we don't even have to touch this. There are countless formats. Why is it a concern? The manosphere, literally, I mean, they talked about it on different shows and stuff. I'm just saying, Manfred, the ideology is centered around a male separatism, like.
But see, we can do the same thing about feminism. This is the problem with ideologies and movements that are run by people, is they become corrupted, right? Feminism became corrupted, right? I mean, part of the title in and of itself is letting you know exactly how it's going to be corrupted. But the point was going to, of course, become corrupted. And it did become corrupted because it doesn't resemble anything near what it used to be. That's why the first stages of feminism, I'm totally pro as well. I'm really not pro fourth wave feminism, but I was definitely pro the first iterations of feminism, because pure feminism as an ideology I can support. Right? Pure womanism as an ideology, I 100% support. Pure red pill ideology, I 100% support, because pure red pill ideology is not anti-feminism. Actually, it's not anti-pure ideology feminism. This is the problem, though, right? People take movements, use them as a mask, hide behind them, and use that movement to do all of their bullshit. Right? They bastardize that movement so it doesn't resemble anything near what it actually resembled, right? Because there's no way that you can tell me that second wave feminism, in fact, second wave feminists thought that third wave feminists were going to turn around and say that all sex is rape, and therefore all men are rapists, even if the woman consented. There's no way that second wave feminism and first wave feminism thought that that's what the message was going to end up being. But then that's what the message became. And that's not a hard thing to find. I covered it on my channel years ago. So, but the point is that what feminism is? Like the pure feminism and good feminists. Are there good feminists versus bad feminists? Yes. Are there good red pill versus bad red pill? Yes.
Let me ask you this. Show me the Black orientated family manosphere channel. Could you call that name?
Yeah. I could call lots of names. In fact,
what is the channel?
In fact, if you want, what we could do on my channel, when you come, before we go into our discussion, no, because there's no way that I can prove to you that the channel is either manosphere or family oriented unless I have clips from their channels to prove what they talk about or what they think about. Because you're just thinking about Fresh and Fit. And no, but
well, I mean,
no, but,
couldn't we just pull them up?
Right. We got yeah, like if you just say it, we'll go straight there to that channel.
Yeah, but in order for me, do you know how many channels I can name right now off the top of my head?
Right, we could just pull up just a few of
No,
them, not all of them.
No, I'm asking you. Do you know how many? No,
I don't
you
know
don't.
what
I'll
you
tell
know.
you. I can
I
name
don't know what you
3.
know.
Exactly. So I'm going to tell you. I can name
Okay,
3
that's
channels.
what we were asking. We're asking
Hold
you to
on.
tell
Let
us.
me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying because you're interrupting me before you're understanding what I'm saying. I can name 3 channels.
No. I'm just telling you that we've been
Listen to what I'm
asking you to
saying.
tell
Listen to what I'm
us.
saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, I'm going to be quiet, but we've been asking you to tell us.
I know, but you're not listening because I can name 3 channels, period, right now. I can name my channel, your channel, and BMT's. Do you know why? Because I have a memory issue.
I am not no family manosphere channel. Do not.
Because
I am not manosphere.
No, I didn't say you were. I'm saying I didn't ask how many manosphere channels I could name. I can only name 3 channels.
We were asking you
I can only name
about
3
manosphere
channels. Right. But right now, off the top of my head, because of my memory issues, when it comes to, okay, list this right now, that's not something I personally can do. I actually have to go and sit there and write things down because of my memory issues, because of my health issues.
Okay.
So because of that,
okay,
that's
that's
what
fair.
I'm saying.
Fair.
That's what I'm saying. So it's not about, I know this off the top of like my head because these are the channels, the types of channels that I still watch, right? But I would need time to write it down, right? And then I'll give you like a proper presentation. I'm not one of those people who's just going to be like, oh, well, there's these people and da 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 da. Like, that's why I'm naming Fresh and Fit, even though I've never really watched them, because I know a bunch of channels that I have an issue with, right? But I can't name them right now because I have a memory issue. So that's why I'm saying I will literally give you a list, but there definitely are many channels that are family oriented.
We got you. We got you.
I think one of the things about it is like when we talk about, we want to see you want to see that of a positive imagery of something of showing a reflection of camaraderie. Like if you want to see a relationship couple, like either they're dating or better yet, we want to see a married couple. You know what I'm saying? And what y'all gonna say? ARC was in part of the space, and he croaked. Who else you want? You can't say Sly. Sly didn't want shit to do with the space. Sly. Like most marital men don't even bring their wives onto the space. Unless I'm wrong, Faith. I mean, most marital people don't bring their spouses on around these spaces.
No, they really don't.
They don't.
And then they shouldn't because of all the doxing that goes on.
Right. And so it's not a healthy, conducive space for relationship couples. And that says a lot because for people to say that, hey, I would like to see, it's not like y'all going to ever see, and just doing hypothetical, it's not like you're ever going to get to see Brother Dante, right, do a video of him seeing his fiance or bride, you know what I'm saying, Faith, come down the aisle, they get married, now they're doing family. Like some of the biggest channels in YouTube are family channels. Like they're big on that. They get thousands of views, millions of subscribers, because they want to look at the imagery of a family, of a man, woman, children, or whatever the hell these people push out nowadays. Again, majority of the people, once they get the woman in this space, Faith, you and I both, okay, them talking points change drastically. They want to fuck black women, fuck these bitches, fuck these hoes. Yeah, y'all need to start, listen, man, when you get a woman and she's, standing by your side, like it's such a refreshing thing. Like Faith be looking like, B.M.T. and I'll be like, we both say he got a woman. He got a woman. He has a woman. He has a woman. Like majority of people, when they get a woman, most men, they separate from the pack. Because they're like, I don't want to bring my girl around y'all because of how y'all are. The same thing as Like when I made the title about the frail truth of the working class black woman people want to ignore, right? The reason why I brought that up is because in this day and age, I'm hearing about this 1950s romanticism of how the woman betrayed the man. But then we're looking at this documentary of what was going on for our women and men. A lot of men were out there working. A lot of women, it was a luxury if you got to sit at home and be at home with your children, which a lot of our class of people did not have. Like, I mean, not like the 1960s and 70s. It was not. It's not that far back. It's like, yeah, it is being. No, it's really not. Like, it's not. It's far back. Yeah, I think it is. Some of those people are still alive. My dad is still alive. Like I can call him right now and he'll talk to you right now. My grandma's still alive. She was out there in the fields, believe it or not. So a lot
because we're talking about our parents who were born like maybe 1947 or something like that, 42, 43.
And you brought up a good point, Ruby, when you said, and like that's why I said it depends on the femininity of what the man matches with his masculinity. Because I mean, if we're both working class poverty and we're trying to get it out of the mud, it's kind of all hands on deck, even down to the children.
Right.
So it's like, hey, you going out there being submissive to that boss. Well, nigga, we work for the same goddamn employer. What are you talking about? I'm cooking the goddamn breakfast for his family, and you out there pressure washing this house. It only got a little bit started. I mean, that's why I kind of wonder when we have these pushbacks about our women voting, going to school, getting education. It takes two this day and age, and y'all gotta check. Shout out to the Faith Factor. Check out her channel where she has discussions about, hey, y'all pay attention to the law, to the laws, to the lobbying. Like a lot of the stuff going on. Like these two, like y'all got it now where, hey, you know, well, why are these women looking for the best suited man? Well, when you're coming from a dilapidated environment and you're trying to play the escapism, you're gonna jump on the coolant man. Yeah, I'm using the coolant man. Fuck the high value man thing. He was classified as the coolant man. In other words, the man who can offer you the 10-cent blowjob. That's that.
But I want to go back real quick to something that you were discussing earlier, and this is something that I brought up on my channel last night.
Yeah, I saw.
And I have, oh yeah, it was something else because Jason Black is something else. But I had been saying this, BMT, when men get families, especially in this red pill manosphere environment, when they get families, they recognize that they have not created an environment that is safe for them to bring their families around. Right. And that is the reason why they tuck tail and run. Yes. And I have been saying this from the very beginning, that a lot of Black men create environments that are not so safe for women and children or the families that they create. And they know it. Like even outside of the manosphere, we can even go back to the crack era where they made the environment unsafe.
That's why.
And then what happened? The Black flight happened. That's what happened. Right. The Black men that did, manage to rise up, even during that era, they knew the environment was not safe, and they took their kids, they took their wives, and they ran.
Right. No.
And it's the same thing that's going on in the manosphere space that they created.
Right. Like like I said, don't worry. We got more that we're gonna go about talking about this. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Classic Ruby. You know what I'm saying? That's always my sis. Like this environment that was made is not conducive for, and I'm gonna say I ain't gonna speak for no white man, but this is not conducive for Black family development. For either, I don't care if you're a male content creator or a female content creator. It's not conducive. Like if you got to pretty much do Black flight and get the fuck up out of here.
But the thing is, though, BMT, here's the problem. The problem is that if we're looking at all of the Blacks, like any Black space, it doesn't really matter. If we're just talking about the Black YouTube sector, our YouTube sectors, unfortunately, generally, if you're going to look at it on a general scope, are not geared towards family creation. They're just not, right? Our generalized messages are not geared towards family creation. They're not geared towards building and growing. And even when they are, they're normally so toxic, like the generalized message is so toxic and so broken that what you see is not it leading to the creation of successful families. So that is, I think that in and of itself is a problem, not necessarily just of, say, the rhetoric or whatever. It's a problem because, you know, these sectors are for us by us, as in we create the channels, we create the messaging, and then we create kind of like the grouping of those channels and then create these underlying sectors, right? We're creating them. So if our people,
right,
if we don't have enough family oriented people, in essence, to come together and create a sector that we can see is like family oriented, family building, or if not enough of us are there that we even understand the generalized concepts. How do you build a family? How do you maintain a family? How do you be successful as a wife? How do you be successful as a husband? Da, da, da. If we really don't understand those concepts, we can't teach them to others. And I think that's what we're seeing a lot of now. Like even when you look at certain people, like for example, Princella, I have a major issue with her messaging, just generally. I had an issue with her messaging before, and I have an issue with her messaging now. But her messaging changed because her marriage fell apart, right? And so when she was married, her messaging was extreme pick me, right? Like extreme. It was bad.
Oh, wait a minute. Princella used to be a pick me. Oh,
Yeah,
do tell,
oh yeah.
honey.
Oh yeah, she was a real pick me. She was on that, you know, you ain't shit unless you bow into your man kind of pick me shit, right? And you can see it in her book. If you read her book, because I'm one of those people. So if you tell me I can't understand your points unless I read your book, I will read your damn book. So I read her book. And what you can see is all of her messaging is kind of more so geared towards how men were saviors in her life and how women were the ones who were destructive forces. That's where all of her messaging in her book, really technically all her stories say. So that tells you when she wrote her book. She wrote her book before she changed her messaging. That's really what it is. But when you look at why she changed her messaging, well, she went away for a couple years and she came back and her husband was gone. Right? She's not married anymore. The marriage fell apart. She tried everything. She tried to be the best pick-me she could be. It wasn't enough to keep her husband faithful. It wasn't enough to keep her husband there.
So you wait.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't just drop something like this and just keep going. So
Okay.
Princella
Go ahead.
was a big old pick me.
Yeah.
And she was like the queen of the pick me's, even wrote a book about it. And
well,
then
she
marriage failed. Oh, wait. Then her marriage failed. And because her pygmisha ways didn't work, now every Black woman has to become a lesbian.
I swear to God, that's pretty much what she wrote. I swear to God, that's what it is. And the funny thing is, she'll tell people that she was a pick-me, and I've even seen her play some of her old content from her pick-me days, right? So she was a pick-me, and she was a successful one at that. She doesn't say that the book she wrote in her pick-me days. I'm saying that because none of the stories were about men being destructive in her life. If anything, the stories were about how men, like her brothers say, were always on her side, but then her grandmother was constantly trying to destroy both her mother and herself, and they were just kids and whatever, right? So it seems to me like if all of your stories, your examples are about women showing that they can't love people and they can't care and, you know, they can't prioritize family and whatever, then how is the book supposed to be about how men can't show love? I mean, she writes in that sentence here and there, but if you actually read the book, all of her examples have nothing to do with men being incapable of love. Like,
you know what? I'm not going to buy Princella's book. I don't take Princella seriously. Princella is entertainment for me. I think she's hilarious.
She is hilarious.
I don't know why anybody takes any of these people seriously.
You know what? I did. You know what? Princella, when she was on the breakdown and she literally at one point she stood up and started greasing herself up. Like she lifted up her top so you could see her bra and her bare belly, and then she started greasing herself up. And I bet you and she was saying how, the men are going to go wild, right? The manosphere is going to go wild and da-da-da-da-da. And they probably did. And I bet you her inbox was full and I bet you she made money, right? Men call her show to basically be disrespected. The same thing with Sinji. People call her show to be disrespected, right? That is a kink for some men, to be disrespected by powerful women. So I don't hate now, right? I mean, I can't stand her message. I can't, right? And I can't stand some of these dudes' messages either, right? So I just can't listen to them. But I used to take them very seriously because I thought everyone was like me. Like, I came here in good faith, right? These are the things I really believe. This is really how I live my life. This is really where my education is in psychology, neuroscience, and behavior, and evolutionary psych. This is really me. So I came in such good faith. So I assumed everyone was here in good faith as well. So when I found people who agree with me, or have a similar mindset, I was like, yeah, good faith, great. I had no idea that people were just here fronting, trying to create a new cool kids table, trying to, I didn't know that initially, right? And that's probably my fault. I am autistic, so I have a problem reading social cues sometimes. So that's probably why it is. And that's unfortunately who these spaces really take advantage of, are people who are not neurotypical. And that's where you'll see with the transmaxing stuff, B.M.T, those are the people who are really, really susceptible, are the people who don't pick up social cues well, and they're very easy to manipulate. Yeah, they're very, very, very easy to manipulate, right? I was a very easy person to manipulate because I just believed you. So I never would have thought you were lying.
Classic. The way that you know that these people are full of shit. If you have a person that's constantly on one side of the fence, like there's no gray area, no in between, nothing like that, they cannot be balanced. When there's no balance in the conversation, you know those people are full of shit.
Yes, absolutely. That is so true. And also another thing is if you ever, because I was seeing some things that were telling me behind the scenes, like some of these people, it's not really lining up with the message that they have, right? But I was trying not to be judgmental, but I'm like, no, I don't ever say anything that doesn't line up with my real life. I don't, right? So
there are about 3 female, actually 4 that I can think of right off the top of my head that fits right into that not being balanced. Everything is the Black woman's fault. Even with the Danae Jackson situation, when you go to their channels and you hear them talk about Danae Jackson, everything was her fault.
Ridiculous.
Derek had nothing to do with it. Poor Derek. She trapped him. She's just manipulative. These are the type of women that you will hear talking. And when you hear that it's all one-sided, run.
True. It's so, you know what the funny thing is, right? Because I say deny, she was a volunteer. She's not a victim. I don't see her as a victim. I see her as a volunteer, but that doesn't make Derek Jackson any less of a piece of shit, right? Yeah, she's a volunteer, but she was hoping say, The Best Man, the movie The Best Man, taught us all a bunch of bullshit, which is that if you're just faithful enough for long enough, one day he'll stop cheating on you and be faithful forever. That's not the way that works, right? So you teach people how to treat you. If you taught him it's okay for him to cheat on you constantly from day one, he's going to cheat on you constantly till you die or break up with him, right? That's the reality. But a lot of women try to earn their way out of that, and I'm glad she learned her lesson now. But
that movie Acrimony should have been made starring Danae.
Oh God.
I think she probably definitely fit into that. Again, I'm gonna say it like this. I would definitely say, Faith, when are you going in on that Danae movie? But I would definitely want Classic Ruby to be there for that. But she actually, she's in psychology. That's actually her field of work.
Oh, okay. So you're into psychology, Classic?
Yes. Psychology, neuroscience, and behavior. Primarily
I
for
have
real.
been dying. I have been dying to talk to somebody in the psychology field about Danae.
I have one to say.
She literally.
Oh my God.
See how I connected that?
I did a show on her. I did a radio show on her, when all of this first came out. I did a radio show. So some of the stuff people are just finding out now, I covered when all of this first came out. For example, the messaging she would talk about, that she knew the other woman's bodies better than she knew herself. I did a whole show about that. I got a lot to say.
Yeah, because she claims that she had postpartum depression. What do you call it after you have the baby? What is that? Yeah, postpartum depression. Yeah. And so she was diagnosed with that, which I know that comes with PTSD because I had it after my second baby was born. But she says that she wasn't diagnosed with any PTSD after that, which I find to be weird.
It can be. There are different levels, right? I mean, just like some people with postpartum get postpartum psychosis as well, and then think that God's talking to them, telling them to kill their babies, right? So I mean, like there are different levels to postpartum.
Right, but
so.
she claims that she wasn't diagnosed with any other personality or mental disorder at all from any type of therapist.
Wait, hold on. Stop. I want y'all to say this for a face show. I'm not greedy where I would
okay, all right, B.M.T. All right.
Listen, I'm good at what I do. I'm very good at what I do. Shout out to Overall 99 Media, my homeboy. But literally, if you need that,
my co-host.
Yes, like I said, and they both, you can catch them at I'll Be That News. But literally, Faith, if you need somebody, especially on the diagnosing part of just looking at, and that she's not going to diagnose her, y'all chill out. Oh, she diagnosed, no, but literally can look at from that lens, and believe me, Class Ruby.
Like, can you look at a person's talk, speech patterns, how they, basically, how they're acting? Can you look at them and just kind of tell, or is this something that?
Yeah, like, okay, I can make educated guesses, right? Like I couldn't literally diagnose her without, sitting down doing a whole inventory for a couple of days of her, right? But there's a lot of guesses, educated guesses I can make. So like, even if she was not diagnosed with PTSD, here's an interesting thing: is a lot of her behavior over the years screams PTSD, not because of the postpartum, but because of actually her experiences with Derek and him never being faithful, him betraying her. You can literally see the effects. Like there are times where she's literally dressing like a man on her channel, like literally dressing like a man. And there's a confusion level there, but it's not because she wants to be a man. It's because of that whole, she knows those other women's bodies better than she knows herself. She can never measure up to those other women. If she can never, she wants to depersonalize, derealize, become something else. So she doesn't have to think about it. So if she just becomes a man's body, then she doesn't have to think about how all these other women have better bodies, and then that's why her husband's always going to choose them over her, right? So you can see that's a PTSD type of reaction. That is not a normal type of thought process that normal people would go through. Do you see what I'm saying? So I think she was underdiagnosed, and also people don't show up to a therapist, so she probably doesn't know that she, has depression or anxiety or whatever, because she just never got assessed, except for after she had this baby and things were extreme. Then she got assessed.
But she said she had 3 therapists at one point, and I thought that was strange.
I mean, I don't know if she had. I think Nana says a lot of things, and she's not. That's processing,
right? Because that's like, and I got a therapist. Like, that's crazy because, god damn it, like, what the fuck? Wait, how you seen that many therapists? You only usually go see one.
Well, because okay, you have a marriage counselor, right? So, and remember, not all therapists can diagnose you, right? Only a psychologist can diagnose you. A therapist can't So she could be in relationship counseling. She could have been in individualized therapy, right? Like say cognitive behavioral therapy or whatever it is. And she could have been also in a therapy for say some type of addiction recovery or something like that, right? So it does make sense that you could have multiple different therapists at the same time, right? Because
okay, all right.
Different things. Yeah.
Thank you for clearing that up. Okay, that makes sense.
And also, like I said, shout out to Topaz. You know what? I am very blessed that I have so many professionals that come through my channel. But three at the same time isn't going to be helpful. Because like I said, but usually, here's why I say that's kind of like contradictory. Because usually your therapist gives you, I would call homework. That's what we call it, right? Where there's stuff that they would want me to go do. Or let's say like, they stuff or it's treatments or stuff. Hey, I want you writing a journal. Then I want you to go rest. I want you to go do this and do that. But if you got 3 goddamn therapists all giving you things to process and do, how the fuck are you keeping track of all that shit? Like, no, even and I'm being honest, like literally that's I like I said, and I encourage a lot of y'all ladies, please, Topaz, Classic Ruby. Faith, you need to let these ladies know when you're going live, because this will be an amazing bomb ass conversation. Not saying anything wrong against us fellas, but literally y'all need to allow the ladies to first go about from their experience, 3 well-experienced women, to look at Dejanay and actually listen to what she's talking about. Faith, I believe you got the clips and everything put together, correct? So
yeah, I have all the clips.
So
and Topaz is like a practicing, like she's like a therapist, like psychologist, whereas I'm in research, right? So yeah, that would actually be me and Topaz have done panels before. Like it's so fun to do psychology related panels with a psychologist who comes from a different perspective, because you get kind of like a more full viewpoint of it. But yeah, no, definitely. I think the thing is, a lot of people, and I'm glad that you're going to do like a full breakdown and you want to do it from a different level, because it seems like everyone really just wants to judge her and not understand like what really might be going on here, because there's a lot more going on there than you think. Because
maybe she should go apologize to Derek. Maybe she should go apologize to Derek.
No, she shouldn't have to. No, but there's a lot more. Like, so for example,
not.
No, definitely not. Right. But like for me, right, I can see easily how you could have 3 therapists and it would make sense, right? Because your relationship therapist, you would have to, if you needed an individual therapist, you would have to get a different therapist, right? So that's 2. But then if you had a third thing wrong with you, for example, if you were neuroatypical like myself, you have autism, you would need a third therapist, another therapist to help you work through that issue, right? Because that's a different issue than you working through your depression, and that's a different issue than you working through your addiction, right? And so it's actually good to have people who specialize in a particular area, right? Different areas, and you're working on all these things at the same time because they kind of all overlap in a way, right? So the way that your autism and the way that your addiction and your addiction recovery are affecting your life and your relationship, they're kind of all overlapping. So I can see why that would be a useful thing. But that doesn't mean Denaya ever saw 3 therapists at the same time. She has a very broken way of speaking, right? The patterns to her speech are not natural. And that, I think, again, that actually ties into what I think is PTSD, because it's something you see.
But you know what's so
PTSD.
strange? When she was doing all of those videos where she was cursing out everybody using the scripture, remember that?
Yeah.
Her speech pattern was completely different than when she was on that interview.
She's a demon. She's a demon. I told y'all, she's crazy as fuck.
She's not a demon. No, she is. She was latching on to God and to the Bible and to the verses. She didn't know how to interact in normal English, right? If you notice that, like she would spew Bible verses at you, right? And she would spew it with all this like vengeance and power and whatever. So she's basically preaching at you. She was entirely, detached from that. That had nothing to do with her emotional reaction to anything. These are the things she's spewing.
Out. I don't get you why you be giving these goddamn weirdos these outs. Like they are out.
No, it's just,
even outside of her quoting the scriptures, because she has more videos. She got gobs of videos on her Instagram.
I know.
Her speech pattern is not the same. This is the first time I ever saw a change in her speech pattern was when she went on this interview. She sounded completely articulate. Very her thoughts are well put together.
Yep.
The speech pattern was very fluent. She was completely different person.
Yep. If you go back and you scroll through Denaya, like let's say over like 4 years, because that's what I did, right? What you see is this: her and Derek have broken up more than once, and every time she breaks up with that man, eventually she gets to this place where her posts seem very normal. She looks beautiful. She looks together. Her posts and what she writes under them seem very normal and fluent and whatever. And then it's like she gets back together with this man, and you see a whole change.
Topaz up.
Yeah.
Where is she at? Where's
he's right there. Drop the link, man.
I done told y'all need to go do the show over there with them guys. Y'all need to have y'all damn woman.
B.M.T. hush. We doing the show right now. Come on, let Topaz up.
Let's go somewhere. We already here.
This is happening.
Yeah.
The only thing you can do, baby, is literally go back to Derek and pray he take you back.
Oh God, no, never do that. But what you can see, right, is no. basically what I'm saying is that what you're seeing is a trauma reaction. She has a trauma response to Derek, the way Derek treats her. He probably does a fair amount of gaslighting and manipulation otherwise. Now, I'm guessing that part. I don't know, right? But I'm just based on everything, I'm pretty sure. And so what you're seeing from her is a trauma response. And I think that she may have underlying conditions that either are not diagnosed or that are diagnosed, but she doesn't want to be she doesn't want to be judged for them, so she's not sharing them, right? And because you can hear it when the patterns of her speech just get very abnormal. They get fever, like it's almost like feverish in a way, right? And so you see that in, for example, bipolar disorder sometimes, right? You see that in some near psychotic breaks when people are like, experiencing some forms of psychoses. You see that in some types of personality disorders. So that's why I would say I think she's either underdiagnosed or she actually knows what the diagnoses are, but she doesn't want to put them out there for public fodder. So that way she can be judged and stereotyped and and they can blame her for the way Derek's treated her or whatever.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that she's lying because I'm like, clearly something is wrong with her.
Right.
So Topaz is up here. Y'all got Ruby and y'all got Faith.
Hey, Topaz.
Hey, Ruby. It's been a while.
Very long.
Tell you that I enjoyed our chop ups too. That was
now,
fun.
Faith. You got a whole.
Yes.
Y'all got the holy experience femininity trinity. Now I'm going to step down and let the women have this. This is far beyond my understanding.
You normally make decent comments. You know what I'm saying? You're not like.
No, listen.
No, B.M.T. You don't have to go anywhere.
Right? It's some people that shouldn't be up here, but B.M.T. You're not one of them. From
here's the thing about it. I understand that, right? But sometimes.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. She says some people shouldn't be up here. Who shouldn't be up here, Topaz?
Hey, Topaz, no,
I want to know.
Topaz, you're her elitist, bro.
Listen, now I'm gonna tell you, Faith. Now you want me to drop names. When I start dropping names, when I got beef with them, I'm bringing it to your channel because you wanted to know.
Damn.
Y'all, please.
Please, y'all. You're not gonna leave me out here.
Don't bring them to my channel, okay?
Yeah, you're not gonna leave me out here windmilling by myself, okay? We're gonna fight together because.
No. See, I'm a lady of leisure. I just sit back and rest in my femininity.
Rest in my femininity. Okay? That's why you say names, okay?
Listen, this is why. It's not that I don't mind sitting. Like I said, and I really want y'all to actually go through and process that of the work that Faith put together. But I feel like it actually needs an actual intake of actually what's going on. And then y'all three, I don't know. I don't give a fuck how anybody else feel. I don't know that many women that have the pedigree of experience like y'all three do. And that's not salt with that other women. I fuck with y'all, but these three, they hit at it differently when they talk about certain issues, especially dealing with women. They look at it from a different lens. So that's why I want y'all three to get together to tackle that. So I understand y'all fellas, y'all want to come up. No. This is like when women are having that meeting and they say, all y'all fellas get out the kitchen. I take my sandwich and I get the fuck up and I go outside and I let y'all talk. This is how you do it. This is how it works. So
I'm glad you bringing that up, BMT, because I am a firm believer. If my dude had his friends over, I'm leaving. I'm not sitting in there for that. Hell, I don't even sit up under my male cousins when they all get together. I've never understood the wants for that. And once I get the gist of what the conversation is, I know all I need to know. I don't need to know all the extra details because y'all, I'm just not interested in the same things. I don't have a desire to know all of the shit that y'all finna say.
Right. No, like I said, I give that respect. Like, understand, like Faith, you and y'all three, y'all already know. Y'all have that full on permission. And like my sister Eliza, y'all got that full on permission on my channel to run it how y'all see fit. I give y'all that. We need more women that actually go over this Dejanay stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now, Dejanay, if you want to talk to BMT, I'll take you to church, and I'll have you and Derek go before the altar to my granddaddy's church.
Shania.
Danae.
Whatever, Shania, Delia, whatever these black women names.
I thought that was a reason, so I didn't say nothing yet. I was just waiting till he
so her name is
No, Denia.
So
I was wondering who he was talking about. I'm like, Dejanay. Right? Who the hell is Dejanay?
Actually named Dejanay like somebody famous kid.
Hey, so are we trying to get her to go back to her
No, and this is why I came up here, right? It's because
against me.
Okay, so here's the thing for me, right? So Ruby, it has the neuro psychology part, right? That's the part that I don't know. I don't know all the neurons and the receptors and all that stuff responsible for the behavior. I just know what I see. And in this instance, I don't think she needs to go back to him because whatever she saw in him, whatever he represented to her when she first met him, brings out some unholiness in her ass. Yep. I don't understand why she would want to be around. If you are, because here's the point that I think people are missing. When she said that whole "I knew the other women's body better than my own" part, that was a choice that you made. You felt like he was slipping away, and your answer to him slipping away was to study these women and to be like them in order to woo him back. It wasn't a turnoff. It wasn't a deal breaker for her that he was messing with other women. She just wanted to come out on top. And for me, I would draw in my personal life, not in my professional life. This is separate. This is not therapist topaz for the rest of this sentence. Therapist topaz is at the beginning of the sentence. Now, personal topaz feels like she would have stepped on any of them women to get to that man if one of them had. She was not getting ready to let this dude go no matter what. So that is not a healthy position. Now I'm back to therapist, right? That is not a healthy position for her to be in a relationship like that, because whenever you get to the point where nothing else matters, that is something. Now we're gonna go to church, right? That is something that is now an idol, and you are too involved with that thing. You need to let that go because it's gonna lead you nowhere but destruction. Also, in her interview, I didn't know this about her life. I didn't research her life, right? So in her interview, she said that she didn't grow up in the church. She grew up in some bullshit. Wasn't she like a side chick, baby? That's all.
Yes.
I can imagine what her mom was teaching her, what she saw growing up that made her feel like this kind of cutthroat shit was okay. So she wasn't mad at him for cheating. She was mad because she didn't come out on top with him cheating. So she found church as an adult, and that's why she was on here spewing all of that stuff. Because if you notice, she sounded like maybe a 4 or 5-year-old when they first read something. They take it extremely literal. That is not how you're supposed to think about Christianity as an adult. If you think about it like that, you are stunted. And second of all, nothing good is going to come out of it because you're supposed to get the symbolism.
Well, you know what, Topaz, I want to ask you, because I noticed that she spoke about her relationship with her father and how her father would bring her around his other, baby mama or what, a girlfriend or wife. I'm not quite sure if he was married to her, but she had boys. And she had this shape-shifting or just this personality where she would become something in order to please. Because she stated that her father was closer to her brothers, her half-brothers.
Yeah.
And because of that, she became a tomboy to please him.
Okay.
So do you see a pattern there as far as like her, watching the videos of the women and then trying to mimic what they're doing?
Yeah, but even before that, it's still like male pleasing, because the first boy was from her father. She had a relationship with him, but she saw him elevate somebody else over her. And so for girls, right? For girls, your dad. Huh?
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Oh, okay, Ruben. No, I thought you were getting ready to add in. Okay, so for girls, your dad represents what men are supposed to treat you like. Once you get to the point where you're understanding like there are opposite genders, and that's the role that's why most women marry men that are similar to their fathers, right? It's comfortable. You know what that is. So she grew up already having to feel like she had to work for her father's blessing or attention. But what she didn't get when she was an adult, see, this is what her mama dropped the ball, because her mom was supposed to be teaching her, yes, he's closer to them because he has to train them differently and he lives in the house with them. It has nothing to do with you and your self-worth. But the way she described her mom was too busy still living her hot girl life that where she was not raising this child. She wasn't. So therefore, I feel like she couldn't let Derek go because she was still trying to fill that void. How do I keep a man? And it was important for her to be married because, see, she saw what her mom went through, not being the one that was married, right? So she now is like, okay, well, I know that made us miserable, so I'm not going to do that. But your mom didn't teach you what you should be doing instead. When you tell a kid no, every other thing in the world that's not its direct opposite is on par, right? You're supposed to tell the child what they are supposed to be doing, not what they shouldn't be doing. And that's how they learn, like, the path that they're supposed to go down. So in this case, she could just walk down any path she wants to. And so that was her. You can see that this is a limited understanding. I would expect like an 8 or 9-year-old to do that. And that's how old she was when she wanted to be a tomboy, to be like her brothers, because thinking that would be closer to her dad. But see, an adult was supposed to teach her that no, there are other factors that you don't see that are in this dynamic that you're trying to cure in yourself.
Okay, because I always wondered about that, because my mind always goes back to when she talked about her dad. She talked about morphing into this tomboy, and she said her mother was like, absolutely not. So her mother did catch that and tell her that wasn't the move. And her mother did
like this guy, but could her mom articulate why she shouldn't like this guy? Like, here's the thing, right? When you're an adult, you can't do everything your parents want, because there is a part of that you are supposed to do differently than your parents, because that time that your parents lived in where all those rules, applied, it may or may not be the same now. So you can't do everything your parents did, because the world has saw that and adapted and changed a little. So your job now is to understand the spirit of the law and then adapt so that you can still apply it in today's time. So her mom could have just been like, no, I don't like him. But if you don't tell your daughter why you don't like him and why that should translate to her getting away from him, that's just your opinion. You just feel this way.
Okay.
So I don't want this to sound like I'm bashing her mom. What I am saying is there were some things that her mom was supposed to do in parenting and didn't do. Just like in everybody else's parents, there's one thing they didn't do, okay? Nobody's perfect.
I think that's Ruby right there. Also, I also have a treat for y'all. I also have Eliza Havoc. She's a relationship counselor for couples. Wow, where the hell are y'all coming from today? I'm not
bring her on, please.
Maybe this is the power of
Hello.
Okay.
Hello, and listen, my hat's off to you, because I can't do couples counseling. I'm not gonna do it.
Wait, Ruby, is that you, or that's both of yours, or which one?
Yeah, it's me. I was using my husband's phone. I'm back on mine now.
Okay. All right. So I'm stepping back away from it. Again, I feel like, I have no problem. This is now the kitchen time. I'm getting out. I'm eating my sandwich. I am not around.
You're supposed to be over there at that grill. It's Memorial Day weekend. Okay.
You're right. Hey, you're right. That's why I'm downstairs in the kitchen. I'm downstairs. I'm at the deep freezer right now. So
y'all have a holiday. Sorry.
Yeah, we got a holiday coming up tomorrow.
All right, ladies. Y'all got it.
Okay.
All right. Well, Topaz, I got one more question that I want to ask you, and then I want to ask the relationship counselor or something. But
Topaz, before you go, if I could answer,
what was your name? I'm sorry.
My name is Eliza. You can call me Big Al if you want. That's what he calls me all the time. But my name is Eliza.
All right, Big L, Eliza. Okay, Topaz.
I did want to do that. Okay. Before you do that, if I could I just want to say something about like your first question when you were asking about the whole her being a child. I just wanted to add one little thing, because when you're to think about her being a tomboy and turning into a tomboy and trying to do this thing to try to get, the love and affection of her father. And where do we see that echoed later? Remember, we were talking about the fact that in these times of extreme duress, where she was so desperate about her husband cheating on her and basically feeling abandoned, like he's going to leave the whole family just for the next hot piece of ass, what did she do? She started dressing like a man, not even like a little bit tomboyish. She started dressing fully like a man. And so you start seeing that echo. Why? Because it was a way when she was a child to try to get male acceptance and approval, right? Because our relationship with our father is going to be echoed later in our relationship with other men. And so you see her doing the same thing. It's the same type of coping mechanism that you see her using over and over again. That's why now that she doesn't have a man to try to appeal to, you see her femininity coming out. You see her being able to embrace just dressing and feeling soft and feminine, and she's putting her makeup together and she's doing her hair and whatever, right? You see her being able to do that. But you also see when the worst of the worst and she's in a relationship, what does she do? She covers herself in male attire. The hat,
Very
no makeup at
interesting.
all, no care at all, dookie braids, the whole nine. So I just wanted to add that. But go ahead, sorry.
I just can I go ahead and I want to say something about that because I have not heard you guys say this yet, and I don't know if you guys may be aware. I'm assuming you are, but I don't know, right? As I'm sitting there looking at this, first of all, whenever I sat there and I watched this Derrick Jackson nonsense, oh my word, I couldn't. I couldn't. First of all, this man is a full-blown narcissist in the best possible way. And honestly, it's almost like, for everything that he was sitting here and every way he was trying to shower a woman, he was sitting there and throwing 10 knives at her, at another woman in the back. I couldn't. But whenever all of the stuff hit the fan where, it's now revealed, and not really so much revealed, but it was put on blast about the relationship. And then I sat there and I saw how she responded. It tells me that there is a lot of damage that was done before Derrick ever even came on the scene.
Yes.
A lot of damage. And the thing is that,
yep.
First of all, I actually had to sit there and get onto a friend for people pleasing. And I told her why she did it. And she actually broke down in tears. And then she sits there and says, well, how do you know? Well, I'm used to dealing with people that do certain things, and people pleasing is honestly used as a cover to be able to hide the way we really feel about ourselves in certain scenarios, right? Because whenever we think about it, let's go ahead and break down people pleasing of why she would do it to any man. It does not matter whether it's her father. It does not matter whether it was Derrick. It doesn't matter whether it was anybody in between. The whole thing is, well, one, she doesn't feel good enough. That's scarcity. First of all, she does not feel good enough, which is why she feels like she needs to alter who she is to then be suited as acceptable, to be suited as something that can be, to where she can reciprocate love, something that is, enough or acceptable in any kind of way, shape, or form, and that she will never be that way in her authenticity. So she has to camouflage or she has to morph into something else. So already, that was already something that her mother, and I understand her mother, from the viewpoint of her mother may not have been the best person out there. And let's keep it a buck for any of us that have children. We know that a lot of times the way our children see things with a child's eye and then the memory based off of the perception from a child's mindset sometimes is not exactly how things are. But a lot of times that is just how we felt at that time when we did not get what we felt that we needed. We didn't get the love, the affection, the coddling, the whatever it may be at that exact time that we really felt that we needed it, right? So, I mean, for me, I really couldn't tell you whether it was really that her mother just wasn't there or whether she decided to build up a wall and decided that anything her mother was trying to contribute, she didn't want to hear because she was idolizing the man in her life, which was her father.
Okay.
Whereas I would think that her mom was teaching her to do that. I would say her mom was a side chick. So her mom was just saying, hey, listen, parents can only teach you to be as successful as they are. They only know what they know, right? Her mom knows how to be successful as a side chick, so she's going to teach her how to be an even better side chick. So, hey, look, latch on to this dude. He's not famous yet, but guess what? He's got the potential. He's in the football. Girl, if you get in there now, right, you latch on to that man. You accept whatever that man does from now. He's nobody now. But you latch on, trust me, this one he's got potential. He's going to come with the money. He's going to come and he's going to bring you up.
Can I interject? Can I interject real quick? Because, We're calling the girl's mama a side chick. We don't even know what this woman do for a living. We don't know nothing about her.
She said it.
So, I mean,
Danae said that her mom was a side chick.
Yeah, in the interview, she said that.
Okay, I must have missed that part. So she said her mom was a side chick, but now was her mom really a side chick, or is that her perception of her mom?
Right.
Well, now that we don't know. See, here's the thing, though, right? I feel like Danae is fully capable of overcoming this, but she got to actually want it. And sometimes I think that there are people who commit to a certain thing so hard that they just forget that there's other paths they could take. And for me, I just feel like she's not really accepting the fact that she could be a divorcee.
You know what? I love the fact that you said that, because honestly, I was feeling that for a while. I'm gonna take it a step further. I feel like what it is that whenever she's told, because let's keep it a buck, whenever, especially in today's generation, right? We are so quick to sit there and talk about healing and how somebody should do this, especially amongst the Black women community, right? Not saying it's just us, but we tend to be, a bit harder of a stickler because we understand the damage of carrying so much weight, right? So already, to me, it seems like somebody sat there and told her, look, sis, you know what? Hey, you're going through a lot of this. You don't have to go through it alone, but you do need to heal some things. And if we're going to sit there and be completely honest, I think that she's running from the idea. Well, at that time, she ran from the idea of healing, because the idea of healing, if it almost forces you to hold yourself accountable. It almost forces you to see things from an angle where you might not be the victim, but you might have to look at things from a certain angle or from a different perspective. It will also, force you to sit down with yourself and to be completely honest. And that is one of the hardest things to do. Not only that, but all of this has been aired live. So while it's talking points for us, after we're done with our stream, we can go back to being mothers, wives, side chicks, hoes, whatever it is. And I'm not saying that any of you beautiful ladies are. I just met you, but whatever it is that you are after the stream, you can go back to being that, and you don't have to worry about your life being scrutinized, your viewpoints being scrutinized, even the way you dress, the way the perfume you use, or any every little minute detail being scrutinized. She still has to worry about that. And then now to be forced with, honestly, she can get over all of this. And this is going to be crazy. She can honestly get over all of this in less than an hour. Not less than a day, in less than an hour, if she was willing to put in the work. But I can see it being extremely scary, because not only are you being ridiculed at every turn, you're being judged for the relationship that you did have, and then you're being judged based off of someone else's actions and how you should have responded due to different points of view and different perspectives of the masses. And then you're having to sit there and.
But I think it's more than that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Honestly, I think it's just that. I mean, now she's getting to where she can go ahead and get back to her. I really don't want to say her authenticity, because even though she's sitting here and she's going back to being feminine and she's getting back into certain ways, these are ways that were also attracting men. If she was going back to her real authenticity, then she would not still have the need to sit there and even try to entertain the idea of having another man. Does that make sense? She wouldn't be doing all of this stuff to sit there and try to attract another man. She would literally take the time out to do her, focus on her, to allow her and her baby to sit there and be her 100% focal point. Not, I'm gonna go ahead.
Doesn't she have like 4 kids? I mean, first off, doesn't she have like 4 kids or something? Wasn't it like 4 of them?
3.
It's not like 1. 3. So the thing is, and I can't remember also if she's been with him since the end of high school or since the beginning of college, but they've been together for a very long time. Since college, right? So they've been together for a very long time, and you could see even from then he was, a potential rising star, and she was lucky to have him. That's how you could see it in the pictures of them when they're standing together when they're younger. right?
Honestly, I think
And
he was
posts
a
she's made
narcissist
about it.
that made her. I think he was a narcissist that made her feel good, and that's why she felt lucky to have him. I'm not going to
You
sit there and
you
say
know what?
I don't
Yes, that's
know.
what I
I
was
think that's what
thinking.
it was.
But you know what? If you look at the pictures, she doesn't feel good. Like, I mean, you could just look at it and see that
Yeah.
she looks miserable. She looks afraid, actually. And I don't mean afraid like he's gonna hurt her. Afraid like she's gonna lose him. That's what she looks like in the pictures,
Mm-hmm.
right? And narcissists don't make you feel good. Narcissists make you feel responsible for them feeling good, right? So a little
Exactly.
difference there. And I think that the real vortex, has nothing to do with even Derek per se. It has to do with the way society views certain things, and the pressure on her. So are you good enough? Are you hot enough? Are you
Mm-hmm.
pretty enough? Are you whatever enough to get a man like that? Right. And then to keep a man like
Right.
that, because it's one thing to get that man. It's another thing for that man to actually wipe you up and give you some children, want to stay there for your children, and want to take care of his family. That's a completely different thing. So I think she was up against a lot more than, people are talking about, because they've been together for a very long time, right? And she's been putting up with this for a very long time. It seems like a lot of promises get made and then broken, but she's desperate
Mm-hmm.
for those promises to be true. That's why, more than one divorce filings happen. That's why she's left more than one time, and
Goes
tried
back
to
to
heal and recover, and
nepotism.
then he comes. Hmm?
It goes
Well,
back to
let
Sorry, what
me.
did you say?
I'm sorry. I wanted to break through because I want to give everybody a chance,
I'm sorry.
all of you a chance to share your expertise. And I really wanted
Hmm.
to hear from Topaz, but I have a different question now. Now, Topaz, a lot of people came online. I know all of you saw everybody give their take on this whole situation. There are a lot of women that were really, really hard on Danae. They were saying that Danae is a narcissist. And they're not even saying that Derek's a narcissist. They're calling
Wow.
Danae manipulative. They're saying that she's a narcissist.
Wow.
And I just want to know from each one of you, starting with Topaz, and then I'm going to go down to Miss L, Big L, and
Yeah.
then,
Yeah.
yeah, and then last to Classic Rubies. But Topaz, could you please, just walk us through what is a narcissist, and do you think that Danae is a narcissist?
Okay, so the short version of narcissism, if we think about the myth that this was that this was named after, narcissist was a guy that was so in love with his reflection that it eventually killed him. And it is an all-consuming me attitude, okay? So I don't see Danae as a narcissist. I do think that there is a personality disorder afoot because she has a very unstable self-identity. Now, I can't
Mm-hmm.
necessarily narrow down which one. I'm thinking borderline, because there's that fear of rejection where you are desperate and you're going to do any and everything. And then Big L said that she doesn't think that this is only towards Derek, that this would be towards any man. And that is the fear of abandonment. So that's what
Mm-hmm.
I'm leaning towards, but I can't confirm that without hearing more of her interviews or, and talking to her. It's not an
Mm-hmm.
official diagnosis, just saying like that is what I'm seeing here. She is, not only is she people pleasing, but she will morph into whoever she's around that's getting attention.
Mm-hmm.
Because it dawned on me when we were talking about this. As a kid, she morphed into a tomboy to be like her half brothers, and then when her husband started cheating on her, think about what this means. Your husband cheating on you is not still like, you don't get to leave him and be mad at him. You got to now do introspection and see how you contributed to
Mm-hmm.
it. So there's no consequence for him cheating.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if I dress like a man, like, even though you're not a man, but you get to take a break from having to always be the person that's to blame for everything. So
Yep.
I do think that there is a personality disorder that's happening here, but unless she goes to sit down in front of a therapist and figure out what that is, she's never going to get the healing. And then
Mm-hmm.
here's another thing. We can't, as the community, we can't rush somebody through that process, because the healing isn't going to happen. She could do all the steps, do all the work, and it still wouldn't be healing to her unless she buys into it herself. She has
Mm-hmm.
to want that for herself. So just like if she's hearing it now, here's where celebrity goes wrong. And then I'm going to shut up, right? Because I know this is more than what you asked me, Faith, and I'm sorry, but I go off on these tangents, right? So here's the problem where celebrity goes wrong. Everybody's watching your every move. What the only way you can survive that is if you check out and just do you, and then people gonna feel how they feel about it. If you are very moved by what the society is saying about you, you are never going to have a stable self identity, because you're gonna be whatever you think gets the best attention for positivity and the least negativity from other people. And that is a hard thing to do, because with all the different combinations of types of personalities out there, people could want something different from you, and that is draining. So she has to want this on her own. She has to come to these realizations for herself. We can't force her to do it, but she's hearing all these different opinions, and we're about to see whose opinion she values the most, because that's what she's going to do next.
Exactly. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that, Topaz. She can't be forced, and it does seem as if Danae is going to pick and choose who she's going to listen to. So it's ultimately up to her. Miss Big L.
Yes. I changed it back to Eliza, what the original is, but
Eliza.
Honestly, this lovely goddess that's above me, I agree with everything.
Oh, thank you. You know, I tried, you know, I do a little, no, I'm just messing around.
But I agree with everything she said. Even down to the point where, you know, if I remember hearing that Danae was very faith driven and things of this nature. But, you know, whenever it kind of came to, you know, whenever it kind of, there was a little bit of pressure that was put there. And I'm being very light when I say a little bit, because believe me, what she went through was not exactly a little bit. But whenever she was put under pressure, I noticed that she forgot what the Bible said real fast.
Yeah.
Real fast. That you are able to disconnect due to infidelity and behind infidelity. But not only that, then, you know, whenever she went to trying to put on a mask, because that's what a lot of us do whenever we are in situations that make us uncomfortable and we feel trapped. We will either, you know, it's the kind of the fight, flight, or freeze. This is also a form of that, putting on a mask and sitting there and trying to pretend like it's not you, it's disassociating and it's somebody else. I'm sorry, the original question, I'm sorry, I was rambling.
No, that's okay. But I just wanted to know, did you feel, because everyone has the consider, not everyone, but most Black women that I've heard speaking on this concept.
I do not feel that she was a narcissist at all. I do not. Honestly, I feel like she is a victim of a narcissist, to be 100% with you. You know, anybody that has actually been a victim of narcissism, especially for the amount of years that they were together, or, you know, they were rumored to be together, that actually changes your brain chemistry and the way you view the world around you. So, I mean, while we're quick to sit there and say, well, you know what, she didn't do XYZ, so now she must have been blah, blah, blah. Well, if you, you know, I strongly also believe that the few times that we heard that Derek was cheating, all right, yes, but I also feel like that was going on a lot more than what we heard.
Well, she said that he handed her a sheet, and on that sheet, he listed 100 names of women that he cheated with her on her with. So, yeah.
Right. And so, you know, even with that right there takes an emotional toll. And mind you, if she sat there and said whenever she got with him, she was sitting there and trying to do it under God, the way that she had grew up, right? She was trying to do it under God, and she was sitting there and trying to do things in a certain way. Even with that certain way, honey, you know, it's easy for us to sit there and say, let that man go. But then again, you know, there's also other aspects. Once again, we were already sitting there talking about how literally she was having, you know, I'm sorry. I'm trying to think of what the word is. She was sitting there having self-image issues. She didn't feel that she was good enough. Didn't matter what she looked like. You know, she didn't feel good enough. On top of the fact that if you sit there and got a man and he's sitting here smashing 100 broads, 100 broads, and mind you, it ain't like these women didn't know you existed. You know what I mean? It ain't like they didn't know that he was married. He sat there and posted that all over the place too. So even with that, it's the whole, you know, I don't
Now,
think these
Eliza,
narcissists.
this is strictly for you. Since you said that, I want you to for everybody out here that's confused about the difference between Danae and Derek, because they're trying to pretend like they don't know. They're calling Danae the narcissist, but can you please tell them how Derek is the narcissist and how Danae is not?
Okay. Initially, one of the things that well, first of all, let me go ahead and break down the initial thing that a narcissist is or does. A lot of narcissists do not actually implement their own emotions. They literally will hone in on somebody and then they will reflect your emotions back at you. So they will watch you, they will begin to study you. This is what he did. Hence him also going with other women. They will begin to study you. And then depending on your response to certain things, that's the version of them that you get. Whenever they go to somebody else, that person gets a whole nother version of themselves as well. Things, these certain things like this are done so that this person knows how to manipulate. He knows how to sit there and get you in a certain spot. Let me not say he. They know how to get you in a certain spot. This is why whenever you sit there and you say something or you lay down a boundary, and they'll go ahead and push your boundary, and then all of a sudden you're getting the apology or the I'm sorry or but I love you though, or any of the thousands and one excuses or words that can be said afterwards that will make you that will pull you back in. That's what a narcissist does. And they not only that, but then they also do the whole love bombing. They sit there and they make you feel great, wonderful about yourself, them, everything in it. Your life could not be better. And then something happens to where they start to pull back. And so then they're once again watching what you do. And they're watching how you move to sit there and try to get that affection back. And mind you, they already whenever they sat there and they went into a room and they honed you out, they already knew you didn't have, the level of confidence that you believed that you had. You didn't have it. It was a facade. It was an act. It was a shield. You didn't have that. Whenever they were able to break you down, they were able to break you down easily. And here's the main way they know it is that the first time they pull away from you, you are literally grasping at them almost in almost a desperate way, instead of just sitting there saying, oh, well, you know what, okay, if they're gonna do this, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna go ahead and go. All right, cool, deuces, I'm out. Because then here's the simplest thing: you can sit there and turn the table by just doing that. But a lot of times people don't do that. They sit there and they grasp, and then they're grasping and grasping, and then okay, then the narcissist will go ahead and give a little bit more, and then they'll go ahead and pull back again. Because now it's a game of cat and mouse. Now they get to sit there and be the dominant ones. They get to be the ones in control. And inadvertently, you are giving them all of that. You were giving them that energy. You were giving them that control. You were giving so much of yourself just to try to appease. Now, mind you, has anybody ever dealt with you sitting there having a man or a woman, because I'm also talking to the chat as well, having a man or a woman that everything was all good, and then out of nowhere you like, man, they just sit there and start arguing, yelling, I can't sit there and get no sex, they tripping, I don't know what's going on. I didn't sit there and try to ask them what's going on. They ain't telling me, they ain't communicating, they ain't saying nothing. So now I'm sitting here, I'm trying to do everything that I can do to sit there and try to appease this person that still just don't seem like it's good enough. Now, tell me, that does not sound exactly like what she was dealing with.
Preach on it, girl. Preach on it. Yes.
I mean, that's exactly it. And so naturally, you're going to want to sit there and try to fix it, especially if it's made that, if you're made to feel like you are the cause. Mind you, nobody ever want to sit there and talk about expectations that are put onto another person that is not theirs. But we are,
So do you think that Derek, because she said that he approached her in one of their college math classes, and he saw that she had pictures of herself on her folder, and he sort of struck up the conversation with her by asking her if she was a model, just that flattering type conversation. She said herself that she was not very attractive. She had pimples on her face. Her hair was all haggard and all this other stuff. So, you know, do you think that he just really just kind of, you know,
No, he
marked
honed
her?
in on her. He honed in on her. He sat there and could. First of all, if you have pictures of yourself on something that's physical, first of all, a lot of people that really feel that confident don't have to have 1,000 pictures of themselves because they already know. They have the mindset what you see is what you get. And it's either I don't care what other people think, or I already know what other people think, so I'm not bothered. See, here's the thing. Whenever you walk, whenever you're truly confident, you move a certain way. Whenever you are faking confidence, you move a certain way. So whenever he sat there and saw those pictures, it's easy to hone in on what everyone else would automatically assume. Oh shit, she ugly. Oh damn. Oh look at that big old pimple right there. Look at this. Look at that. And then whenever somebody's giving you flattery or an unexpected response, an unexpected response, then once again, doesn't that sound like love bombing?
Oh, two things real quick. Okay, so first of all, I feel like he needed answers in math class. That's what I feel like.
Yes, he did.
That jumped all that off.
I do. Go ahead.
And then the second thing is, I would be interested to know if those pictures were of her from a time where she didn't have pimples, and you got this plastered all over your notebook. Like, you need to be reminded. And so, therefore, if a guy is looking at that, he will know exactly what you need to hear to get you moving. He could have said that same line to somebody else who's been hearing that they're pretty all their life, and they would have been like, yeah, okay, whatever. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have the same impact. And they also know that, you know, men that don't really actually have any game, because I think he said in the interview that he was kind of nerdy too. So they would already, like a more experienced woman would have been like, okay, but so what? You need to come with more than that.
Excellent. Okay, ma'am, y'all are hitting on a lot today. Classic Ruby's been waiting real patiently down here, and I wanted to get her perspective.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so this is I basically look at it like this, right? Narcissism, and I think it's just because people have recently learned about narcissism, and it happens all the time. It's like intro psych disorder, where once you learn about a disorder, you start seeing it in everyone, and you start diagnosing everyone with this disorder. And I think that's why people have done it, because they're like, oh, they can see one little trait that people who have narcissism, you know, and they're like, oh, well, that's it. She has it. I think that's really what it is, because if you look at it, right, so cluster B personality disorders, not the person, the content creator. She's hilarious and she scares me. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about the actual, no, she's terrifying. But I'm talking about actual cluster B personality disorders. Narcissism is one of those, right? Avoidant, antisocial personality disorder. That's basically being a psychopath, right? Like a histrionic personality disorder and borderline personality disorder. Those are all in cluster B personality disorders. That means they share a lot of common traits together. So if you think about that, and people who have borderline personality disorder and then narcissists, right? That describes someone who's arrogant, someone who's very self-involved, right? Someone who has very little empathy for others, someone who would be perfectly willing to use other people's own, you know, advances. They definitely are not people pleasers. They definitely do not care to please anyone but themselves. Like, let's think about that, right? So that very much describes a Derek. It very much does not describe a Danae. In fact, if I were to put Danae anywhere, I would put her in more so cluster C personality. Cluster C personality disorders, that's where we have like avoidant personality disorder, dependent personality disorder, and obsessive compulsive personality disorder. I'd probably put her somewhere, you know, between dependent and maybe even obsessive compulsive, right? But you see those traits in her, a lot of those traits, right? So we talked about the people pleasing. That's independent personality disorder. The way that she could obsess about other women's bodies to the point where she knows them better, she knows obsessive compulsive personality disorder, right? So I think if anything, we see a lot more of the cluster C personality disorders, and those people tend to be very dependent or reliant on someone else for their identity, for their confidence, for their sense of self-worth, whatever. So you would see a narcissist, like say a Derek Jackson, for example, right? Someone like that would hone in on someone who has a weakness of identity, who has a dependent personality disorder, because they understand that these two things are like codependent, right? A narcissist needs you to constantly feed their ego and their esteem and their whatever, and for you to have so little of your own self-esteem that when they gaslight you and they step all over you and da da da, it's okay because you don't care more about yourself than you do about them. Right. And so a narcissist who wants to cheat on you and use you and whatever, discard you when they're done, right? They're going to look for someone who has no identity of their own, right? And then someone who's dependent like that, someone who's lacking their own identity is going to look for someone to give them a purpose, to give them a sense of self, to give them a reason because they don't know how to find their own, right? And so to me, that sadly, that means also, unfortunately, someone like a narcissist, like a Derek Jackson, he would be able to speak to his population and make women believe, right? Just like because they're gaslighting, right? Like, let's be real, they're very gaslighting. So he's gonna gaslight his audience as well, and it works. Right, so he gaslights his audience. He drops just enough crumbs for you to put it together. That denial, she's actually a nightmare, and she's actually an angry bitch, and she's actually this, and she's actually that, because that's what he did, and it worked because he's used to manipulating people that way. So
And you know what? What kills me is how he got her on that camera, and she was looking the way that she looked, and he did not have any problem with that.
Right.
Right, with the battle bonnet, right? But he was ready to go, so he's gonna have her in the battle bonnet. No, that's what we're calling it, the battle bonnet. So you have her in the battle bonnet. He looks great. He's lined up, perfect. He's wearing like a chenille sweater and shit, right? And he has her looking a whole hot mess. So that way, again, it looks like, well, he's doing this woman a solid by staying with her, basically. Like, come on, look at her. She's a whole mess.
But you know, a lot of Classic Ruby, a lot of people said that it was her manipulating the situation by coming on there looking like that she wanted to make him look bad.
But see, my thing is this: how could she sit there and manipulate anything? Because if they actually could watch, I mean, if you know how to see it, you can actually see the dynamic of power and the shift therein. So, I mean, honestly, he literally had all the power there. So I really don't. Here's what I noticed. That a lot of these, and I'm sorry, beautiful. I did cut you off. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and let her speak, and then I'm gonna go ahead and say my piece. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, I was asking that of Classic Ruby about you know, him just having her up there, because you would think that a loving husband that cared about his wife, and you're both going on here to do a joint statement together, that you would both go on there jointly looking good. So the mere fact that people would sit up here and say that she manipulated it because she went up there looking like that, that was not it. I believe she said he asked her to do that with him.
Right. Like, even think about it from this perspective, right? Who does that benefit? Because if she went up there to look like crap while he looks incredible, who does that benefit? If it benefits him and doesn't benefit her, then that's not a narcissist, right? Because if you think about it this way, a narcissist only makes decisions to benefit themselves and to make themselves look good always. That is always their goal. So why she came up with a plan that is going to make him look amazing, make her look like crap, and she's a narcissist for that? Like, that's not even narcissistic behavior. So the logic doesn't even play out at the end.
I think a
literally
lot of
doesn't make sense.
that are throwing the word around really don't understand what the word means. They literally hear it and they say, "Oh, well, you know what? This has a negative connotation, so I'm gonna go ahead and roll with this." And so a lot of people like to throw the word around without actually having a decent amount, if not the full dialogue, you know, of the meaning therein. And so, I mean, what Miss Ruby said was spot on. But, you know, I'm also sitting here and I'm thinking that a lot of these these points that are being made from these other women are also other women that are lusting after that spot. So whenever you're looking at it, like, you know what, you want to be there and she's not representing him, or what it really is that she's not representing how you would see yourself in that spot. Therefore, you're sitting here and downplaying somebody else's relationship. Because at the end of the day, and I say this all the time, if you're in a happy relationship, then why are you worried about something that's going on over there to the left or to the right? You over here contesting there and trying to make your relationship do what it do. But all of these women, you know, are so quick to sit there and say, well, you know what? It doesn't matter if he sat there and cheated on her. This man is still fine. Let me go ahead and say, you know what? She's this and she's that. And that's one of the saddest parts, is that once again, you know, we go back to putting our expectations onto other people without them even being aware. And then, them sitting there and having to shoulder the responsibility behind it. And that's the sad
Yes.
part for me.
Okay. I heard Topaz. It sounds like Topaz wanted to say something.
Oh yeah, I'm trying. I don't remember what part I cut off in. Do y'all?
No, we're just having a random conversation about how he bought her on that live stream so that they can make a public statement.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. Why would she even go? Even if he did ask her that, why would she go on there and follow through with it? And the bottom line, he was okay with her looking like that on the camera because he didn't see a future with just her. They were not monogamous until she got pregnant the second time. Not the first time, the second time. So he kept dangling that as a carrot in front of her, and she kept running behind it, which, this is not, I'm not bashing her, okay? What I'm just calling out is what we should all see and take from that. So Danae has something in common with all those women who are sitting there still lusting after this man, no matter what he did, because they're not looking at his actions as an indicator of how he's going to treat them. So they have to say something about her to separate themselves from her, or else the fantasy doesn't work. How can I get to this man and also ignore what he's doing right now? Oh, I have to distance myself from his victim. And that's where we get victim shaming and blaming.
True.
Facts. Very true. Okay, ladies. I wanted to move over to a different part of the interview, if you don't mind.
Okay.
You guys are you are doing a beautiful job, by the way, of breaking all of this down, because I'm gonna clip this and put this on my channel, and you guys can do the same if you want to, because this is a powerful discussion. I think a lot of people need to hear this from a professional point of view, because we got a bunch of people out here that are not professionals. They're diagnosing this woman. They're sitting up here very judgmental of this woman, but they don't really have the inside scoop like you ladies would have, as far as how you would look at this situation and how you would process it. So
basically,
this is the reason.
Is what Faith just said.
Yeah. So now there's a point where she's on the interview and she's talking about how she was feeling about dark-skinned women. And in her talking about the skin tone of the women that she deems to be his preference, she starts talking about her daughter. And she was saying how she struggled with nurturing her daughter the proper way because her daughter represented the women that her husband preferred.
At least she's honest.
You say at least she's honest?
Yeah.
There's a lot of mothers
Real
out
talk.
there who are doing that exact very thing and,
Yep.
don't know it, or either they don't care. So what she's representing right now is the human quality of all of this, right? And I get it, and I feel for her. But at the end of the day, I can't want better for her than she wants for herself. So the standout point to me would be the fact that you didn't require anything out of this man, and then so when he gives you a marriage that doesn't even have all the things that a marriage is supposed to have in it, you're accepting it because you don't see nothing better coming from you. I mean, coming for you in the future. If you can imagine a future where something bigger or better or at least more tolerable than what you're going through now, you'll be more motivated to get out of it. And that's just how our brain processes stuff. If she doesn't see anything better than what she's getting, there's no push to move. There's no motivation behind that. So everybody, your mom could tell you that she doesn't like this guy, but if you feel like this the best you're gonna do, it stands to reason that you would think something like, well, what's the point of me starting over with a guy who's gonna do even more worse? And that is the type of personality that would allow you to say yes to him telling you, come on here in your bonnet. Because what you're doing is cutting off anybody else. See, you can't focus on the women, because if you are a woman and you feel like you can date and have a marriage better than this one, then you would come on there looking what you want to show out to the world, And a bonnet is literally a covering. It's keeping you hidden. That's why he wanted you to look like that. And you are okay with it because you didn't see anything better that you could get from going on this interview looking, how she looked on this most recent interview.
Topaz, you kind of cold blooded. Wow.
Oh, well, you know what? Listen, I mean, I do a little I'm charging, okay? No, but I'm just playing, y'all. But no, this is the way I look at stuff. So when people ask me my opinion, I want to thank you and B.M.T today for having a place where I can just nerd out on what I see in human behavior. Because it don't be personal. My opinions are not personal. It's a whole lot of this is the human quality. This is what, this is the point of us having emotions and thoughts and stuff.
You know what? But I like to thank you, ladies. First of all, for being up here and giving your professional and personal point of view, because it's not all just professional. But I do want to delve a little bit deeper in that, because when she said that, my immediate concern was for her daughter.
Yep. She can't teach her daughter what she doesn't know. So here's the thing. I can't control all these other women that are my husband preference, but this one is under my care. And so part of me, so she's not beaten down to the point where she doesn't have any action available to her. Okay, so she's not at a zero level. She's not at threat to yourself type of level. So she does have actual control over this version of the preference. And if I can teach my daughter this, then that can spread going forward. And then eventually maybe these women will leave my husband alone. Now it's disorganized. It doesn't follow from reason, because there's a whole lot more factors that she's missing because she has such tunnel vision on her relationship with this man. Even the kids can't break through it.
I don't know. What about the other two ladies on the panel? Anybody just jump in, with that.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on what she said about her daughter?
Well, and I didn't hear that part of the interview, so I'm really going by exactly what you said about it. But I think that to me it struck a chord when you were explaining it just now, because as colorism is really real and it's really deep in our community, and we always talk about it in regards to men's dating choices, but we forget to talk about how it's affecting women and women's relationships, often from almost birth, right? And it's affecting very much the way that our parents treat us, our grandparents treat us, the way that our grandparents treat us might affect the way our parents treat us, so on and so forth. Because, like, for example, right, I have had the most interesting of treatments in my family, depending on what side of the family you're looking at. And it had specifically to do with my skin tone versus everyone else's skin tone, depending on what side. Now, luckily, my mother is not a hateful, vengeful kind of person. She wanted her mom to love her, but she was happy her mom loved me. And so she didn't really care so much if it might have been a light skin thing that her mom was really seeing. Because the way my mom saw it is, well, I'm beautiful, they're dark skin, I'm light skin, fine, whatever. She was okay. She kind of was able to dismiss that, and my mom never punished me for it. But I've seen a lot of people punish their daughters for either not having the features that they wish that they had, or for having the features that they wish that they had, right? And you see that happen, and even they're not trying to take it out on their daughters. You see it affect every little decision that they make, the way that they just there's no unconditional positive regard towards their daughter, which parents are supposed to give to their children through record, is unconditional positive regard. That is not you are always right, everything you do is right. That is just simply like, even when your actions, you might take the wrong action, you might do a bad behavior, you are still a good person, and I still love you, and you are still great. You are still going to be wonderful and excellent in the future, but you've made a mistake here, right? And so it's like separating the behavior or whatever from the individual, the identity. And what ends up happening a lot is when people have their own complicated reasons for being jealous of their kids, in essence, what you start seeing is that they start punishing their kids for bad behavior, but treating behavior like the behavior is the person, and speaking to them like the behavior is the person or whatever. And so I can see that definitely becoming an issue. Now, can she fix that, that issue? Can she fix it? Well, not before it started, no, because it's already started. But can she fix it now going forward? Yes, she can. But it involves her fixing herself first.
right? There's nothing you can do on the surface to try to do this like surface thing where you just, oh, I just won't do it anymore because I love my daughter. No, it doesn't work that way, right? That's why, like, implicit bias, right? When they do implicit bias testing in schools, it doesn't matter what you explicitly think about something. It doesn't at all. You actually have to solve the internals, the subconscious stuff happening in order for your behavior to not still be explicitly or implicitly biased against this person. And she's always going to have that implicit bias, and she's not going to see it. She doesn't even know that she's doing it still. She thinks she's got it corrected, probably, right? Until she's done the hard work to break those walls down, and to break that connection down between her daughter and her husband's ancient choices and the mistresses, right? Until she has done that hard work to not, in essence, project all of this onto her daughter, she's going to continue doing it. She can't help it. And I do think that that is a sad thing because it happens so much in our community, especially when it comes to futurism, right? Or colorism. And I mean, it can cause so much damage and so much destruction. And then in 20 years, we'll see, hey, the exact same cycle continuing, because who knows what Denia has experienced from her own mother. I mean, we know she's a side chick, but other than that, what are those little ins and outs? What are those little details, right? Normally, these are, we call them generational curses, right? Because until someone stands up and fights to break the generational curse, we're going to see it happen again. And I'm guessing a lot of this has to do with the generational curse that Denia was visited onto her from her mom, that she's seeing that she's visiting onto her own daughter, and she's not liking. So, the first step is admitting you got the problem. She can see she has the problem. It seems like, she wants to make positive changes. It seems very much like she really desperately wants to make positive changes. I think she needs better diagnoses, because I don't think she's been correctly diagnosed. And so because she doesn't have the correct diagnoses, and because she happens to have, I think, this is just my opinion now, right? I don't know. But it seems as though she might have disorders that cause you, again, she's a people pleaser, right? So people pleasers are very difficult to diagnose because they'll tend to tell you what they think you want to hear based on your responses to what they're saying. The problem is with people who are doing who are trying to assess you, right, is they're not giving you positive or negative feedback, which to someone who's a people pleaser and who has like identity issues, no response feels like a negative response. So then they're going to start trying to do things to try to get you to respond more favorably, right? And of course, they might not know what kind of issues she has to know how to mitigate that response in her, right? In essence, you have to diagnose someone like that. You have to diagnose them like they're children, because children you diagnose slightly differently because they're so overly responsive to the interviewer. And I think that that's what she needs. And until she gets properly diagnosed and she gets a proper treatment plan in place, I think the best she's going to be able to do are like these really surface moves, right? Like, I'm not with my husband anymore. I'm not dating anybody. I am actively trying not to punish my daughter because she looks like all of my husband's mistresses. Like, that's the best she's going to be able to do until she gets the real help. So.
Which, by the way, is the basis of CBT.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut anybody off. I went to the bathroom. I'm back, y'all. I'm sorry.
Okay. I was just saying, like, this is the basic. What Ruby is talking about right now is why there is a type of treatment called CBT. And in it, you are supposed to evaluate all your value systems, your beliefs, your viewpoints of things, because that is the easiest place for you to intervene when you're trying to make a change like that. So you can intervene in other areas, like just only change your behavior, but it's so much more difficult and it doesn't usually work well for the person. So you're teaching a person to go against everything that they know and believe. You're essentially, telling them that they can't trust their frontal lobe, their decision making. So it's easier and better for the individual for you to examine your thoughts about certain scenarios. And I see, even with that comment, she is still focused on all the women around him instead of him. That is her thought process. That's everything that she sees that he does, that is what she is viewing it through. That's the lens. That's the tint on the glasses that she's wearing for everything that she sees. If he's not monogamous and he's cheating on me, it's because these women exist.
Right. That's an excellent observation. Excellent observation.
Not because of, he's actually doing her wrong. And honestly, that can go back to the father thing, because it seems like she's looking at Derek like he can do no wrong. And so if everything else is happening, there has to be another reason. It can't just, it can't be him, because he's this perfect specimen, so to speak. And whenever I look at it, I'm one of those. Okay, so let's look at the people pleasing. People pleasing actually comes from, it is actually a child's response to trying to stay safe. A lot of times people pleasing is created whenever a child is in a toxic home and they feel like they have to please their mom or they have to please their father so they don't get hurt or they don't get in trouble, or, there's no damage that comes to them. And if these things, if you can't even accept that about yourself, you just sit there and say, oh, that's just how I am, instead of, what, this is what it is. I need to, this is the core. I need to go ahead and work on now taking that power back and taking that strength back, because I'm no longer a kid. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. Then yes,
right,
you're going to continually repeat, and she's going to repeat it the same way, she did it with them. Oh, well, there's nothing wrong with mom. There's nothing wrong with dad. They're perfect. There has to be something wrong with me. And
so are you saying that she's basically approaching things from the mindset of still being a child?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. She is still approaching things from the mindset of a traumatic experience that happened when she was a child that was never healed, never addressed. Let me not even say healed. It was never addressed.
So basically she has
personality
to
disorders develop in childhood.
So basically she has to put herself in the mindset of an adult in order to deal with her issues.
They have a certain type of therapy, and I love this therapy because it is so effective. I'm not going to say it's effective with everybody in every situation, but it is very effective in a lot of situations. And it's called reparenting. And she needs to go back and that's if she just so happens to come across this live and hear this, then I think that she can get the most benefit if she is able to reparent herself. Go back and see where she was unhappy, where she felt like she was in danger, where she felt like she was in fear of any kind, or that she was not getting the certain type of response that she wanted. And she needs to go back into her mind and be able to give herself that response, because that then it allows her to be able to have that knowing, that faith in herself. It allows her to rebuild that strength right there, because the main problem is she's giving out her power externally and is expecting everybody else to take care of it. She's expecting everybody else to have interest in heart. She's expecting everybody else to do it for her, or she's expecting to sit there and be with her mommy or her daddy every single time she is around other people. When I say other people, I'm not just talking about a romantic relationship. Even with these women, the fact that she is trying to now disguise herself, or she's looking at these women as she needs to improve herself, she's inadvertently treating them like her mom. What do I need to do to sit there and be like these women, or to another way to be able to appease to this type of woman so that I can keep him interested? Has nothing to do with what is he doing.
Can I give an example? So I actually have one that's
she's
really
focused
close
on
to
the
my life.
women. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So let me tell you a quick example, because it happened with my sister. Now, me and my sister only share one parent, right? So we have different moms, and my sister's mom committed suicide when my sister was 12. So she's had quite a yeah. And before that, thank you. Before that, her mom was in an abusive relationship on and off for quite a while. And my sister hated that man. And I remember when we first found her mom, my sister was really convinced that that man must have done something to trigger her mom into, because her mom had moved a couple times to get out of that relationship and to escape the man finds her, or the mom would get weak one day and call the man back and, to get back together and whatever. So
They were supposed to be, this is supposed to be like an away kind of time. Like he should have no idea where she lives and whatever. And when the day we found the mom, after she had passed away, we were all sitting like at the house, and that man drove past, and my sister was super convinced this man, he must have had something to do with it. She had so much extra vileness and animosity, and it's never gone away for a long time. Now, one of the things that happened to my sister thereafter, she developed borderline personality disorder, right? And we know that it's literally, this was a major trigger, right? I mean, she was at the right age and whatever, major trigger. A lot of people were doing a lot of things to teach her that, if she behaves a certain way, she can get a certain type of reward, right? The system of rewards. Now, what happened is she has been trying to combat the borderline personality disorder. And her borderline person, and she also has bipolar disorder. So she's been trying to combat that for years. And she actually started a treatment program. And in that program, one of the things that you are doing, in essence, is going back and reparenting. One of the things you're doing. Crazy enough, literally within the last month, my sister just asked me if there's a reason why she would have been very scared and crying when she was 3 years old. And I said, I don't know, because that was around the time her mom had taken her and ran away with her, and we didn't see her for a few years. We had to fight for custody to try to just get split custody to be able to see her. In fact, my dad had gone to prison a couple times just because me or my little cousin would go and see my, but there was that's how the restraining order worked. It was really messed up. Anyway, the point is, so I was like, I don't really know exactly and whatever. And through that work, she discovered basically that guy, the same ex-boyfriend that she hated so much, well, he had actually assayed her multiple times. And she had literally just blanked it out of her memory altogether, just never dealt with it, because she was more people pleasing when she was younger, and she didn't want her mom to get angry or upset. Her mom was a depressive who would try to commit suicide. So she was not trying to trigger her mom at all. So she just hid it, and she blanked it away even from herself. And a lot of the decisions she made, it wasn't even about the disorder per se. It was about this trauma that she was not connected to at all. And, just in the last month since the reparenting, she suddenly came to the realization, she started developing the memories, just even remembering, for example, and being able to handle the fact that her mom took her and ran away with her because she wasn't able to handle that truth. It wasn't the newspapers and stuff. It's a fact, right? But she just wasn't able to handle the truth of things. And so, that just goes to show you how powerful that type of therapy can be, to go back. And people don't have to cling to all this dysfunction as, well, no, this function's got to be right. It's got to be true. It's got to be what it is. It's got to be. And they cling to it, and it makes it almost impossible for them to function. And it keeps all these things hidden from themselves. And then as soon as they connect to it, it's amazing the amount of changes she's made in just a month, right? So, which is good because she has a 2-year-old. So thank God she's starting to finally make some progress, right? But yeah, so I just wanted to say co-signing the reparenting, and that's why. Definitely.
Okay. Well, we definitely learned a lot of different psychological terms. Reparenting is one of them. And the other one that was really interesting that came out of this was the whole people pleasing aspect. Yeah. And I believe that was Sister Alyssa that came out with that. We found out what isn't a narcissist, and that she clearly doesn't meet any of those standards, and that Derek does. B.M.T. flashed something on the screen earlier. And I did want to move over into that. Actually, that kind of is a great segue into the next question. He asks, how come nobody wants to talk about Danae's manipulation?
Well, and I would like him to come up here and sit there and talk about, what specific things does he believe that she manipulated?
Well, here's some things that I saw that I wanted to bring up that a lot of people, that a lot of men, have been saying, on my panels and in other panels, but they talked about Fabian. And I don't know if you guys remember her mentioning her friend from college, Fabian, that she used to make Derek jealous.
Oh, no, see, I didn't hear the whole interview. I will say that.
Okay, so basically,
I didn't either.
Here's what she said. She said that she got so sick and tired of Derek running around with all these different women. Now, mind you, she admitted that they were not in a relationship back then. It was more like a situationship.
Mhm.
but she wanted to, get his attention and get him back into her fold.
Right.
So she said and these are her words, I used Fabian make Derek jealous. So she would, do things like meet him places in the public where she knew people will, go back and tell Derek that she
Mhm.
saw her there with the guy and, different things of that nature. So that's the
Right.
manipulation that a lot of the men are talking about.
Well, we kind of are talking about her manipulation. We're just talking about where it came from. You know,
Mhm.
like, of course, a person that has these personality disorders that we're talking about, dependency, we're not saying that they can't ever be manipulative. So here's the thing: just because we're saying she's not a narcissist,
Right.
she can't
Right.
do certain traits that a narcissist would do. We all, even as human beings that are considered to be well adjusted, right? And I say it like
Mhm.
that for a reason.
Yes.
Um, we show some symptoms of all of these things. The problem is when you are above and beyond what's considered typical or normal or common. And that is based on what you're around, because the belief is that the group will adjust to a certain event in a similar pattern because they take cues from one another on how to act, which, by the way, is what I think she got these cues on: competing with women and accepting other women from her mom. But we're not there yet. Okay. So
Right.
to answer to answer your question, Faith, is we can see certain traits in her. She can still do manipulative things. It's not because in a narcissist, it would be because I feel like I'm so great and you should just want to do
Mhm.
these things, but I now have to trick you into doing them. In a dependent personality, like Ruby is suggesting, it would be like, I'm desperate, you're about to leave me and I can't live without you. They go into survival mode, and that
Yeah.
might include some manipulation. Think about what you're willing to do if you're facing death.
Mm, good
There
point.
was an old saying that, don't say what you want
Facts.
to
Right.
until,
Yep.
you're there. So I agree with that.
All right. So I got to give a little pushback. I got to pretend like I'm one of the men up here.
Okay.
And they're saying, hey, she's not no spring chicken. She's not innocent. She's not a victim. She had 3 abortions prior to finally getting pregnant with the first child. And when she got pregnant with that first child, she decided to give Derek the ultimatum, and that she was going to take the baby if he didn't, give her the answer that she wanted, and leave and go raise it with her family. That's manipulative.
Hold on, Faith. Let me ask you: did she say she had those A words with because like for him, like he was the father, or was this
She
beforehand?
she never ever said if it was with Derek. She never said that, but she did say that her and Derek were together on again, off again throughout college, and she said she never cheated on him with anyone else.
Okay, the reason, and I know that's a small detail. The reason why I asked is because she also had been SA'd before, and that was something that I had put in the chat. Is I don't think she was even supposed to be dating unless that had been addressed.
I agree.
Hmm.
Yeah, she said that she met Derek 3 weeks after that happened, by the way.
Yeah,
Right.
Ooh.
that's way too close.
Yes.
Way too long.
Yes.
Yeah. No,
That's
I
if
think
that,
the
if that is
thing
not
is,
the perfect if that is not the perfect version of trauma bonding,
Right.
right there. I mean, but
right. And
I
I think the problem is, sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to go ahead and say this real quick. Whenever we're sitting here and talking about she's not a spring chicken because she went ahead and had abortions, I mean, maybe it's just to me, but yes, to some people it can seem not like manipulation. To me, that sounded like she was trying to put down a boundary. Now, here's the problem that happens when people actually try to put down boundaries.
Yep.
A lot of times, people put down boundaries and then they don't hold to them. So whenever she was sitting here and putting an ultimatum, that sounded like she was drawing a boundary. And the boundary was, hey, with this child, you either stay with me and you stop for dangling with these other women, or we are going to leave. That doesn't really sound like manipulation to me at all. I'm sorry, it
Mm,
doesn't.
me
Because
either.
being that supposedly there was a, not supposedly, there was a list that was over 100. Now, mind you, on the list, it did not say whether this list was prior to her whether it was prior to baby, whether it was prior to marriage, or whether it was after the fact. It just literally had a whole entire list, right? So, with that, to me, it sounds like she was literally setting a boundary. Now, if that sounds like manipulation, okay, one can see it like that. But to me, it doesn't exactly sound like manipulation.
Well, I will say this: the people who are saying that it was manipulation, this is a group of people who would probably feel like setting a boundary is manipulation. Because why do you need boundaries?
Wow. Okay.
So just so you know what you're dealing with over here, okay?
Good point. Good point.
Now, and here's another thing, for her, like, but why would you even, like, the worst thing you could do in drawing boundaries is to set a boundary and not stick to it, because what you're teaching that person is that all they have to do is wait you out.
Yep. Exactly. And that's something that a lot of people, I'm not even going to say a lot of women, a lot of people do. A lot of people. And they don't realize that, if all they have to do is wait you out, or if all they have to do is sit there and they do it, and then they get the, oh well baby, I'm sorry, I didn't mean nothing by it, or they get the sweet pillow talk. That's what I like to go ahead and call it. They get the sweet pillow talk, and then you're all gun-ho about forgetting what it is you said that was going to happen, and you continue in the fantasy land of everything is okay. Because if it was okay, we wouldn't have to set boundaries in the first place. So obviously, this is a fantasy land. And if we're going back there, not only are you sitting there and already letting these people know that it is okay by you to disrespect you, because there is not going to be much pushback. But even when you try to gain your strength and you go ahead and you set that boundary, all they have to do is sit there and say a few certain words and you're going to forgive them. And this goes back to, if you ever notice, after you've done that the first time, every single time that happens afterwards, the same words will pop up. The same words you will hear again. Oh, well, I was sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. It was just, that's just who I am. Or it was just, it was just a bad opportunity, or it was an accident, or many other insert here, right? So the whole thing is, had she sat there and stuck to that boundary, I don't think that we would have been in any of this that we're in. On top of the fact that I think that he would have responded, maybe not favorably, but he definitely would have responded in a way that would have showed exactly who he was. Which, mind you, if we're dealing with Derek Jackson, a lot of men and a lot of women already called BS before any of this even happened.
Yeah, me.
Oh, me too.
I never bought into it. I just couldn't do it.
Oh no, I sat there and I heard some of the things he was saying the first time, where he was sitting there and doing all this with women. And then literally, this is the question I had. If I understand that in order for you to understand the mind of a woman, you have to either be a woman or be very, very closely in tune with that, as well as it is to understand the mind of a man. Then how is it that this man that seems so masculine can sit there and tell me, a woman, about me? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, a lot of people think that since Danae did a lot of his the work in the background, she wrote a lot of stuff for him. They believe that he may have gotten some of that from her.
Well, I think he just got it from literally the man. The man liked to manipulate women and play women to be able to get his way with women and have his way with a whole bunch of women, including the woman he ended up marrying. So all he did in essence was use his wealth of wisdom and experience. And every time he told women about what kind of guy they should not put up with, and he was really talking about himself. Like, think about it. Everything the man ever said, he was talking about himself, right? And he knows women. Women's psychology, unfortunately, is very sad this way. Is that even while a man is looking you in the eye and saying, "Don't trust any man, especially not men like me. Don't trust a man like me," that is 100% almost like a signal for us to go, "Oh, he's probably broken and damaged. I can prove him wrong, though. I can show him that I'm worthy of being treating her differently." Right? I know I did the same dumb shit before, right? That's why I do it.
But see, here's the pushback. Here's the pushback to that, though. Here's the pushback. They're saying, and this is women, mostly, this is coming from mostly women. When she stated that she knew and she was a willing participant in sleeping with him before they made their relationship, how can I say? Yeah.
Their vows, yeah.
Yeah. So she was passing other women going up and down the stairs. They had ships. And people were saying that she was setting up other women, so that they can, be with Derek. So this is the manipulation that everybody's alluding to.
Oh, wow.
Right. See, she basically what she's doing is she's telling you the story of the duck. Y'all remember that? The Designated Ugly Fat Friend movie? Okay. So that kind of woman is the kind of woman that a man doesn't choose during the daytime, right? Blah, blah, blah. But he'll run through you at 3 a.m. if you let him, right? That girl is a friend. She's your tutor or she's your friend or she's whatever, while you're trying to take other women way more seriously. And so on occasion, the women that the guy's trying to take more seriously are going to call the duck and they're going to say, yo, is something going on with you two? Right? And then it's on to her. She's either going to say, yeah, we've been smashing 3 nights a week for the last 5 years. Or she's going to say, no, we're just friends. I just do his math homework for him. Right? Now, which one is she going to do? Right? Now, if you want to keep sleeping with them, that's what she's talking about. She's phrased it differently, but that's really what she's talking about. She's talking about when she lied to other chicks and pretended like they weren't smashing, even though they were, because she needed to keep this man in her atmosphere, and that's the only way she was going to be able to keep him around, is if she lied for him and said, no, we're not smashing. So she could keep smashing him while he was telling some next chick he loved that other chick and taking that next chick on actual dates in public because he wasn't ashamed of smashing the other chick, right? So even things that she admits, right, are not to her benefit. Like she's never saying something that like you're like, oh, I see why you would do that because you win. She still doesn't win. She's just helping that man win. He just got to win more, and she just got to be sad. Like I don't know, man. So
here's my question.
It's a different kind of manipulation.
Here's my pushback for that. And not for what the young lady said, but to that whole situation. Who's to say that Derek did not instruct her to sit there and say these things to continue to have access to him? Who's to say that? Because mind you, I've even in hearing some of the stuff that Derek and Danae were going through prior, I heard a lot of the stuff that Derek was going through, and how one of the examples was how he said he brought this other African woman over and was very abusive, very domineering to her. And, she was, also given a little bit of pushback, but she was like, oh, well, he was just so this, he was just so that about, yes, we are going to get to that in a minute, BMT. But, even with that, whenever she came over to the house and he sat there and he first sat there and took her to his brother's crib or the little side crib he had, and then brought her to his house and sat there and had to sit there and take all the pictures off the wall and everything else like this. To me, it seems like he could have easily asked her to sit there and do that if she wanted to go ahead and continue what they had going on. And mind you, if she is already in the mindset that she alone cannot obtain something that is this grandiose due to whatever kind of energy he had at that exact moment, right? Then it makes sense to me that she'll sit there and fall for that, especially if she's a people pleaser. She's going to try to please him as well. And then to sit there, and especially if he asked that, and then there's other women that are coming here like, no, we're just friends. Well, I don't have to sit there and talk about the 3 a.m. because nobody's actually asking about that. I don't have to sit there and talk about, our little side, whatevers, because no one's asking about that. But right now they're asking if we're in a relationship. No, we're not in a relationship. If we just sitting here smashing in the moonlight, that's not a relationship. You just a boo thing. And that's being nice. I don't know how vulgar we can get on the panel, but that's all that is. And we've all heard many men sit there and say, man, we was just smashing. That wasn't nothing serious. We've all heard it.
Yeah, I've heard guys say that before.
So, I mean, if that's the case, who's to say that he didn't sit there and direct her? Once again, people pleasing. Once again, dealing with somebody that's a narcissist that can go ahead and project that he's a lot more grandiose than he really is. Seeming like he's the prize, so to speak. So to me, it sounds like that. But I'll go
But
ahead.
see, I think that BMT bringing up the guy that she used to try to make Derek jealous. This guy represents the incels, and see, the incels are crying so ever so loudly about poor Fabian because they're saying that Danae did to Fabian. Well, how can I say it? Danae regarded Fabian the same way that Derek regarded her.
Mm. And once again, if she already feels like she is not enough in her mind, and supposedly Fabian, she feels is on her level, then yes, once again, what are two people that have identity crisis that do not feel like they are good enough for anything or anyone except for what they can happen to slide into or slide onto? Then where do you see yourself with that? That's two people that literally are lost in the sauce. So of course she's gonna sit there and try to go for something that she thinks is a lot better. Now, mind you, I'm not saying that she's correct in this. I'm not saying that she was right in this. But I will go ahead and acknowledge, some other things that might not be brought to light whenever we're talking about certain decisions that were made.
Perfect.
Yep, I agree. And I think the thing is, right, like, and you see the hypocrisy all the time. And I'm not going to say that it's not in all spaces, but since we're specifically talking about what the men are saying, right? Let's look at, the manosphere, for example. Like, we just had that whole entire situation come up about endure. Well, women are weak and they're this and they're that if they walk away from an abusive relationship, whether it's physical abuse or otherwise, right? Women are horrible. But if a woman cheats on a man one time, he's totally within his rights not only to divorce, but he should. Right? That's not him being weak and modern and not enduring, right? So there's a lot of hypocrisy. Like when people are talking about these things, they're not looking at it and saying, okay, what's the real logic here, right? Like, yeah, sure, it's a choice. No one's saying that Denia was kidnapped and under forced and with a gun to her head with all of these decisions that we're making or that she was making, right? Like, no one's saying that. We're just simply saying, like, listen, you can 100% see when someone's being gaslit, when someone's being manipulated, when someone is a narcissist, and you can see when someone has a dependent personality type and really is a people pleaser and really is desperate for love, affection, admiration, is really desperate to prove, yeah, she can get that man after all. It's like you can see all of those things. Now, yeah, sure, she was making a lot of deliberate choices, right? And that's why I say that no, she wasn't a victim, she was a participant. I agree, she is a participant, right? But like, she wouldn't have been participating if Derek wasn't, such a piece of shit. Like, let's be real, right? He put her into this position because he's a piece of shit. And he kept her in that position because he's a piece of shit. And she continued because she has a lot of disordered thought processes that allow her to stay through gaslighting and emotional and mental abuse and manipulation, right? Which no one would say she should have stayed there. No one would say you should have had one baby, let alone three. No one would say, but as women generally, we're no one's saying, oh, hey, you should have stayed there and then had a bunch of babies for this man, and then married this man, given all the ways he treated you. I don't think any woman's saying that, right? No woman's really saying, oh, well, he should have just smartened up and changed one day out of the blue. Like, no, he showed her exactly who he was at the beginning. Okay, he showed her, and she should not have touched that man with a billion-foot pole, right? She should not have. She is responsible for that. She was a
Chose
participant.
him, Ruby.
However, that
She
doesn't make
chose him.
Derek any less wrong for his behavior. Yeah, no, she
Okay,
did choose wrong.
BMT
However,
is back. BMT is back.
No. Listen. Like I said, I was just drinking my beer. The ladies were sitting there, on the patio in my neighborhood and listening to y'all. They were just sitting here listening.
Mhm.
Now they want to know about this girl Dejanay. So I sat down and I just
Who
took
is Dejanay BMT?
Danae.
Danae.
Damn. Girl got
Why do you
game.
love that name so much? What is this?
whatever y'all call the child.
Obviously, he doesn't think too highly of her if he's gonna continually rename her every time he
Right,
comes
like
up.
this is the
Right?
problem that she
Damn.
now. You just gonna strip her whole name and be like, you answer to
Exactly.
what I call you.
Listen,
Come on, BMT.
Exactly.
I gave at
Like,
least I gave the
damn.
child.
Wait a minute, at least you gave her a name. Get the fuck out of here, BMT.
So let me
Right?
ask you. So let me
Right?
ask you.
Damn.
So the thing about it is this, and y'all brought and I'm loving y'all build. I'm hoping that this is not the only time y'all ladies sit down, but y'all actually had a healthy conversation where y'all wove a quilt of common sense for women and accountability. So I just want y'all to say that like the people on the outside that were listening in my neighborhood, they were enjoying it, but they're like, oh, I can understand that, I get that. Um, what's the healing process from here? Because at this point, we keep hearing the renege card continuously keep happening. Like, and that was from an older woman. That was from an older woman. Well, what's the girl's healing process? Because if she keeps going back, mind you, I believe she has a daughter. Correct? She has a daughter.
Yes.
Yeah.
She has two daughters.
So mind you, these processes seem to repeat itself. Don't know why, but the same type of men usually get re-chosen again. Because, so I want to know from you as the women of maturity and wisdom, was the healing process? Because mind you, to some women, hey, she had her way out. She loves him. If anything, endure. Maybe if she go to church, pray, give it to God, and endure. Other people saying, hold up. She done put the glasses on, fixed the suit and everything. She was never a victim. She healed pretty fast. So it's kind of hard to tell.
Healed.
Right.
May I answer that question, brother?
We want to hear from all of y'all. We want to hear from all of y'all. Y'all do have an audience, so we want to make sure it gets around. Because right now, what's the process after this? Because now she's doing a whole chicken circuit of acrimony.
Trying to appease the masses.
And being used again.
Right.
She'll be
Her healing process honestly should one involve reparenting, because that's going to take care of the people pleasing as well as other mannerisms that show up in her everyday life that stem from that. And then two, she needs to start pouring actual love into herself. Here's part of the problem. She's looking for love externally. The only reason that she's looking for love externally is because she does not have it internally. So if she begins to give it to herself internally, then she will realize that she no longer she'll no longer have the need to be filled up by extra people if she's filling herself up, or if she's filling herself up and giving herself an overflow. Now, a lot of times, whenever you actually do internal healing, and a lot of times it can begin with reparenting, because this way you have to face as well as acknowledge a lot of things that happen that a lot of times we're afraid to look at. We want to run away from. It's the whole you have to feel it to get through it. And as long as she's trying to mask it and hide it, she's not going to be able to heal from it. So she needs to go back and be able to heal certain aspects, because one, this is actually going to stop other people from honing in on the same type of energy that literally is held by people pleasing. Okay. Now, mind you, I'm going to say this. A narcissist can sit there and pick up on mannerisms. They can pick up on mindsets. They can pick up on certain things that you would never, ever know. It's almost like a con man. How a con man can literally have one conversation with you, and it can be less than 3 minutes, and they already know more about you than you would have ever thought. And they can be able to manipulate you in such a degree that you don't even see it coming, or you don't even see yourself doing it. So that would be the first part. And then the second part of her healing process needs to be pouring love and whatever else it is she needs. If she needs confidence, if she needs self-compassion, if she needs self-acceptance, if she needs self-love, if she needs, it's many different things. But if she can go ahead and pour it into herself externally, then she will no longer have a desire to sit there and try to look for it externally. So when there's another man that comes back, that, whenever she gets the same shit gift, and what I mean by that is you get the same shitty personality just wrapped in a different package. So it's a different man, he looks different, but it's the same type of, a background or the same type of characteristics. She can literally stop herself from literally even being attracted to that, or even allowing that to be attracted to her. So that's what the first steps to that healing process looks like. Whatever else it is that she needs, she may need to sit there and talk to a therapist to be able to get a better insight of what it is she needs to pour in herself. But being able to have honest conversation, honest internal dialogue, and then be able to pour that into her, that is going to help her with a good 75, if not 85% of everything that she is dealing with, everything she is going through, everything.
So I want to add this. I would put something in the middle of your two steps, right? Before she can pour love into herself, she has to define herself. So
yes,
what I would say is after the reparenting, where she faces the trauma, and how does trauma healing look? I just want to say this in case anybody's thinking about therapy, right? Trauma healing is not you getting to a place where the event didn't happen. It's you get into a place where you make your peace with the fact that this is a life event in your past. You're not still, exhibiting the damage of it by avoiding things, intrusive thoughts, compulsions, all of those things that you learn as a coping mechanism during the trauma. Okay. So I would say your first thing about reparenting her, I agree with that, because it's going to be facing this trauma. Okay. And second of all, when she's facing that trauma, she's going to figure out, according to her value system, she has to develop a value system that she can believe in. It may or may not incorporate some things she learned from her mom, from her dad, from this relationship with Derek, whatever it is. Okay. Once she faced that trauma, she's now going to look at that trauma through her new value system. Then she's going to define herself, what she likes, what she prefers, what she tolerates, what's a deal breaker. That's what I noticed that she don't have. Nothing was a deal breaker. So when you think about the way you relate to other people, it's 4 categories. There's mandatory, the things that you must have. There is tolerated. Not tolerated, preferred. I don't must have them, but it would be nice. Tolerated, I wish I didn't have to deal with it, but it's here and I'm okay. And deal breaker, absolutely not. She didn't have anything in that 4th category for him. Okay, so basically, can you imagine what your life would be like if you living at somebody else's whim and mercy?
Topaz,
true.
I know that one of the young ladies who's listening, they're a little bit shy, to talk on the panel. She says, but she asked a good question. She said, what if Dejanay Delasia, what if she defined herself?
Danea. It's not hard, B.M.T. Danea.
You know what, B.M.T., the way that you keep mispronouncing this girl name.
I'm saying her name.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
You did not say her name.
Can I say Miss Jackson? I was gonna say Miss Jackson.
Okay, but B.M.T., before you read the girl's question, this is what Danea said herself about Derek. Derek wrote a Mother's Day tribute to her. And do you know that they had been married for like several years, and he spelled her name wrong in the Mother's Day tribute? And she said that she felt hurt by that. Because he didn't think enough of her to even spell her name right, to even put the hyphenation in it.
But that's another form of him, like basically he's solidifying that message that she got, that like you don't have an existence.
Right.
And that's the thing I wanted to say is her identity right now is Derek Jackson's wife.
That was the question. That was the question that the
Oh, okay.
young lady. She's going also. Shout out to her. She'll be going to college soon. But she said what?
Congratulations.
She asked the question, "What do you do?"
Mhm.
She's asking y'all mature ladies. So start off with you, Topaz. When you centered your existence around the man. God damn, girl, you center your existence around a man. You know that might for me to judge. But what do you do when you center your existence, like Miss Jackson, around that man? So how do you build off of something with that's your build? Is that man?
You find a new identity because see, okay, so what happens? Why are most people able to walk away from relationships that don't serve them? Eventually, they're gonna cry it out. They might do some petty stuff whenever they get there. It doesn't usually get this bad for other people, right? What's the difference between them and Danae? Well, those people usually have an identity of themselves somewhere already formed. They just may not be paying as much attention to it. She did not form that. Her early life says that she was trying to pick up an identity, not because she wants to be her genuine self. The expressed reason was to keep somebody in her life, her father. So she has to come up with an identity that is not swayed by other people first. It has to be stable. So that's the until she does that, we can't say that she's healing because she's gonna go through the same thing again. Because I can't remember which one of y'all said it, but she's gonna get the same package.
Yes,
Because
that was the
think
last.
about a man who isn't interested in like using you or whatever, he's gonna do what's needed to make you feel special, but he is going to recognize that, hey, listen, this take a lot to make you feel special. Jesus Christ, I'm drained afterwards. And then he's going to not want to do it.
Right. Well, I wanted to go ahead and say this real quick. When she heals from that trauma, then that alone will allow her to be able to continue in what that identity was of that little girl at that time. Because understand, kids have their own identity. Look, I have 8. Okay, all of them have their own personality, honey.
8, girl. Ooh, you good.
I have 5
Wow.
biological. I have 3 bonus.
Okay. But
You know,
still, 5.
That's so wow. Yeah.
Girl, I would be standing over the bridge. Like, should I jump?
No, it's not that bad. All of them actually have a decent amount of time in between them, and they actually help with the younger siblings. So it actually makes it easier for me and my husband and I's dynamic.
Okay.
But with us, I just want to say, even from a young age, children have their own personalities. They are very much who they are. They will sit there and tell you who they are. And it does not matter whether they got it from mommy, daddy, YouTube, school, watching Power Rangers. It doesn't matter, because it's not just the mother and the father aspect. It's everything that we take in on a regular basis. So this is from every screen, from everything that we hear, everything that we see, and everything that we interact with, and everybody that we interact with. We always take bits and pieces. So if she can actually go back and be able to heal that people pleasing aspect, and not just from one, because understanding people pleasing is not just a one time and then stuff is like this. It literally is multiple situations that she was put in where she had to choose her safety over a potential threat. She has to go through all of those. And from a younger age, she doesn't have to go through all of them up until adulthood, but from all of those, from the childhood where her identity is actually being created, if she goes back and she is able to work through those.
And you know what, Alyssa, I think that's really good, because what I was picking up from her is she has zero instincts to protect herself in all of this, emotionally, even down to the point where she was being financially abused. She alluded to that when she spoke about how Derek, I guess he must have got tired of her calling him over and over again, because she was at the mansion and he had moved essentially into the I guess the condo.
Yeah.
And he turned her phone off.
Mm-hmm. But see, here's the thing.
That's financial abuse.
It is. But see, you know, because of all of this stuff that was unhealed, her only dynamic to protect herself is to go above and beyond to make the other person happy. So now that she actually has a potential um threat, let's say threat, because that's how she perceives it, right? Potential threat coming to her from ways and sides where she cannot deal with this person one-on-one to try to find out what it is that they want so she can try to cater to that. Now it's feeling overwhelming. Now it's feeling scary. Now she's literally like stuck in a corner where she does not know what to do. So had she been able, or has you know, and this also goes for if she's willing to give herself the chance to be able to go ahead and heal from that, even from this point, like even if she did it right now starting today, then you know the identity of the little girl that was inside of her that went through this, that little girl will feel safe in having her identity back, because she doesn't have to sit there and feel like she's going to be in harm's way. Now she doesn't have to be scared. Now, you know, that's one of the reasons that reparenting is so important. And if you guys would let me go ahead and explain a little bit more about reparenting and what that is.
Please.
A lot
Well,
of times.
if I before we go into like reparenting, if I could just give my answer really fast, 'cause I'm going to need to leave pretty shortly.
Yes.
So I just wanted to give my answer to the question really quickly first. But basically, I want to just say that like what a lot of people don't realize, and you know, maybe it's just because I'm also layering my own personal experience on top of this as well, so it shines a little brighter for me. A lot of people don't realize that when people are going through this type of thing, and so they're over identifying with something, you can see this in Denia's countless places. So now she over identifies obviously with her marriage and being Derek's wife, and needing that as an identity. Right, she over identifies with being a Christian woman and being a prayer warrior and whatever, right? And she gravitates towards things that basically would put her in this position, right? So that's why she goes to this culty church instead of a normal church, right? It's because she needs that. And part of that reason has a lot. No, it's true. But she needs that. And the reason why she needs that has a lot to do with the narrative she has in her brain for what is a good woman, what is a good person, what is a good whatever, right? And so you have these ideals. We all do, right? We all have categories we built about the world, right? Like literally categories, stereotyping runs our everyday life. Right. Otherwise, we wake up in the morning and be confused as shit because we wouldn't be able to remember that this thing is called a bed, this thing's called a floor, no matter, you know, even if it looks a little different this morning. Right. So we categorize things constantly. And one of the things we do is we categorize these ideals, what I'm trying to live up to as a human being. Right. And what we don't realize with some people with trauma for some people is trauma. Like, oh, someone abused me because the bad person did it to me. And a lot of people don't realize that sometimes people look at that
You're cutting in and out, honey.
and then they say, this is, oh, you can't hear me? Hold on. Oh, shoot.
Yeah, just
okay, is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can hear
Okay, hold on. Let me try to move somewhere else. Okay. So yeah, so I was saying, so sometimes what happens is when people are, you know, they experience trauma, instead of saying a bad person traumatized me, doesn't change anything about who I am, they over-identify with the trauma as well. So they think now this trauma happened to them, therefore it has changed who they are. Now they are desperate to try to restore who they are by proving the trauma is not true in some way, right? So if my husband cheats on me and my husband has a bunch of mistresses and my husband abandons us and well, that makes me a bad woman, right? Because part of my definition of a good woman includes having a husband and a good family and being a good support system. And somehow I have decided I'm not being those things because my husband cheated on me, because my husband this, because my husband that, right? So you're over-identifying with way too many things. And I think what she really is going to need to do is, first of all, right, and I agree with everyone that said this so far, right? She needs to change her like her whole entire belief systems and her set of morality, whatever. She needs to redefine those parameters, right? But in some cases, some of those parameters are still going to lead her to the same negative conclusion about herself. So what she needs to do is she needs to stop taking ownership over things that have nothing to do with her, right? Mm-hmm. So even though it takes two to tango in a relationship, it is not your fault that this man made a bunch of vows when you guys walked down the aisle and then decided not to follow any of them, right? That's not his, it was your fault for being a participant, you know, all the way till that moment, but the man made a bunch of vows and then he decided not to follow through on them. That's not your fault, right? It's not, it doesn't make you a bad woman that you gave everything you could for as long as you could, right? It just, that doesn't make you a bad woman. So those are the times where sometimes what you need is someone to tell you, like, no, you aren't the one who failed here. You aren't the bad person here. You are still a good woman. You are still a good wife. You are still wife material. Don't go to the manosphere and who tells you that your life's over because you had, 3 children, because guess what? That's not true. Your life's not over. Many men would be super happy to have a woman like you because you are a good woman. And your 3 kids don't mean, you just give up and die now, right? Like, and so I think that she does need some outside reinforcement, and she does need, some people to tell her, like, this is not your fault, or this part over here is not your fault, or this doesn't define you, right? Your trauma doesn't define you, or someone else's failures don't define you, or someone else, abusing you doesn't define you. And it's okay that you can own that experience happened, but it doesn't mean that is who you are. And I made that mistake for a long time. So that's why I'm like, I realized that no one had ever told me it wasn't my fault. It just never happened. No one told me that it wasn't my fault. And I needed that so much. And I didn't know until finally Mr. Rubes one day just told me it wasn't my fault. And I broke down sobbing hysterically. And I realized in 20 years, no one had ever told me that this thing was not my fault. And that I was still a good woman. I was still pure. I was still this. No one had ever said it. And I realized, I'm like, I've said things like that to people on multiple occasions. And I realized no one had ever said it to me. And so I realized, in a way, I was constantly putting myself down and criticizing myself and over-identifying with men who did not deserve my attention, did not deserve all of my good womanhood, because I was trying to prove that I was good enough. I was trying to prove that I was good and I was pure and I was this and I was that. I was trying to prove all these things constantly, right? And it wasn't until I got someone to go back to my trauma at 15 years old and say that wasn't your fault. You were still good and pure back then. There was nothing for you to prove. That was it. You're still good. That's really what I needed. And you can't make that moment happen, right? And I don't know exactly what that moment would be for her, but I do think that a lot of times for people who have weaker identities, and I'm someone who has a weaker identity. I am a people pleaser. Even now, I'm still very, even in my birth chart for astrology, it says likes being in a couple. I'm such a pairs off type of person, right? You're literally defines me. So I understand that, because I don't have a really strong solitary identity. I have to be careful of that type of thing, because I do have a tendency to over-identify with everything, with the companies I work for, with anything.
But see, here's my only thing about that. Whenever you, and I think here's something that, sorry, I'm dealing with the kitten. Oh, Lord, this cat, Jesus. Okay. But, part of that is that, whenever we go through a traumatic experience, a lot of times as women, I'm not going to say every woman, but a lot of times as women, we tend to overanalyze. And whenever we're overanalyzing, that is us trying to make sense or trying to break down, or in some cases try to justify, because it is a form of justification, but it's not really done to justify it in itself. It's done to be able to try to make sense of the event and why us and how and any other questions that we have, for those moments. So, we have to kind of take away from, kind of what you said, identifying as this character or a caricature now that, such and such has happened. That once again, it kind of actually comes back full circle on to the reparenting and me breaking down what that is and what we actually do. Well, I do with a lot of people that I have one-on-one, work with. Initially, what reparenting is whenever you can go into your subconscious Now, I just want to go ahead and say this. First of all, in your subconscious, you remember every single thing that has ever happened from the moment you opened up your eyes at birth. You remember every sound, every sight, everything you saw, every smell, every taste. It is in your memory. Now, what a traumatic experience does is it's almost like a movie role, for those that are older, and we remember going to theaters, and if you actually ever saw how a movie is played out of theater, it's films, right? And in the films you have like little pictures. Now, what it does is that it takes the picture out and it attaches a negative emotion, or in some cases a positive emotion, to these exact films, or this exact memory. Okay. So whenever we're reparenting, what we're doing is that we're going back and we're giving ourselves everything that we felt that we did not have. So let's say your mom is yelling at you and you feel like your mom doesn't love you. This is where you, as the adult, get to go back and you get to, remind your child version of you, you are loved. You are this. It is okay. You are safe, and things of this nature. If you need a space to be upset and cry and to go ahead and feel all of these feelings, go ahead and do all of that. Here's the space for that. Okay. And once you are able to go ahead and feel all of that at that exact moment, with you being their guide or their protector, or in some cases the mom, or the father, or whatever it is, and they're able to get all of that out of their body, then you can go ahead and let them know, okay, so as you're expressing it and you're getting it out, it is now being replaced with love, with confidence, with compassion, with acceptance, with everything else that you needed at this exact moment, things you know and things you don't know. So it's literally like a trade. And what you're doing is that you're getting rid of the negative emotions that are connected with this memory. That's not to say you get rid of the memory, because you're not. You're not getting rid of the experience, because no, part of this is acceptance. It did happen. We can't go back in time and make it not happen. It did happen. But now, to be able to go ahead and regain you, or to keep you, these are the things that we're trading. And so whenever you're doing that, you're taking the negative emotions off of it. Mind you, once again, subconscious, you still remember every single thing. But now, because it no longer has a negative emotion connected to it, it doesn't stand out. So therefore, that is not as strong. Does that make sense, y'all?
Yep.
Let me do y'all a solid, because y'all ladies have been doing such an amazing job, and I want to do it before Ruby even goes, because this is something of my favorite thing to do for that of the guests. Um, yeah, I agree. Like, listen, I got four heavy giants on here. I'm just all I did was just open up the kitchen. The ladies came in there and started cooking. So, but I definitely want to go ahead before that. If you would like to catch Ruby, and she already knows what I love to do more than ever, is I always like to showcase the brand where you can find these ugly.
Mm-hmm.
I always love to show the brand, because you may want to go over there and check them out. This, like I said, I'm just a hotel. You can always go ahead and catch people. Um, you can always go over there and catch them and actually deal with them on their own whenever they go live. So I would definitely tell you to go over to I'll Be That News. We can go catch the latest, your number one place for news and laughs, and from hard hitting traditional news. So you definitely want to go over there, catch her, as well as overall 99 Media Zell, as they go over all assortment of topics, uh, news, pretty much things that are going on the latest buzz. You can definitely catch Classic Ruby. She definitely is a heavy, heavy hitter when it comes to breaking down a lot of stuff. That literally she does not tread lightly. She crosses a lot of lines to help you understand that. So definitely make sure you check her out when it comes to um, those type of topics. So that is something, if you can, please go over to I'll Be That News. Check her out. She is definitely somebody to also sit down and break bread with. So I definitely want to make sure
Thank
that I
you.
get, and I'm going to send all y'all email. I'm going to do a mass email
I
and put
just
y'all in. Yeah, I'm
I
going.
just
I'll
yes.
So I'm going to
Thank
definitely do that.
you.
But I think y'all ladies are definitely Faith. You know, that way you can definitely have Ruby, Topaz, as well as Elijah. I think so, I might want to do something separate. Hey, the hell with the men. We want to do our own thing. If you also want to grab a very well grounded woman, grab my sister Eliza. She does a lot of constructive conversation. She's not for the drama. As she always say, leave your feelings at the door. She does
I definitely will.
a lot of builds. A lot of men get triggered when she starts talking about a lot of topics. I know. I love being there. Me and her just finished going over that of the Rolo Tomasi uh
We
conversation.
did.
It triggered a lot of people. But
Oh
hey,
yes, it did.
it was what it was. So if you definitely want to go over there, uh she's very analytical. I love that about her. Is because she's so analytical, and she's very accurate. Also, if you are a couple and you need their couples therapy, hit her up. She can do private
Yes.
counseling with y'all, and I love it where women that know how to actually help develop other women are actually
Yes.
good at the profession of what they do. So I definitely want to try to get you more dealing with Topaz, Ruby, and Faith, especially what Faith has the classic build. We cannot definitely overlook that of one of my favorite groups, but mainly, you know what I'm saying, she has to be the glue to keep those two wacky guys together. For the record, TV, you know what I'm saying? That's where you can go catch Topaz. I don't know how they keep her sane, but literally, she's
Drink.
over there.
Okay, alcohol. That is her whole. I'm gonna be honest. You
But
know, like
I love them.
All right. So in other
I
words,
love it.
next
I
gift I
love
need
it.
to buy you a bottle. Okay, I got you, sis.
yes. Listen,
That's it.
watching the show with a bottle in hand is way better. I'm just gonna tell you. You know, because you need to lower your inhibitions so you can say whatever you feel like you need to say, because that's what makes the show. You know, like no filter, just throw it out there. You know, if you sensitive, don't come over there because I ain't saving nobody. Okay.
That part. That part.
But like I said, you definitely can sit down with them. You have it over there. She's over there with her co-host. Um, she's over there with her co-host, two guys. They're very nice guys. They're heavy on the accountability stick, and you'll love them. They're all good people. So go over there and check them out. She's literally, and she also, I told her to go do a travel video. And when she's ready to do
Oh yeah.
the wine video, I will be there to go get the wine. And
Yes.
last but never least, somebody that is close to my heart, I go to war for this woman. Um, the one, the only, the Faith Factor. Literally one of the founders and builders of a lot of channels, as well as the BBN network, but mainly the Faith Factor. She's also a very well-rounded writer. The founder of the Classy Women discussions,
Better class
be-
of women.
better
Yeah.
class of women, excuse me, better class of women, as well as a whole assortment of conversations. Literally, she's not getting off the hook for the Faith gives her review on the Miss Jackson conversation. You're not getting off. You're not getting off from that. I know you think y'all did it on my channel. I could have just kicked y'all asses off, but y'all definitely proved, and I want y'all to know that I want y'all. I wish Ruby was still here. Make sure y'all ladies clip y'all conversation from my channel and put it on y'all channel. That's y'all bill. That's y'all discussion. So
Right.
that way, that's y'all work. I'm not against that. That way, at least if y'all start hearing, whoa, why does that sound familiar? What this person is saying in this, and I kid y'all think people don't come over and don't think people aren't watching. They will listen to your talking points, run right over, and talk the same thing you're talking, and they will watch y'all. So y'all need to start clipping y'all words and say, hey, nah, it was spoken here by us ladies in this
Mhm.
discussion. So and shout out to Faith. Literally, she has these discussions. Y'all ladies need to sit down and have more tea parties, as I call it, where y'all sit down and have these discussions, especially about this and more others. So if you want to see more of that, go over to the Faith Factor. She has an amazing build, not just for women to come by, but for men also to listen. I appreciate her what she does. So if y'all definitely want to, however y'all want to handle from there, but definitely check that out, the Faith Factor. So, all
Well,
right,
you know
ladies.
what? I have subbed to all of you ladies. You ladies have been amazing tonight, and I've subbed to every one of you.
Thank you. So
Thank
happy.
you. Thank you so
You're
much.
very welcome.
You
I
know,
want y'all to sit down and start breaking more bread and start collabing. Even for the hey, like we gotta have these conversations. Like again, I had a lot of ladies in my neighborhood while I was preparing a grill for tomorrow. They were sitting down listening.
Mm-hmm.
They were sitting down listening. Not so mainly off the one, there wasn't no arguing. There wasn't no belligerentness.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it was more so of a healthy dialogue, and I think women can tell women that have experience and maturity.
Yes.
I think they really can, especially the older women that came outside. And you know they're very judgmental, and they were listening. Oh, they were listening to you know what I'm saying. I think the younger girls, you know, I see some of them. They came back home to get about to go to college. They were listening too. So um, they were listening too. So that was very good that y'all had a span of young women from I think the youngest one out there she was 19
Mm.
to the oldest one that was what 55 56 and they all were listening. So it was definitely a wide brush message that all women could actually captivate to. Especially I know some of them were nervous to come on the panel because it's a very intimidating thing to come online, you know. But they definitely wanted to let y'all ladies know that they enjoyed that. I just want y'all ladies to know that the ladies that were listening enjoyed y'all conversation.
Well, thank you, ladies. We appreciate that.
right?
Thank you
And I
so
hope
much,
it can be
ladies.
helpful. I hope that my goal here is just I don't want this to sound like we trying to demonize her. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
the fact that she's playing this out in real life where we can see it and analyze it. That's a
Mm.
lot to be spoken for, okay? Because you're putting your life out there. You're willing to have the people with the conversations or what have you. So that's the only way we're able to get this type of content. But we take from it, and yes, hindsight is 2020. But sometimes that's the only way you can see clearly
That
is
part.
looking back. So it's not a judgment or a punishment per se. It's just mainly what can we do to avoid this? We see the results of this behavior. So what can we do? What do we need to know in order to prevent this or either to get out of it if you find yourself in that predicament? The biggest thing is since we were able to identify like a solution for her, it means it doesn't end your life. It means that there is a way out of it. I understand that this sounds miserable what she's describing. I can't imagine anybody that would look at this and say, "Yeah, that's fun. I want to grow
Right.
up. I want to do that exact same thing."
Right.
Right?
Right.
So the goal is for anybody out there who's listening, if you have experienced this, there is a way out.
It's a safe way out, and
I,
one that is not going to actually put you in danger.
one woman she made a comment that some of the people that she dated, which threw me off, maybe damn, I'm gonna burn my eyebrows off. Some of the people that she dated was to that please that of her dad.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Um, and I was like, what? What do
Well,
you
see,
mean?
a
I
lot of
say,
times when we're going through these things, we don't even realize it until someone shines a light on it. And so
see,
that's one of the reasons why I wanted to shine that light on it and break it down like that, because it's not just her. I
not
mean, a lot of us are people pleasers due to the societal norm or societal standard. And what that means is, especially in the Black community, we feel like, okay, so, all Black people should sit there and band together. We know logically that's not something that actually happens as often as we'd like. But, society, sits there and says, okay, well, you know what? Hey, all skin folk need to be kinfolk. We all need to band together. That's not one. That women are considered XYZ because these are the things that they're talking about in society when those are actually not the truth. And it kind of goes back to what I was saying about taking on expectations that are not yours, but never been told that ain't got nothing to do with you. You don't have to carry that weight. You don't have to carry that burden. Honey, walk away. That has nothing to do with you. We were never told that. We weren't told that by the older generation, and there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, we understand we were not told that by our older generation because they didn't know, and that's okay. But,
Okay, right.
it hits a whole lot of different standards. So it's not just the people pleasing, but it's also the dynamic of how we see our families, how we see our mothers compared to how we see our fathers. I'm actually going to end up having a live where we're talking to women and how how the dynamics of motherhood look like. Why is it that we tend to cater to our boys and we tend to be a bit harder on our girls? Why, where that stems from, and if we actually have a desire, how can we do better? You know, Even things like that. The whole uncles, aunties, cousins just coming in the house and dealing with potential victims of SA. But our families don't want to talk about it. We want to act like it doesn't happen. We want to act like, no, that ain't us. That, we ain't got those problems. Or we want to sit there and, sweep them under the rug. There's a lot of things that we deal with on a regular, that we hear on a regular, especially over sexualization, and that we tolerate without even realizing that these are external expectations that are not exactly ours to pick up. So, I mean, I'm sorry, I went on a ramble. Go ahead.
No,
No, that's okay.
Like, you're fine. Like I said, no. Like I said, like some of the people, like because this is y'all message in the time capsule, and again, a lot of young women that are listening, again, that threw me off when the young girl said that she was dating somebody. Um, she was dating somebody to
Please, her
please
father.
her father and show her mother that she could do better. And I said, I ain't know about sick girls name. I was like, what the hell you trying to show your mama you can do better? How you were you competing with your mama? Like
Mhm.
I like how I like and I'm trying to figure out how does that happen that a lot of young girls are trying to show up their mama. She got with the men that she dated while we
Mhm.
were talking. She dated a man that was 23
Mhm.
while she was 16. She dated
Mhm.
a man that was 35 and
Wow.
a man that is what do you call her? What do you call him? A donor. She has a donor
Oh, okay.
to help her get
Okay.
an apartment. I don't know, Faith. You already know what that is.
Yeah,
They
we already. I
yeah.
did a whole stream on that yesterday. So.
So she has a donor.
Mm.
Um, like she has a donor that literally she has an apartment, and she's looking at going to dental hygienist school, and but he wants a family, but she wants to just go get her education.
Mm.
But
Mhm.
she knows that hey, she has one more year to go, but he wants to push on for more than that. Now I already told her, I said, hold on now, baby. Um, you still young. You're still young. Why that 48-year-old man wanna have a family with you?
Mhm.
And she's like, well, I mean, he's been talking to me about it. He's been taking me out. He's done taking me to the DR and different other places. And I'm like, where the hell is your daddy? And she was
Mm.
like, well, it's just me, my mom, and my sister.
He's trying to nail her down.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, Faith, he can take care of her. I don't know why he can take care of her and get her, and they can move, and he can move her in.
But she can also get her education so that she can take care of herself. And see, that's the thing that Danae Jackson found herself in.
So
Because
now,
remember
Mhm.
the
now hold on,
financial
Faith. Why are you walking her away from? Now hold on
hold
now.
hold on. Remember the financial abuse. Danae trusted so much in Derek that he was going to take care of her. But even with her cell phone, Derek had control over her having access to her cell phone. He cut that off. Danae
Mhm.
was in college too. She's perfectly capable of finding a job and taking care of herself and not having to be in that position. And see, when women put themselves in that position where they give all this trust over to a man, not saying that they shouldn't, but that right there is a huge sign that he's trying to negate her desire to want to get her education and be independent like that. He's trying to thwart that. And I want her to see that red flag for what it is.
Well,
I will say this. I agree with Miss
okay,
Factor.
listen.
I'm gonna say this. If you all were already in an invested relationship and then you all kind of did the whole glow up, and then now these are the fruit, that your tree bears due to hard work and investments and things of this nature, that's one thing. But whenever literally this is, let me go ahead and show you what all I have so that you'll choose me so that I can XYZ, that's when it kind of gets really, really iffy. And once again, that kind of goes back to expectations, because now instead of her, from the way BMT broke it down, now we could be right, we could be wrong. Please have her close so she can go ahead and
She's listening. Like I said, she
okay.
told me
Okay.
you dated the
So
trio,
so the way
now the
BMT
40-year-old.
broke it down is the fact, it looks like we're doing all of this and getting the best possible man to be able to sit there and kind of throw in mom's face, as in, we did better, we did this, we did that. But in doing that, you're kind of taking away from you. See, here's the thing. I need you to focus on you and what's best for your life, not trying to live vicariously through your mom, or not trying to do a I
Why you
told you
crying?
so, or anything like this. We need to focus on you, because at the end of the day, it's going to be your life, it's going to be your children, it's going to be your future. And the last thing we want is for any woman, much less one that's still young and vibrant and has literally the world at her fingertips, to be able to be tied down, or even worse, in a position like the one we just got done discussing. Because
Exactly.
once you leave, and we're not saying that you're a people pleaser or anything like this, but just because you're not a people pleaser does not mean that there's other things that they are not honing in on. So let me go ahead and ask you this. What is it that you believe that you have that another woman that could have been closer in age to this man did not have? That's the question I want you to ask. Why is it that it's you? I'm not saying it's a bad thing. And I'm definitely not saying don't enjoy the rides and don't enjoy your life the way it's going right now. But what I'm saying is, I want you to go ahead and think about it. Why is it that he's choosing you? Somebody that's younger, that's in their 20s, that is not impressionable, that does not have as much experience as far as living their life in the most authentic way possible, so that they have had fun and they have had wonderful experiences. Why is it that he cannot get another woman? Because, mind you, women in their 30s and 40s, we all bad. All of them are banging, body smoking hot. They can still pop out children, not a problem.
He said,
So, uh-huh.
okay, you don't mind me. He says that he has tried to get her pregnant. She has
Sounds like a trap to me.
he's tried to get her
It
pregnant,
is.
and she has said no to that. Did you tell your mom all this shit? You better tell. Also, um, he's also offered to take care of her. That he likes her mind. She's smart, well driven, and she's beautiful. And
Mm.
quit crying.
Okay, okay.
She's
Hold on.
crying, y'all. Like, listen,
Well, no, it's okay, darling.
she's not gonna get you, girl.
Hold on. It's okay, baby. It's okay. What I'm going to say is this. I was
Good.
a
You look good.
child that
Great.
literally attracted older men. And one of the things they will always say to me is, oh, well, you know what? I love your mind and I love where you are mentally. Mind you, I had this conversation with a 52-year-old man when I was 19, who was asking me to marry him, who was asking me to be with him. And I told him no. When I sit there and tell you, this man, hold on, this man went so far as to um literally get the deed to a 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom home that was well over $550,000. Mind you, I'm 19, okay? And sat there and had the full deed and just sat there and told me to sign my name on that line. And supposedly it was no strings attached. Now, here's one of the things. My mother, I'm adopted. So my mother was 49 when I was adopted. Okay. And I was adopted at like 6 or 7. So I was adopted very young. So the mentality as well as the game I was put on was a lot older and a lot more well-rounded than some of these other ladies. So I already understood that if I put my name on here, this is a down payment. This is an investment to me. What this is access to me. He's trying to make an investment to for access of me, which I was not willing to give. Not only that, but think about it like this. Let's say hypothetically I would have put my name down on that paper. Now this man knows where I'm at. Anytime I want to sit there and relax, chill, or go home, he knows where I'm at. I don't know if this man has made keys. I don't know if this man has, other people that are looking at me or, that are watching or, other kind of cameras or anything that are set up. I don't know any of this. All I know is at this time when I was 19, I was not ready to be anyone's wife because I could not be the wife that I wanted to be. I had to make that choice for myself. I had to be able to acknowledge what kind of person that I wanted to be. And I felt like I was being rushed. So I said no. Do you know how much it hurt whenever he sat there and ripped that deed up in front of my face? Do you know how much it hurt whenever this man sat there and told me some of the, some of the money and the lifestyle I had at that time, I was no longer gonna get? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. For them first 3 days, honey, that hit deep. I mean, it hurt. It did. It wounded my pride. It wounded my ego. Heck, it wounded my pocketbook, baby. It hurt. But after 3 days, I was so proud of me because I could have been trapped. I could have been in a situation where this man could have came in and had anything done to me at any given time and probably could have sat there and gave a key or would have gave better access than what I could have got on my own, because even though it was on my own, it might have been smaller. It was mine. So I have that pride that sits there and says that I did this. I have the experience now on how to do this, things of this nature. So when he says stuff like he likes your mind, you're 20 years old. You may be a bit wise for your age, but once again, I kind of come back to that initial question. What other woman that is in their 30s or that is in their 40s that cannot give him the same mental if that's what he is so engaged in, if that is what he is
Right.
so interested in? I don't understand. I mean, if he's dealing with 30-year-old women that honestly ain't shit, then, I'd still question him. These are the circle of people he hangs around. And that if these are the circle of people that he hangs around, then are these the type of people that you want hanging around you, being that you're 20 and you're in a better state of mind, as he puts it? So I want you to have a lot of questions, question everything. And whenever you realize what you want for yourself, go ahead and tell him this. And then if he still tries to persuade you, if he still tries to manipulate, if he still tries to get over or try to push something on you, my love, his interests and his intentions are not yours. They're not, what's best for you. It's him still
And
trying to get over and get what he wants. He's not doing
and
that.
I wanted to add to what you're saying because I've been in that situation. And what happens is you're getting close to getting your degree, and he's intimidated by that because he may or may not feel like his control is getting ready to slip. That's what I'm picking up from him ignoring the fact that you would like to go ahead and pursue your education. He's not even concerned with what you want right now. What he's concerned with is that he sees that you're getting ready to do the damn thing, and all he sees is that his control is getting ready to slip. And now he has to do something. So he wants to plant that child there, and definitely that's going to thwart you because it's not ever a good idea for you to go to school and have to worry about being a mother. Right now, you have the freedom to do that. And that's what he wants to thwart. He wants to make that freedom that you currently have go away because he is concerned about his control over you not being there if you were to be able to continue on with what it is that you wanted to do with your life. So I want you to look at that red flag exactly for what it is.
Okay. Now, one of the things about it, And I asked her, and I asked her, Topaz, I also wanted your feedback. But like I said,
Okay.
all of y'all are mothers with daughters. All of y'all are
Right.
mothers with daughters.
Yes.
And I want to answer that question before we move on to a different
Yes, ma'am.
topic.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Topaz.
Okay, so this right here to me shows the importance of having an identity, right? So y'all mentioned earlier, I'm gonna be quick about it, okay? Y'all mentioned earlier that kids have personalities. Yes, they do.
Yes.
They are born with a temperament. This is the type of newborn that they just happen to be because they just got here. There's been no influence by the society that they were born into yet. This is their temperament. Now, what is in their environment from the years of 0 to 5, that shapes their personality because what we see is their reaction to what's in their environment. That's why, like when you have a community, everybody's getting the same stimulus. It's the same event. It's the same day of the week. It's the same people around. The only thing that changes is what you see by what they were born with. And that determines how they're going to react to things in their environment, right? So the point of all of that is that you got to have your identity first. You got to know what you see for your future. And so Miss Eliza was telling you earlier, like knowing what you want. That is very important. What do you see for your future? What do you feel like knowing you that you can tolerate as an event going forward? And your decisions today affect that. So if you already have a picture in your mind of what life is supposed to look like for you at 30, 40, 50, 60, anybody showing up that offers you something that's going to stray you from that path, if they go too far into something that you already know that you can't tolerate at 45 years old, if they're trying to get you to do something that you know that you're not going to enjoy at 30, that's going to be a red flag to you. You won't need us sitting up here telling you what's a red flag. So you have to know who you are first. You have to be a complete person first. And at 20 years old, are you complete? Do you know who you are? Have you gotten this picture of what your future is supposed to look like? Do you know what your capabilities are? What can you handle? Because if he's showing up and you obviously made the choice to go to college, because not only did you attend college, you did the things to get enrolled, you are continuing to attend and you're almost done with your degree. That's obviously something that's important to you. Now, and I'm saying it this way because you can't date somebody to please your parents. You can't date somebody to prove something to other people. You can't date somebody just because you got this competitive spirit and want to win out over other people. You have to date this person at your most fulfilled. You will be dating a person that sees the same picture as you and is just as devoted to that picture. Now, what you have to ask yourself, nobody can tell you this answer, because if your answer to this question is yes, you're going to stay and can't nobody get you away from him. If your answer to this question is no, nobody's going to be able to make you stay with him. Does this look like what you want for your future? However old this guy is, he's in his 50s or whatever. Is that something that you want? Because you are the person that has to live with it. You are the person that knows whether or not you want to commit to this. And if not, you have to leave. You're not going to be able to stay with him.
I agree 100%.
All right. I want to go just talk to her. She's a lot better. It hits deep. It hits deep. When what I'm saying. I don't think it hits deep when because she is a smart, beautiful young lady.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I feel like Daddy might not be in the picture. I don't know why I feel like that.
What's going on? Shout out to my brother D. Darrell. Shout out to D. Darrell.
Oh, hey, what's up, D?
Hey, D.
D, you done missed it. You had listen. We done. You done missed a lot.
I've been trying to get in contact with D all weekend. He took his behind on vacation and just left us.
Like I said.
Oh yeah, I seen him on Instagram acting up. Look, D. Darrell
acting up.
Topaz, you the last one to talk. As much as you act like on Instagram.
Excuse you. See, listen, I'm grown. Okay, I get to do this. Okay. And just so y'all know, like, okay, so, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I had a dream for my life growing up as a kid, right? Something happened in life. I wasn't able to follow that, but I made my peace with that and made a new dream. So it doesn't always mean that you have to like get rid of everything that you've done since then. And I did want to say, if she's like 19, I think you said, this is the
No,
time period.
she's 21 now. The
21.
thing about
Okay.
it,
Still in
the
the
thing
same
about it,
group.
I want to put this in that, and that's true, because 19 to 21, that is actually a bracket right there by itself. And the thing about it is, what she said when I was talking to her was she didn't want to be like her mama, always having to beg a man for help.
Ooh.
She
And
didn't
then
also
she's
have to be
gonna
like,
get into this. That's exactly
Yeah,
what she has
that's
to do.
exactly what she's gonna get if she goes down this route.
but the
The
thing
way that
about it
he's
is,
setting it up.
but the thing about it is, she don't have to beg. He just gives her over and over and over.
No, he
But
gives it now.
that's for now. For now.
He gives it now. Once he has a child with her, and once he's married, the shift of power will go into, the power will shift.
I thought, but
It's a,
so, hold up now. I'm trying to understand Eliza Topaz and Faith
Mhm.
that was the thing that's been echoed and preached, that hey, you find yourself a well-to-do man, you raise a family,
Okay.
X one. No, don't do that, Topaz.
Yeah, I know what is good. Okay, and I want to go
No,
first real
you know what I'm
quick.
saying? Why you gonna do that, Topaz? Why you?
No. See, because BMT, because here's the thing, right? This is why I was telling her. So the reason why I said
I'm about to get some ho-hos. Hold on.
okay. Okay. Listen, the reason why I was telling her it's the same bracket is because that 18 to 25 range is where you decide how much of your childhood do you want to recreate for your children if you have them, versus how much of it do you want to replace. Right. This is where she's identifying herself. And so listen, I already know. Okay. Don't come for me. Don't at me. The reason why there are a group of men who feel like you got to get women in that category is because if they meld themselves to your development of who you are as an adult, you'll never be able to see a life without them, no matter what. It would be traumatic for them to leave.
Hey, don't do that.
I'm doing it now. Here's the reason why I'm telling her, like, for during that time, what you need to be trying to figure out is if you want that. So now I got a question. You don't want to beg for help and assistance like you saw your mom doing it. Obviously, there was some experience as the child in that dynamic that was unpleasant to you. That's why you decided that you don't want to recreate that. Got it. So now this guy to me represents a barrier. Okay, so and
why are you saying that the man represents a barrier? Why are you saying that?
I'm finna explain. Okay,
he got her an apartment.
Okay, I'm not saying a barrier to her life. What I'm saying is a barrier to her boundary. Where's the end point of your boundary? Is it that you don't want to beg, but asking and getting is okay? Or do you want to be able to get it for yourself? And I assume that it's the latter because you went to college. The person that would believe in the former would have just found a dude their age, build with him, and then it's okay for you to ask him for stuff as long as he's going to give it to you. So this is where that self identity part comes in. What exactly did I have the problem with? Was it the begging per se, or was it the having to depend on anyone other than myself? Because that's going to determine whether or not this guy is still dateable or not. And then there's other questions after that, but this sounds like the bigger one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and also like I was in a similar. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say this. If you can eliminate him from that question, you don't even have to go through the rest of the questions. Okay, but if he makes it to the next round after that question, then you got other questions that you need to do before you come up with, yes, this is still okay for me to date him, and no, I got to get him out of my life.
Facts. And you know what? She should listen to Eliza and Topaz. I wish that I had women like this, that with this much clarity, because they're giving it to you with clarity. I was in a similar situation where I was in school. I was studying to be an occupational therapist. And I actually started leaning into the guy that I was dating at the time. And he, did the same thing. He purchased me a nice little apartment and all of this good stuff. But when I started going to college, I was around what? Other people my age in college. And I started meeting who? Other guys my age in college. And that intimidated him because he was much older than me. So you have to really, really think about what this guy is trying to do here. He may or may not be trying to do this. I'm not going to try to throw it out and make him the villain, but it just seems so familiar, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, let's also remember. I'm sorry. I'm sitting here eating some Chips Ahoy's, and these Moses fire. I'm sorry.
That ain't what you said you was going to go get, though.
I know, but look, I saw 2 boxes of ho-hos, and then one of my boxes was gone, and I realized my kids are probably gonna eat those. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna get some Chips Ahoy. But initially, what she said, she's absolutely right. But you know, that kind of goes back to why I said, you know what, you need to question everything, because nobody does something without some type of motive. And honestly, I really feel like everybody is going to do something that's going to benefit them. Now, I'm not saying that like in a, you know, a super villain, superhero type of situation. I'm just talking about in everyday life. Even matter of fact, we were just talking about Danae. Her people pleasing. She didn't do that because she liked people. She did that because it benefited her. It kept her safe. So everybody's gonna do what benefits them, regardless of how minute that might be. So I need you guys to ask questions. And if he truly feels that you are as intelligent as he believes you are, and I'm gonna go on, I'm gonna go out and say I believe you are just as intelligent as well, then I need you to be able to have a bit more dialogue, in-depth conversations with this man that is pretty much applying to be your partner. Because at the end of the day, please remember, especially right now, the power is in your hands. He is still having to fill out an application. And if that application does not match the requirements, and I'm not talking about, oh my God, I want a 6-figure nigga. I'm like, oh my God, this man do everything for me. Oh my God, I can get. I'm not talking about that, because let's keep it a buck. You can do the same thing, beautiful. You can do the exact same thing for yourself. But what I'm saying is, if these are the things that he is offering now, then you need to have a conversation about how will this look in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? How will this look after you get married, after you have children? If you decide to have more children, how many children do you decide to have? It needs to go deeper. I'm sorry.
So she just gave me this.
Okay.
That she told me that she's been sneaking.
I'll cam up. Hold on. There we go.
She's been sneaking. She's been sneaking these behind him.
Oh, okay.
What is that?
Birth control.
Oh, okay, okay.
So,
which means she already understands what his intent is, and if he's already trying to trick her or force her into procreation,
I will say get the bag, but
well,
these women are talking about empowerment and.
But which bag should she get? Should she get the bag from him or from herself?
Oh,
well, here's the thing.
Why y'all always?
Okay, so let me say this. Taking birth control is an act, you know, in opposition. Okay. Obviously, he wants a kid with you. Taking birth control means you do not want a kid right now.
Mm-hmm. Actually, she's trying to finish school.
Right. So that is your decision. He's asking you to do things. Here's the thing. I don't want to focus on what he wants, what he's thinking, because at this point, you need to be talking about what you want, what you're thinking. Okay. You wanting to finish school. He's doing things so that you would not finish school. That's your answer right there.
You can still finish school while you're pregnant.
Well, you can, but let's not act like it's going to be.
Why would we make things harder for ourselves when we don't have to?
Hold on, because see, here's the thing. It has to be her decision, right? So you could finish school while you're pregnant. That is a thing. But do you want kids when you're in college?
Now, my thing I told her was this.
May I, brother, before you go? May I?
Go ahead.
I'm going to say this. The simple fact that she felt that she had to go ahead and sneak birth control, that already says that literally she's not ready for whatever it is he's trying to impose upon her.
That's what I wanted to. That's what I wanted to talk
right there. We ain't even got to go deeper into it. Right there. because sneaking means that she's not comfortable enough to have this conversation with him, or that she's had it and she's gotten an unfavorable response.
Well, that was the thing. So I asked her when she brought this to me, about the birth control, because she's already told him. I think when she said she got caught with the birth control, and he flipped out on her.
See,
he flipped out on her, and I said, "Do you feel safe? Do you feel safe?" And she says, "I just don't know." She said, "I just want to go to school, and I just want to start my career."
If she's saying I just don't, or I just, that means no.
So
that means no.
So, but here's the thing about it. So, what happens is, for her and other ladies that are listening, this is the reality. This is a reality that nobody tells you on social media or in real life, of where you, excuse my language, have fucked yourself into a situation where it's called paying the piper. Because now it's time to pay up. And I'm speaking from a man. They're speaking from that of as a woman, as mothers, as women. And
I said it's an investment. Remember, brother, I said it's an investment. That is a down payment. That's what all those gifts are. All those gifts, all those presents, all that apartment, this and that. That is a down payment, sweetheart.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And I will say this to you, honestly. If you have to keep sneaking, and mind you, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all ladies right now, you're not supposed to be popping this shit like this. You're not supposed to, especially every other fucking damn time. Like, you're not supposed to. I will definitely tell you that if condoms is not on the table, and like literally, I mean, I think colleges provide you with some type of health insurance. Some colleges do, but
some do, not all.
True. But if the case is, from what was told to me, and this is not by her, but her friend. If a man can just pop up in your apartment, which is supposed to be your apartment, but he can just pop up in y'all apartment, but you and your friend are staying there, and he can just show up and undress himself and walk around. Now listen, that's too much goddamn freedom.
Didn't I say that earlier?
That's too much freedom. I'm not sure how. I know how Al feels, but I know Faith and Topaz don't play that. Listen, it's different where a man can just show up and undress and walk around and say, "Well, I pay the fucking bills." If that's the case, y'all ladies need to take them keys, give it to that man. Well, don't even give it to the man. Just take the keys and just say, "Thank you, we're out."
Put it on the countertop and walk out.
Put it on the countertop.
Okay, so here's the thing: we got to teach her to think for herself. So
what are we gonna do, Topaz?
That's the reason why I was taking so long to get to the point. I know.
Okay, go ahead. You got it, Topaz.
But here's the thing: you are taking, birth control to prevent something that you've already said that you don't want. Okay. Now, here another thing I just want to point out: there are some women who are cool with the whole sugar baby lifestyle. They are cool with it. They are willing to do it. And earlier, when I talked about how you got to know what you're willing to accept the consequences of, what they don't talk about is all of the stuff that you got to give up in order to maintain that lifestyle. Okay. Namely, your education, because the part of that agreement is for you to be available to this person. Okay. So if you
whenever they call. Whenever they call.
Right.
Exactly.
If you're not willing to live a life like that, if that's part, because that kind of sounds like, the thing that you didn't want to do like your mom. Part of having to beg people for assistance is you got to be at their beck and call. You got to be completely humble all the time. So this sounds like that. This sounds like a decision that would remind you of that situation. So if you don't want these things, that is the answer right there. We don't have to tell you to break up with him. You are going to do so because that is, can you live a life where you are dependent on this man?
What do you got to tell? Because this is kind of
This really hits home for me because I did that. You got. I guess you all already know I didn't get my degree, and I really hate that I made that decision because it's just like Topaz says. You're basically having to make the decision that that's what you can live with, and I couldn't live with it. Okay, the jumping through hoops, the walking on eggshells. See, what happens is in the beginning, it's the love bombing, it's the I'll take care of you, it's the you don't have to worry about nothing. And I really felt that I believed this person. I thought that because they were paying my rent and taking care of me already, I didn't have any reason not to believe. But then as soon as my future got taken away from me and he felt comfortable that he was always going to have that position of power, did the balance of power change?
It's control. It's control.
Yes.
I mean, if you think about it like that, they sit there and they tell you that the man that has the most money literally has more control, don't they?
Yep.
But see now hold on now, because
Yes,
why is there this lesson plan to a lot of these young girls? I mean, like I said, she's sitting there, she's there in the car, you know what I'm saying? Y'all didn't have to share this information with me, but they did feel safe enough to tell, you mothers and you professionals. And for me as a father, I do feel some type of way. Because
that's why you wanted to give it to the mothers, but yeah.
Well,
X-Style blowing my stuff up in the background like, babe, what, babe?
But I would never want my child to be put in this type of situation.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and I listen, like, y'all don't think trap babies ain't real? I know, because you know what I'm saying? Men tell that to girls. Trap babies are real. It's a real thing. But when you have to, I didn't know to the level where he was just popping up while she's laying in the bed asleep, naked.
It's the same reason I would not sign that name on that house, because that exact thought popped in my head. I don't know if this man has a key. What if he just happens to pop up here? If I'm asleep, that means that he can do whatever, whenever. I'm not going to have any protection.
Now,
I have nothing there unless I got my Mickey Mouse tool.
I want you to. Let me say this. Let me say this. And this is a reality. A lot of times, if he has been popping up in your bed, understand your bed is supposed to be the most sacred place, most safest place. Okay, that's us 4 adults will agree on that one.
Yes.
And if he's just showing up and you feel like you have to please him, that's not. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna use the word. That's called rape. That's and it can the ladies also agree on that? That's not. You didn't have a choice.
That would be equivalent to feeling like you have to sit there and smash this man just to keep your place, smash this man to go ahead and keep the money coming in. Yes, that is assault.
So I'm letting you know right now, and I'm hurt. I'm hurt that it has gotten to this. That all the times that we've been seeing you come around, that nobody knew this. But I'm glad that we know now, and we will have a conversation with moving you back into your mama's house. I do think you're gonna have to just drive to school. It's only 30 minutes away. But if it's for your safety, then I think that would probably be better.
Right.
Because nobody should feel that if I don't please this person, I don't know what's gonna happen. And so that just hurts. And I'm really hurt. I'm sorry if I'm stumbling on my words.
Don't apologize. I
But
mean,
and it definitely does happen. This is why I push back against this message about uh, telling older men to get with younger girls, younger women. I'm gonna call them
Yeah.
girls, younger women, because the developmental imprinting process can get very, very grave. You know what I'm saying? And we already got the Alan Roger Curry effect. We already see how that played out.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's actually a thing. It's
Wait, the what?
it's the Alan Roger Curry thing. It's literally is a older black man
Mhm.
who was talking about all this game and stuff that he do with women. And he got a young girl pregnant. And less than a few years later, what 3 or 4 years, he croaked and
Yep.
died. I left her with a baby. No money.
No insurance, no nothing.
No, nothing. Was there anything Topaz Faith? Was there anything he left her?
Not that I know of, but I don't
Not
know.
that I know of.
Just bills. She having to go do GoFundMe. Like a lot of these old men when they die. Sorry, a lot of these old men they die. If they have children, I'm sorry, baby girl, but y'all girls, y'all side babies
Oh
are
wow.
usually the last one. Not a young girl. That was his wife, not a young girl.
It
Yes,
doesn't matter
Right.
if she's young
He
or
le-
not.
he left his young wife nothing.
he left.
Right.
I mean, no matter how you try to fix that, Clue, she listen, having to get online and hold up a GoFundMe sign
Right.
to beg other men. That's pathetic.
Well, I got a question. So, Clue, listen, all right, we never had our back and forth because we got to argue, okay? Now,
Uh-oh.
I'm glad that you want to capitalize his wife, okay? Yeah, a lot of good that did her. So now, which one of y'all is going to make the case as to why she deserves a stepdaddy? Because see, this baby that ARC decided, he felt like, listen, I don't care what happens. I can eat the way I want to eat. I can, whatever the fuck, I don't know what his cause of death was, right? The point is, he ain't here. I love you too, Clue, but that's why we're gonna argue, okay? Because I know you gonna be able to argue this. So
Do you want him to come speak with y'all?
Oh shoot.
it
Okay, because I
depends.
did
It
hold on.
depends.
Hold on.
It
I just
depends on
told
y'all.
Clue. I just
That
told
depends.
Clue
No,
what
because
the
like
flow
I
said.
said, y'all have already built a nest of teaching.
Well, that's
And
why I'm gonna go here. Okay,
it's up
so
to y'all three. It has to
this
be y'all
right
three.
here is my reason for saying older men don't need to be with younger women. Okay, and this right here is why. So it doesn't matter. She did what she was supposed to do. Now, from my recollection, she was already pregnant before they even got engaged. Okay, so
Yeah, that was the thing. That was the thing.
technically, okay, she didn't do it completely correct. If we want to be technical, now I'm not that technical, but I already know like the detractors are going to bring that point up. Okay, so here's my issue. Which one of y'all getting ready to feel like it's cool? Which one of y'all are going to defend the right for her to get a stepfather for her child? Because see, that baby is innocent. ARC felt like I still deserve a young wife so I can have babies, even though I'm 50 and not eating right. Okay, it doesn't even matter. The point is, I want to experience having a child. And even if I leave when the child is 3 years old, now who finna raise this child? Who finna help her?
Which is very selfish, by the way. I
Right.
just wanted to add that.
Right. So here's the thing. Who's finna help her? I want to hear the live stream that says it's cool for her to have a stepfather because see, she was married. She was married to her child's father. She didn't divorce him and try to take half his stuff in court. He died. Okay. God broke them up. Okay. So there's nothing negative y'all can say about why she's such a terrible woman. So I want to hear this. Where's the defense force? Who's donating to the GoFundMe? Because see, are we gonna say that he was selfish because he wanted to write books and everything? What happened to the book money? Why is there nothing set aside? And I also am not speaking ill.
Topaz, that part right there. They keep talking about his business and the book money, yet she still had to form a GoFundMe, and they're saying that she didn't even get half of that.
Okay, so
I will say this. I will say this. I've heard many a manosphere conversations, and I've heard many a times how they try to demonize women. My thing is this: what I've never heard is whenever we're dealing with the widow. I've never heard that. I've always
heard
heard
them
that,
say
you
it.
know, these women are this and that and blah, 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 XYZ, right? I've never heard what these men have to say about dealing with a widow.
Well,
Because
I have, so I can say it real quick. The jury's still out. Okay, if we're talking about the manosphere as a whole, the jury's still out. There is a split between a widow is different, and listen, I don't care. She still got kids, and I want my own. Okay, so it at this point, what I'm willing to believe is that whether or not a woman gets to have a stepfather for her children, even if the guy dies, even if she divorced him, is dependent on what the men think of the man that is the father.
I think one of the things about it, and Clue, I'll allow you to have a healthy, reciprocated conversation. Understand this. I'm just letting y'all know the women that are having discussion are pedigreed in marriage, relationship, and motherhood. Okay, so these ain't any old just
run of the mill.
flocks just flying around and trying to chase the bag. I couldn't see. I have never heard any of them tell, or I just couldn't imagine any of them telling their daughter, "Mama, this man that is 52 years old, um, loves me and is going to uh, take me somewhere else." I'm pretty sure they were like, "Not my child. You can sit your ass right here."
Right.
I just couldn't imagine Faith ever giving her daughter that speech. I damn sure know Al and Topaz. I can't imagine none of three of them.
I'm gonna tell you what I would tell my child.
Get the bag.
I would tell her the same thing I told the young lady in your presence. Is this something that you could live with? Can you make your peace with the fact that if you are a 25-year-old widow with a young child, can you live with that? Because if you can't, you need to accept the fact that as you date a man that's 30 years older than you, that's a real possibility.
What I would do is that I would have a dinner and then I want him to come over because I want to be able to ask this man questions. I mean, it's hard for me to ask my daughter because I understand that my daughter is going to be of a young adult mindset. This man, if he's going to sit there and supposedly guide my child, I need to know what he is, and I can smell bullshit a mile away. Hell, probably not. I can probably smell it from a few kilometers. Okay. And my whole thing is this: I know bullshit whenever it's coming from an adult, even if my child doesn't. So I want to be able to question him, and I want my daughter's father right there too. And now I can't promise that my husband is going to be as rational as I am, because at the end of the day, both of my daughters are daddy's girls. So daddy gonna lose his shit. All I got, my only job is to make sure that the weapons are not near the table and that this man is able to have a decent meal while he's getting grilled by somebody that knows game.
No, they would never ever go towards your daughters. They're going to target the girls that are not protected.
Right.
They will go. They will come to dinner I mean that everybody's blending Cameron, even though the space champions him. Um, Listen, I gotta be honest, man. I've never seen an older man ever go to a wholesome family home to go ask
the parents
the parents for their daughter. Like I just never seen that. I've just never seen that. I mean, we're not talking about no goddamn Chris Stokes shit.
Right.
I'm just talking about some actual stuff where the parents are sitting there at the table. All the other kids are there, and you're talking about Faith and her man are right there, and they're like, okay, so I'd be a 40 or 47-year-old or 52-year-old man, so I'm interested in your daughter, Mrs. Faith. I would like for her to come stay with me. Well, she about to go to college. She don't have to worry about college. I'm gonna take care of her. I'm not sure if the conversation will keep on going.
It's not with me.
No, it definitely wouldn't be going with me. I would be in jail.
Well, hold on now. We both adults now. If your daughter is 19 or 18,
it don't matter.
That's not right.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that I would be in jail. All I'd like to say is I love to plant all the time, and you know, but um, my whole thing is, if you were to sit there and say that, let's use that scenario. The next question I'm going to ask is, okay, so if you have all this money to be able to go ahead and swoop my daughter away, like Snow White and Prince Charming, okay, he knows where I got that from. Then my next question would be, why can't you go ahead and pay for her to go ahead and finish her schooling? Why can't you go ahead and pay for her to go ahead and do the things that she wants to do?
Now, the young lady, what we'll say Plan B situation.
Yes. Yes.
He has been helping her give her money for school, buy tools and stuff, X, Y, and Z. Except he also told Pets he wants his investment. He wants his investment. He wants a family.
He want a lot, but it don't even matter because it depends on what she wants. This is what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. It has to be
Right.
their decision because you can't like legally. What's going to be your end game? If
Right.
he
And why she needs to ask the question, why now? Why can't you wait until after I get my degree? The reason why he wants access to her in that apartment and wants her to have a child is because he is afraid that when she goes off to college, I'm telling you that was my
Yep.
experience.
She's
She's going to
gonna find
meet
somebody that's more compatible.
exactly. So
Mhm.
that's the reason why he's doing this. And she needs to ask herself those questions.
But
Well,
I need her to hear it from him.
but
I
see,
need her. I need so if I invited him over to dinner, that would be my end goal. Is I want you as my child to hear this man say to you exactly like because if it comes from me, I
Yeah.
want you to know that it's actually him. It's not just me trying to exert my authority. I want you to make this decision because what happens if I'm not there? I teach my kids growing up how to pivot.
Now the story does get better because when the roommate, the friend,
Mhm.
did bring some guys over.
He lost his shit. He lost his
That's
shit.
what she's saying. He flipped. He
He
cursed
flipped
her
out.
out
I knew it.
and
You know,
pulled up on them and told her to come outside. Granted, that wasn't her company, but the younger guys,
Were a threat to him.
BMT, I already knew it. I have an antenna for this type of stuff.
Same here.
But I'm just saying, maybe he's just protecting his baby. That they are, if they are.
They're not because she's sitting here and taking a plan B, and that's what I was going to say. It comes back to whenever we're sitting here and asking, if this young lady was my daughter, then I would literally just ask her a simple question: if you feel so comfortable with this man, then why are you taking this plan B?
Save sex, save lives.
Yo, ass petty.
Clue says
But
this. Shout out to Clue. ARC's wife said, "I do." This is what cracks me up about this conversation. She's a little girl only when she has an older man.
well,
See,
actually,
Clue.
Clue,
Oh,
we're
go
not
ahead. I'm
talking.
sorry.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, Clue, we're not talking about that situation that you're talking about, darling. We're talking about something completely different. We were using certain scenarios from that specific situation to go ahead and voice our opinions on this. But this situation, my dear, it's a whole nother can of worms, sir. Whole nother can of worms. If you need to, feel free to go back and rewind some. That way you can go ahead and catch up. This way you will fully be up to date. But for right now, I respect the comment, but the comment is not accurate to the situation that we're actually discussing right now.
Thank you.
Now, the thing about it is this, and I will tell you this, and I agree. I'm trying to find a wedge, but I can't. The parental part of me is because I want, but I treat a lot of these young women in my neighborhood like my nieces and like my
Hmm.
okay.
When you're a parent to everybody,
So
not just your
right.
own child.
So what I'm saying. I and I want her to know that what I'm saying. But I know about them having an apartment. Um, but a lot of older men feel a certain type of way when men of the same equivalent age or bracket come around and have a fortuitous build. And
Mm-hmm.
it kind of made and it caught me off guard. It caught me off guard. I almost said the girl's name. Because I had hooked you up with a job. I had hooked you up with a job. It was a nice part-time job at CVS. And for the love of me, you had the job. I just couldn't understand why'd you quit.
Because she thought she was getting better from another resource.
Or because see, here's another thing. If he wants her to quit school, I can guarantee you that
He
being
wants her to
his
quit working.
girlfriend did not vibe well with having a job.
Now that was a thing, and I didn't say nothing about it. But
Mm-hmm.
my friend that helped you get that job used to say there was always an older man that used to always keep coming around.
He made it miserable.
He used to
Women.
always come around. And I'm saying this. I've never had to keep floating and hovering around my woman's job.
That part.
I never. I'm not sure how y'all ladies take to that. But if that old man, if I known that nigga was doing that shit, but that's on my name. That's on my name. You know what I'm saying? I got you that job off of my name,
Right.
so that way you could have some money.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Mind you, your friend, your roommate, she still got her job. Hell, right now she's doing pretty good, and she's still going to school. And I couldn't know. I wish you would have told me the truth. Why you didn't keep your damn job?
Because she can't even take regular birth control. She got to take Plan B all the damn time. So he's making things miserable unless, like, here's the thing. There are some men out there who don't actually say out loud what they want. What they
Mm-hmm.
do is through a series of steps of guiding you there. Anything other than what they want you to do is going to be miserable.
Mm-hmm. And they're going to see to it that it is. Not only that, but I can't tell you whenever I was younger how many men sat there and told me, "Oh, well, you know what? If you rock with me, if you fuck with me, if you get with me, you never have to work again." And then I said, "Well, I like working. I enjoy
Right.
working. I mean, I like having it for myself." Well, you know what? You can fine if that's the case and you like working, you can go ahead and work. But I'm gonna do no. I got this. Thank you. And they would honestly get really, really bothered by that. And it wasn't me being an independent woman, it was just me understanding, or I was seeing in between the lines. I was seeing through a lot of the BS because, I've seen how control and how the narrative of control switches during certain relationships and in certain type of relationships. I've seen it. And so if I've seen it, I have had the luxury of not having to go through that to be able to live vicariously through a friend to know all the details. My friend was one of those people that she would call me and she would vent to me. And I was always providing a safe space for her to vent however she wanted to without the fear of judgment or ridicule. But because of that, I was able to see things from a different perspective, or her perspective of, the decision she made and then later on how she felt about it. Now, that's not saying that everybody will sit there and feel and see things the same way, but it was enough for me to know that that's not even an inkling of potential of what I want for me. It's not. Not only that, but that kind of shit scares me because I don't like being in a situation where I don't have control over what may be best or safest for me.
Right.
And so, whenever this young lady, you were absolutely right. Whenever she was at work, if this man kept coming around, we don't know if he actually came around to go ahead and make things miserable, or we don't know if he kept coming around to go ahead and try to indoctrinate in her that, what, she doesn't have to work. She doesn't have to work. She doesn't have to work. And so, especially in a young mind, that can be just as impressionable, especially if you're looking at your paycheck and you don't feel like the paycheck represents your value, right? So then we're sitting here and seeing somebody that's sitting here and they're proposing that they're going to go ahead and take care of this, take care of that, and then they're going ahead and sending little gifts once again and a down payment. You're not understanding that it's a down payment because, mind you, the other people that are in your age bracket, They're not doing investments. They're not putting down payments on. It's just, hey, you know what, baby, you hot. Okay, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and have a drink and let's go ahead and smash, or let's have a Netflix and chill, or let's go ahead, just hook up real quick, or any of this. This is how they know the movements are. This is how they know how to move. So now you have somebody else that's literally sitting there and telling you something different, and you don't even know to see it. So I mean, it could also be that. And that for me is even scarier because that tells me he already has an intent out for you and it's not in your best interest and it's in his. And that's scary.
I'm gonna say,
Exactly.
I'm gonna say this, and this goes out to any young woman and y'all ladies that are listening. When a man is trying to separate you
Mm,
from your society, your family, and things like that,
isolation.
that's a flag.
It is.
That's a really red. That's a and I don't and I'm pretty sure I'm not sure how the other ladies feel about that, but that's a big red flag. That's a big red flag. I seen that before when I was coming up. Uh, when I was working at Sonics, and how a dude, a baby father of was one girl, would always come and raise Cain at the job.
Mm-hmm. Trying to make her feel safe, like she's not safe there and she can't go there. And also make it seem like she's a burden because she's there. Because if it wasn't for her, he wouldn't be there doing all that, giving them headache.
Now
Yes.
the manager, the afternoon manager, she wanted to give her the hours, but she needed the money. But the baby father would always think that she'd out there fooling around and cheating,
Mm-hmm.
and pull up on her with the kid and a bunch of dudes. Now he would come in there and start shit. Now the rest of his homeboys, we listen, bro. I told him, I said, I'll take this hot grease and throw it in your face, my nigga. I ain't got a problem, bro. I got mine in the car. But he would come there. Sometimes she would have marks on her where she couldn't come to work, or she come in late, or if she had the baby in the car, and we would have to take turns. What? Listen, he'd be
Mm-hmm.
like, I don't know why you working for this motherfucker, crackerjack. But she needed that job. After a while, they said we can't keep you
Mm-hmm.
because you're too
Hmm.
volatile, and that really broke her. That really broke her. But luckily, the other lady was like, "Listen, this is the one thing keeping her sane." Some people, I gotta understand. Some people go to work to get away.
Yeah.
They go to work to
Absolutely.
get away, and I didn't understand that to where I saw her uh, scrubbing the grill and crying. I said, "What's going on, girl? We about to get off." But I didn't understand she was crying, but she was going to have to go home.
Mm.
I didn't understand that, and we never heard from her. I get 2 more months. She just quit. We don't know what happened to her. But these things happen a lot to a lot of young ladies, and I'm not saying that to scare you, but I am telling you, come during Memorial Day because you'll be here. You won't. We'll be going to go get your shit. We'll get your shit out that apartment.
Okay,
But
Well,
BMT.
but
go ahead.
well, hold on, because I've been trying to get this out.
Go ahead, Faye. Go ahead, Faye.
But BMT, I wanted to ask the young lady this because Topaz said something earlier, and it made me think about my situation when I was in college because of that very thing that you're talking about, the isolation, all of that happened to me, where it was not only just isolation from my friends, but they do try to isolate you from things that would keep you independent of them, like your job and your school. Like
Mm-hmm.
this guy came up to my school and he caused such a horrible scene. I was so embarrassed I did not go back to class again.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to know because see she's 21 you said, right? And
Yes.
see I went straight from my parents' house to being with this guy. And I never ever experienced in my young age at that time having a power dynamic with another adult on the
Mm-hmm.
same level because everybody, my parents, you know what I'm saying? They took care of me. Then I went straight from my parents taking care of me to him taking care of me. So there was never no equal power dynamic. Has she ever experienced that? Because I'm gonna tell you, you don't know what it feels like to be in a relationship where you have an equal power dynamic, where you can actually say no or yes, and there's no repercussion.
That
I
part.
didn't get that until later.
BMT, I wanted to say this. Before y'all go over there packing up stuff, has she fully decided? Because the worst thing you can do to somebody that's trying to exert control and trying to set up this dynamic that most often
Preach
ends
on.
in abuse. The worst thing you can do is go over there, pack up her stuff, and then 2 weeks later she's going
She
back.
go right back. Exactly.
That makes
Yes.
it worse. So we are not packing up her stuff until she has fully decided this is not what I want for my life.
And that means that she has to let go of all the shiny things and all the things that she's been accustomed to. There is one thing I also wanted to add on to that. I just want you to go ahead and look at it right like this. And I mean, I brought this up before, but I'm going to bring it up again. Whenever it comes to this man that is already well up in age, ask him what are his insecurities. Because from what I'm gathering, his insecurities are honestly dealing with women that honestly have enough power and not even power, that have enough control over their own life that they can walk away from something. He is trying his best to go ahead and shift things to such a way to where you can't say no, or at least you feel you can't say no. And I just want you to go ahead and think about what his insecurities are. He has showed you pretty much who he is. Or I mean, outside of all the financial things that he gives you already, he has shown that he is insecure whenever it comes to other men that are your age. He is insecure over your friend and your apartment. He obviously doesn't even feel secure enough for you to be in your home safely alone. So this is already screaming out certain things. And one of the things I always tell people on my panel, before you decide to marry or to, really invest in a romantic relationship, you need to know what this person looks like in all their seasons. This means you need to know what he looks like when he's happy, when he looks like when he's absolutely pissed the whole fuck off. You need to know what he looks like whenever, financially he's broke or he's not financially where he wants to be. You need to see what he looks like whenever he's beyond financially good. You need to be able to know what he looks like in multiple different areas of his life. And then if those things don't sit well with you, or better yet, if there is ever a time that you feel that you are in fear, it does not matter whether this man is screaming. It does not matter whether he is throwing something. It does not matter whether he is being physical or whether he is making a scene. If there is ever a time, due to whatever reason, that this man can make you feel uncomfortable and unsafe, that is not the relationship for you. It's not. Because if you saw it now, and you still stay there, they're going to feel comfortable enough to escalate in that specific area. And the last thing we want is it escalating so much and so far that we're talking about you in past tense.
So, like I said, because she's not messaging me. She's not messaging me. Um, and like I said,
It's okay.
I will sit down and I will talk to her. It is a lot. It is a lot to process and digest because of the extent when people start laying this out. And yes, you are right. You are right. My thought process, as a father and as a man, is to act.
Mm-hmm.
If you tell me something, if you tell me something, I'm coming. You know, if that makes any sense to y'all ladies,
Yeah.
I'm coming. You tell me something, I'm coming. I'm not like if you say, "Daddy, I'm scared," "Uncle, I'm scared," Mr. Johnson, and I've had it where they've gone where my girl. I don't give a fuck what the internet says. If my babies say they scared, Papa's coming.
Right.
I don't give a damn if you in the balls of hell. I'm coming. And we walking out. We walking out. And so until we figure this out, um, of how to deal with the situation, because right now I'm already upset.
Mm-hmm.
I'm already upset, and I want you to understand this. Topaz. When you know that your child or someone that you care about is waking up with a man, I don't give a damn if they fucking or not, in their bed without their consent.
That part.
Mind you, because I pay for that motherfucking mattress, damn it.
Big facts.
I pay for that mattress. And you waking up with a whole body in your bed. Because I know. I remember one time you were sick, and I dropped your ass off. And I know you couldn't be coherent. And if your roommate, another one of my babies, is saying that she locked the door and this nigga got a key to get in, it's a fucking problem.
That is not safety at all, especially now. Now he has a key.
But do y'all understand what I'm saying, ladies?
Very dangerous. Yes.
That's a problem.
Yes.
It's a different story because you're right about that. I can't disagree with you on that one. You got to one out of the situation. But don't worry, I'm going to nudge the situation because he's going to have to talk to me on why do you need so much access to her?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? Why are there no other women? You so well endowed and got your money and all this shit and balling. Why do you feel the need? And so he already has children, but he wants a family with her.
Oh no.
Oh no. No, no, no.
Oh no. Oh no. Baby, if that's not, honey, that's not a red flag. That's a bull. That's a bull. Honey, that thing is making noise and it's coming directly at you.
How old is his children?
He has, from looking at the picture, I want to dox the babies. He looked like he got a 15-year-old.
Mm.
He has 3 children. Well, actually, he has 4 children.
Oh no.
Listen.
That's a wrap.
I know. Listen. I want you to hear me on my channel. Y'all fucking relationship is done. I don't want to do it like that, but y'all are done. I ain't got no listen. And this is not me break. Listen, y'all are done. I ain't give a fuck how he feel, but I'll step in, and I know your mama ain't gonna overstep me. Y'all relationship is done. That's too much. Ain't none of the women on this panel gonna go against what I'm just saying. You need to just take your ass to school and go to work. But this shit right here, no. The waking up with a man in your bed, and I don't give a fuck how any of you men feel. There should be no reason why you popping up in somebody's bed without their permission. Y'all wouldn't like somebody come in y'all bed without their permission.
Right.
There's no need for that. If she would have called a cop and said this man came into my bed, his ass would go to jail. His ass would go to jail. Say, all you got to say is, hey, I didn't tell him to come in my bed. Y'all do know that. I hope y'all know that is a law. You could be married to your wife, and she say stop mid-stroke during sex.
You have to stop because it's considered rape.
Go ahead and with that married if you want.
Exactly.
And keep on. Oh no, she ain't know what the fuck she talking about. Your ass will be going to jail. So if that is the law for marital couples, that sugar baby or boyfriend girlfriend or side link shit, you best believe your ass ain't covered either. So I already know. I'm trying to tell you. So that shit is over.
B.M.T, I would like to ask, why didn't she call the police before? I mean,
I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you a big issue that we have as Black folks.
Yeah, never mind.
There's a big issue that I have with Black women. And I'm gonna tell you right now, but my mom had it this year, and also seen other women. They have an undying loyalty. You know where I'm going with this, Faith, to
I do
protect
too.
that man, even when they get in their ass stomped in the mud. I don't know what the hell kind of blind loyalty. Maybe one day Topaz will have to diagnose it. But a woman, even after she bleeding out and getting her ass beat the shit out of, she will still not report that shit. And that nigga will go off in the sunset and come right back. Hell,
I
sometimes
don't
they'll get the man out of jail.
I don't think it's really undying love. Well, as far as them, I can't speak
Yeah,
on
that's
them, but I
undying
was gonna
loyalty.
say I don't really think it's an undying loyalty. I think literally their fear for the police literally out or it over negates the fear, to that person. Because with the fear of the police, if things get escalated, not only could there be potential demise, but not only, is there demise, we don't exactly know who there's demise of. Because us as the victims, if we end up being irate, then whenever the police are coming at us, they can sit there and come at us in a certain way too. And that's just from my personal experience. But I will say this. If somebody is, look, I know my state laws, okay? What that means is I know that you have to give 2 warning shots. And then, I'm going to call the police. Now, whatsoever happens in between that phone call waiting for the police to get there while I still have dispatch online, I mean, I sat there and I warned that person that I have something that, is there meant to protect me. And if this person still decides that they want to continue to engage, then it becomes unfair. Then it becomes unfair for my life. So, I mean, I understand why, but I also want to say, whenever it's something of this magnitude, sometimes, and I understand that a lot of Black folks also don't want to be considered snitches and all this because they're calling the police. I get that. But when it comes to certain type of situations, that shit goes out the fucking window. Certain, now I'm not saying all situations, but for that's potential stalking. That is, assault. That's B&E. That's a whole lot of other things. That's a whole slew of things. And once again, coming back to accountability, if this person was not willing to sit there and take all that shit on, they knew very well whenever they sat there and got that key and utilized it to be able to gain access to your dwelling and then be able to gain access to the room that you are resting in to be able to do whatever it is they wanted to do with their physical body alongside yours, they knew very well what the fuck they were doing. So yeah, they fuck getting all that smoke. You need to sit there and call them people, let them motherfuckers know what's going on, and then hey, however they sit there and intend to do with it, deal with it. But if there's still a problem afterwards, we can talk, not on a panel.
Right. Like I said, yeah, he has 4 children.
Wow.
He has 4 children.
Where is their mother?
Question of the day.
Talking about the children, or
yes, yes.
I don't know. The roommate's telling me this, and like I said, I like, and I would tell
Can I say something real quick, B.M.T?
Yeah, but I'm just getting angry. I'm just getting.
I know, and two things. So one, the fact that the roommate is telling you all of this, him using that key to that apartment is encroaching on her space as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so she has rights. And if she don't want that, because see, when you have a roommate, y'all agree to, certain things that happen inside this dwelling that make it safe for both of y'all.
Yep.
Secondly, I understand the feeling that you having right now. And so what I'm telling you right now, BMT, is I know how angry you are, but this has to be her decision, because if it's anybody's decision other than hers, it's going to go back.
Mm-hmm.
And that is where the most danger happens.
I hate the Topaz, but when I say that she don't got no other men in her life that fuck with her like that, like
I know
most niggas, you hear what I'm saying? Like most niggas that be trying to be like, and I'm saying right now, like one of the main reasons, and we got at her mom about it, and I ain't putting her business out like that, but I am like when a child has to worry about mama's boyfriend wanting to fuck on her, which we already got at that nigga about that shit. But we saw the motherfucking Facebook messages of you texting a fucking goddamn 16-year-old girl your penis, and I should have blew that shit off. That's sad that that's the reality for a lot of black girls in the home.
Yeah.
So at some point, some women, you know what I'm saying, they don't feel like, damn, ain't no nigga out there, ain't no men out there really watching my back. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people don't have a tight knit family, so they kind of latch on to whatever they do got. And I don't care how people think of me as a simp or a sucker, but I do give a fuck about people in my environment that come to me. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that I know one of my babies is getting fucked on by a creep. You know what I'm saying? Granted, she is grown, so I'm not naive to that. But when you're telling me you having to pop motherfucking plan Bs because you don't want to get pregnant, but I already told you, we want you to finish college and get your fucking degree and be somebody. You want to beat your mama? Get that degree, get you a good job, good education. We need more educated women in our community. But not like this. Not like this. If you gotta wake up with a man trying to get between your legs, that's rape. I already know this got demonetized. That's rape.
He said it's not monetized.
I already know this shit. We done far past that. So if a man is trying to get between your legs, if I know help, I wish y'all girls had told me that nigga was popping up while y'all and y'all understand. Most time when women feel safe in their apartment or their room, they walk around unclothed. They don't walk around with clothes on for the most part.
Yes, that's true.
So if an old nigga walking around an apartment, mind you, my other baby didn't even know.
Wait a minute, hold on. Don't she have a roommate living with her?
That's the thing, Faith. That's why I'm shitting.
Yes.
Because that's why I'm saying they're not going back. I don't give a fuck what y'all saying because if you telling me, let's say y'all three are roommates, but Topaz has a man, but you come outside the bathroom, you didn't even know the man is in there. But he just let himself in.
Well,
you see what I'm saying?
Like I said, I got a Mickey Mouse couture.
So I promise you, if that's the case, I'm the type of motherfucker, I will be laying in the bed and say, oh yeah, I'll use your phone. I'll do some fuck shit and lay in that fucking bed and wait for your ass, nigga. I'll wait for you.
Got a wig and everything, looking just like her, sitting there laying right there.
Surprise, nigga.
That's
right. Well, lover. What's your
blow
name?
that motherfucker right through that fucking balcony window. I'm just that. I listen, boy. I promise you.
Okay, so B.M.T, what I was saying, I'm not telling you.
Drink.
I'm not telling you to give up on her. What I'm saying is,
I'm not Topaz, but I'm just shitting right now, my nigga.
Okay, so hear me out. This is why I'm telling you it has to be her decision, because the most dangerous time for women who are trying to get out of an abusive relationship is when they're trying to leave, or if they ever go back after having left. Yeah. At that point, he now is faced with the decision: how do I stop this shit from happening? So he's gonna do what needs to be done to keep her from thinking about the next time. You ain't gonna know.
Yeah, because obviously they see you as a threat, or you're the one that was the instigator to sit there and actually cause the leaving in the first place. So yeah, now you're considered a threat.
And then
So
she
it's
won't be able to
not
talk
gonna
to
do
you.
shit to you. Exactly.
So it makes it dangerous if she's not ready to go and stay gone. Because he's definitely going to wait. Like, okay, so with the type of man that we're describing, he's definitely going to wait until one day you got to go to work because life still happen and everybody gets comfortable. And these type of people are exceedingly more patient because this is a goal that they have.
It's
Okay,
something that's stewing on their mind constantly. Yeah, so they have
right.
time.
Right. So what happened? I've worked in trauma cases, and I've also worked with women, leaving domestic violence situations, victims of SA, and what have you. Right. So I'm telling you, it has to be their decision because otherwise, it's very dangerous for them. And if you can't enforce, like, you have to be willing. I'm not saying it's gonna come to that, but you do have to be ready and willing to where you gonna take off some time from work to sit outside her house and wait for him, like you said. Because the minute you're not there, he don't got nothing else to do. This is the biggest goal for him in life right now. So the minute you're not right there, he's gonna be out there, and he's gonna use that to try to prove to her, see, nobody can stop me.
Yep. Are you still there?
I know the heart, but the action, you got to think about how this is going to go. She has to be on the game plan and ready to go. Most domestic violence shelters, they will not even take you until you get out of the house on your own, because that shows that you want to go.
That you've actually taken the initiative, and more than likely you're not going to go back. Even though that's still not 100% the case, but it is.
Yeah, but it's a little bit better than the alternative.
Yeah. Not only that, but you know what? If you can get her out of the house and she can agree to leave and not turn back, I can go ahead and get her a job too. You said she's 21.
I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back. I just had to.
I know.
I just had to. It was nothing toward. It was nothing toward y'all. I just had to.
That's okay. We understand.
Like I said, like y'all gotta understand. It's like I said, it's a thing when you dealing with when it's y'all child.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different thing. That's why I don't wish no harm upon nobody's child. That's why when people be laughing or saying, "Oh, well," you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, listen, man, it's different when that's your child. When that's your child having a situation, you don't tell a motherfucker how to handle a situation when it comes to their loved one. And it don't even have to be about blood. Like I said, it don't even have to be about blood. It could just be that person. I'm pretty sure Topaz and Faith and Eliza have young women and men that if they call, they going. You know what I'm saying? So it's just one of those things where they're like, get in the car. Like, I don't care. So, like I said, like, we're going to still have our cookout, but we are going to get some things squared away. You know what I'm saying? We will be having a family conversation. A family conversation. And you will have to make some boundaries and parameters. You will finish school. You will finish school. You do not need that man to be successful.
B.M.T, I'm gonna have to drop. My son is out here.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I thank y'all, and I thank Topaz. First of all, I love you, Topaz. I love you, Al. I love you, Faith. I love you, Ruby. I love all you ladies. It wasn't like I know Chaos. I know you want to come up, but I was letting the ladies more so rip. Like I said, they stole the show. Y'all ladies have the right. Again, if y'all know how to clip it, it is y'all. It's all up to y'all. It's all up to y'all how y'all want to clip it. I encourage y'all to clip it, and y'all can load it up on y'all channel.
I've already loaded up on mine, so but
Okay.
I do have to go. It
Like I said,
is
and say
11:07, and it is Sunday, and tomorrow they don't have school because it is spring break. So they are going absolutely batshit crazy.
and
So I
I need
I will be back.
to go ahead and get to that. Like I said,
Nice.
see you guys later. I already got my Crocs on. I got time for me to go talk to some young ladies. Topaz, like I said, I wish I could sit these girls down with you so that way they can have a conversation because I know one of their dreams is to travel. These girls, when they finish, they graduate. We've already agreed that we will give them the money to go travel, but not like this. Not like this. I
Yeah.
want them to be able to travel with degrees and be proud. And be proud. And sadly, some fellas, y'all gotta know when y'all see a woman about to take off, let her fly, man. Let her motherfucking fly. And this ain't no kind of simp ass shit. This is some serious shit. Like sometimes we gotta let our ladies fly, man. Just like we want them to let us fly, we gotta let them fly too. I don't agree, not like this. Now, if she's happy, she's happy. But this is not no happiness right here.
Yeah, this don't sound happy, but she got to be willing to say that.
Right. Yeah, and I agree with you, Topaz. I know you giving the tough love, so I'm not even mad at you about that. But I know you're giving just the tough love dosage of, hey, come on now, bro. You already know, and I have to accept that and understand that.
And you know what? Let me say this too, B.M.T. I'm not even like trying to make a determination about whether or not she deserves help or anything like that. What I'm saying is, if because she's the person that has to live with this decision. She has to be able to look back on it. The worst thing you want is for her escape plan to cause additional trauma. Okay, that is a real possibility if she feels like her voice wasn't heard. So it's important for her going forward to know that this was because her voice was heard, not because somebody made a decision for her.
I agree. Well, you guys, like I said, check out the documentary. I really want y'all to check out the documentary. Um, it's really a good one. Harvest of Shame. That's the documentary. Harvest of Shame. You can literally look it up on YouTube. Harvest of Shame is a 1960s documentary about blacks or that of America and how blacks were called migrants. They got turned from being called slaves to being called migrant workers because they migrated all over the U.S. for work. So I definitely encourage y'all to listen to it. Give it a listen. I know Topaz, you like history and learning stuff. Definitely is a very good listen. Y'all can listen to it while y'all are just sitting there and relaxing. It's very interesting. Check it out. 1960s Harvest of Shame. And just give it a listen. So I'll see you guys later. I will hit you up later, Topaz, on the feedback when I go talk to the ladies. I know some people say, well, why didn't they come on? Y'all gotta understand. It is not easy for
Everybody
people.
don't want to be in front of y'all judgment like that. Okay.
Right.
Plus, they don't have to answer that. Like the point is, they got the questions that they needed answered.
Thank you. God knows how judgmental social media is when the people come on. Everybody Monday night quarterbacks.
Right. Now all of a sudden everybody's so perfect and would have known better and all that shit. Like
even better, everybody's a therapist.
Right, yeah, and stay in y'all lane. Look, y'all don't see me on here trying to do surgery or give legal advice or try to give financial advice. Everybody, I don't understand. Stay in y'all lane.
So it's like, hey, I'll be trying to do y'all job, but y'all damn sure always trying to do my
Because they be doing it wrong, and then you don't know how many times I've had clients that say, "Oh, I saw this TikTok," and no, just cut that out. You know, like, because this is really like people on here just giving advice and they make their life sound so perfect to where people are like, oh, well, I want that, so maybe I should do what they do, which is, you know, normal. But you don't, like, everybody is an expert on everything now all of a sudden. Where are the days gone where you have to actually prove the knowledge that you have? Why exactly am I listening to you?
Like I
I'm
said,
done, BMT. I'm off my
no, and
soapbox.
I thank you for that, Topaz. You did an amazing job as always. I promise you, like I said, I'm gonna hit you up. I will be getting you a bottle of wine. Topaz likes
Well, you
wine.
know what? I mean, you know, when you grateful, you just grateful, and I'm gonna take that. You know, I'm gonna take that as the compliment it was meant to be.
You know what? You know what? You know what the thing about it is, Topaz? This is the most balanced. I watch it. This is the most balance heavy panel for ladies that y'all really got to have. We all actually got to just sat down and just converse.
Yeah, because everybody was sensible. You know, even if it's something that I don't agree with, I'm gonna talk about why I don't agree with it. To me, that's the most important point.
And I appreciated that. Y'all actually got to actually build on a heavy discussion with Miss Jackson. See, I just said
Yeah.
Miss Jackson. So
Yeah.
they did not judge her. They did not demonize her. I know Faith. I know Faith. We got a rap sis about some stuff later on, but literally, I will be setting y'all up a mass email for all of y'all ladies, so that way y'all can stay in communication and set up bio shows. That way y'all can actually do shows on stuff like that. But I know Faith has some projects, and I know you might even have projects or stuff that you might want to have. We say, help. You know what? All of y'all guys, let me talk.
I want to have a series called, you know, Unhelpful Black Opinions, you know, just about some of the stuff that we have believed and has been handed down and that ain't helpful to us anymore. You know, I want to do a series like that, but I got to get some stuff together at work and get some businesses off the ground.
You listen, you are a very busy and successful woman. And listen, if you ever need my black book of people to reach out to, just hit me up. You already know I got the book. Okay. People usually hit me up for like access to say, BMT, do you know this person? Yes, I actually do. Yes, I do. I'll get a hold of them for you. And if that's my purpose to help y'all connect with other people, I'm glad that y'all had a great conversation and a very, very healthy build that actually helped some people today. So I thank y'all for those people that were listening. So we'll see you guys later. Y'all have a good day. Take care.